T.E.D. Klein, Nadelman's God. To many people, T.E.D. Klein, born 1947, burst upon the horror scene in 1984 with the publication of his novel The Ceremonies, which became a bestseller and won the British Fantasy Award for Best Novel. To devotees of weird fiction, however, Ted Klein had for a long time been a much-respected authority in the genre. The majority of his work had been published in the small press magazines, with little of it escaping to the wider reading world. One of these early stories, The Events at Porth Farm, 1972, which in fact forms the basis for The Ceremonies, was selected by Richard Davis as one of that year's best horror stories. Over the next few years, when the mood took him, Klein would produce the occasional odd story, such as Petey, 1979, the much-acclaimed Lovecraftian story Black Man with a Horn, 1980, and the even more acclaimed Children of the Kingdom, 1980. These stories finally found their way into his first collection, Dark Gods, 1985, which included a new story, Nadelman's God. That went on to win the World Fantasy Award in 1986 for the best novella. Need I say more? Nadelman would never forget the first witch he'd ever met. It had been on a drizzly Thursday evening in November in the early 1970s in an S&M club called the Chateau 21. The club was in the basement of a brownstone on West 21st Street, just below one of the Chelsea area's oldest occult bookshops. Upstairs you could buy paperbacks by people with names like Ashtoreth Grove and Dr. Hermes Fortune, along with crystal ball keychains, tarot decks, knives with hairy goat's foot handles, and little wax figurines in the shape of satyrs. Downstairs had been turned into a bar room, complete with black velvet drapes, wrought iron candle sconces, and a wall mural depicting a lushly bosomed blonde stretched over an altar. On weekends the place doubled as a classroom for self-hypnosis seminars and aura readings, and on Mondays a group from New Jersey held seances there. Nadelman and the woman who would later become his wife had taken the subway in from Brooklyn that night in a spirit of adventure. Nadelman dressed in a leather bomber jacket he hadn't worn since college, Rhoda wearing the uncomfortable-looking black leather pants that had caught his eye the day she'd first shown up in them at the ad agency. Normally the chateau was closed to non-members, but Thursday night, they'd read in the Voice, was open house, when outsiders were welcome to check out the goings-on. Admission was $12 for men, free for women. Even at that disparate rate, nearly all the customers were men. Most of them appeared to be out-of-town businessmen, in search of pickups or simply someone to talk to, perhaps just a good story to bring back to St. Paul. In the dim light they looked lost and faintly embarrassed. There were only half a dozen women in the room, including a homely girl with a flat, pock-marked face, who strolled among the drinkers in nothing but black panties, a somewhat dazed smile, and a pair of heavy chains fastened in an X across her sad, sagging little breasts. Imprinted on her left cheek was an upside-down five-pointed star, dark as if freshly branded, though Nadelman was sure it was just magic marker. The room itself reminded him of someone's furnished basement. There was nothing to eat but pretzel nuggets in little tin bowls on the bar, and nothing to drink but cans of beer which the bartender fished from a gray plastic garbage can full of ice chunks swimming in dirty water. Several feet away, a plump, middle-aged man draped himself clumsily over a bar stool, dropped his pants, and was spanked by a negress as large as a linebacker. The businessmen averted their eyes and looked preoccupied, but the sound of the slaps remained audible throughout the room, even above the heavy metal music that blared from a speaker in the corner. The witch was standing by the opposite wall, Budweiser in hand, beside a pile of crumpled empties on the floor. With a beer belly bulging over faded jeans, a T-shirt with the picture of a leering skull beneath the words, "Kill 'em all, let God sort 'em out," and a day's growth of beard darkening into a hairy chest, he didn't look at all like a witch. In fact, he looked more like a Hell's Angel. He was talking to a small, stocky, red-haired woman, jerking his head up and down to emphasize a point, and even from across the room Nadelman could see something glinting in the lobe of his left ear. The 70s were still young, and Nadelman not widely traveled. This was the first man he'd ever seen wearing an earring, outside of a pirate movie. As Nadelman watched, the man downed the last of his beer, crushed the can with a casual squeeze of his hand, and dropped it into the pile at his feet, with the absent-minded propriety of a diner tossing down a crumpled napkin. Encircling the redhead's waist, he began walking with her toward the bar, pushing one of the businessmen out of the way with a hard shove of his shoulder. Moments later, Nadelman saw them pause and greet the girl with the chains across her chest. She nodded to them familiarly, breasts thrust out for their inspection, a celebrity acknowledging her peers. As she strutted off, the man turned to his woman and shouted something in her ear. Both grinned, the woman with evident distaste, and then they were lost amid the crowd of drinkers. Nadelman leaned his body against the beer-stained wood of the bar and wondered if it was time to leave. Though he was pleased with himself for having actually ventured into an honest-to-God S&M club, the place saddened and depressed him. Rhoda, seated beside him, as the best-looking woman there, she had managed to secure one of the few bar stools, looked up from her drink. "Do you think it gets any livelier than this?" "Yeah, at the end of the evening they squirt seltzer at us." "I wouldn't mind if they did. These pants are hot." "Hi, you hot pants," said a boozy voice. Nadelman felt himself jostled from behind and turned to see the slob in the T-shirt grinning at Rhoda, his arm still wrapped around the redhead's waist. Nadelman leaned toward him, feeling his own quota of beers pumping fizzily through his head. "I'm afraid I didn't catch your name." The other stuck out a hand, which Nadelman reached for until he saw that it was still clutching a bud. "Lenny," the man said. "I was just admiring your lady's outfit there." He gestured with the beer toward Rhoda's legs. Nadelman forced a smile. "And I was just admiring your earring," he said, nodding toward the bit of silver that gleamed in the other's left ear. It was a tiny version of the shape he'd seen earlier, a 5-pointed star turned upside down. The redhead, he saw now, was wearing a duplicate of it. "Nice," he added. "Awfully nice workmanship." "It fucking well ought to be," Lenny said with grumpy pride. "There's only 9 like it in the entire world. Me and Tina here know the artist who made 'em." He reached up and touched the earring in a curiously girlish gesture. Nadelman noticed that the back of his hand bore a tattoo of a similar design. "Does that star have some special significance?" The man's brows lowered menacingly. "Some special what?" "I mean, is it some kind of symbol?" Tina gave her companion a questioning glance, while he in turn eyed Nadelman and his girlfriend up and down, as if deciding whether they could be trusted. "Yeah," he said at last. "It's a symbol, all right. The symbol of our coven. You know what a coven is, pal?" "Sure," said Nadelman, on firm ground. Years before, in his sophomore year at college, he had gone on an occult kick, reading everything from John Dee to von Däniken. "It's like a congregation of witches." "Not bad," said Lenny. Tina nodded approvingly. "And that's what me and Lenny are," she said. "You're witches?" Nadelman tried to keep a straight face. Beside him he heard Rhoda giggle. "You got it, pal," said Lenny. He scratched his belly as Tina draped an arm around his thick shoulders. "It ain't like you're probably thinking, though. I mean, we're not into sacrificing babies and shit like that." Tina chuckled. "We just do our thing, you know. Live and let live, that's our motto." "Oh, of course," Nadelman nodded strenuously, the way he always did when he was around crazy, possibly dangerous people bigger than himself. Lenny looked well-muscled, the kind of guy who lifted weights in his basement, or hefted a lot of tire irons as he worked on his car. Or maybe he was just the sort of lower-class type who seems born with muscular, hairy arms, the way smart people are born with bad eyesight. Rhoda spoke up, a little more emphatically than usual, thanks to the drinks in her. "She's the witch, right?" She nodded at Tina. "But you yourself would be, what, a warlock? A wizard?" Lenny shook his head. He said. That's just a lot of bullshit people believe. A witch can be a man or a woman. Warlocks, he made a face. That's a whole nother bag. Those dudes are into black magic. We're into Wicca, the white stuff. Unless somebody gets us really, really pissed off. He laughed, blowing gusts of beer breath into Nadelman's face. Then, boy, oh boy, they better watch out. And does it actually work? Said Rhoda. Fucking A. They waited for him to elaborate, but Lenny was gazing around the bar as if looking for friends. Finally, Nadelman said, What's magic done for you two? Tina giggled and nudged Lenny with her hip. Helped the sex life, hasn't it? He grinned. Let me tell you, he said, little eyes darting back and forth between his two listeners. Our sex life don't need no help. My old lady here's a fucking sex machine. Nadelman stole a glance at Tina, who was smiling as if she agreed. He found himself envisioning steamy, occult-type sex with her. There was something arousing about the way the guy could brag about their sex life right in front of her like that. Tina had a solid little figure and looked up for anything, the kind who wouldn't say no to an orgy with a bunch of witches or bikers or whatever, though the notion of all those hairy limbs, beer bellies, and tattoos was something of a turn-off. It's hard to put your finger on exactly, Lenny was saying, eyes still on Rhoda's pants. Like, one guy in our coven went out and got himself a better job, just like that. And another couple was looking all over for an apartment, and like out of the blue they found one. With just an incredible rent, too, said Tina. Nadelman nodded, disappointed. That's something, all right. But it's more than that, said Lenny. It's also a religion, you know, like any other religion. We have our worship, our ceremonies, our beliefs. He shrugged. He might just as easily have been talking about his bowling league. Only we try to get back to the source, you dig? The life force. Before the church and all that other shit came along. I understand, said Nadelman. A kind of pre-Christian religion, right? Like paganism. Hey, you seem to know a bit, said Lenny, eyeing Nadelman guardedly. You wouldn't happen to be an initiate yourself by any chance? Nadelman was flattered. Well, I've done a bit of reading in my time. He searched his memory for names. Like Aleister Crowley, for instance. I know who you mean, said Tina. The bald guy. They sell his books upstairs in the shop. And that fellow Huysmans, said Nadelman. The one who wrote La Ba. Two blank stares. And Montague Summers. Oh, yeah, I know him, said Lenny. We got some books of his at home. Lots of pages in Latin and German. Right, with no translations. I also used to read a lot of supernatural fiction. Lovecraft, that sort of thing. Hey, that stuff's not fiction, said the witch. No way. That dude was into some heavy shit. Believe me, pal, I know. You better learn how to read between the lines. It's all there, those gods of his and those demons. The whole doggone myth. He pronounced it doggone. I'm telling you, that guy knew a lot more than he was letting on. You just gotta know what to look for. Like I do. Years later, when the letters began arriving from Huntoon, Nadelman would remember what had so frightened him about the witch. The man's boastfulness, his certainty that knowledge was concealed to all but him, and his earnest faith in the pleasures of revenge. Boy, oh boy, they'd better watch out. There was a lesson to be drawn from those people in the bar, and Nadelman had not been slow to learn it. The world, he had discovered, was full of sad, lonely, pathetic people. They were basically good people, most of them, deserving of sympathy, worthy even of respect. But many of them, especially the sort who laid claim to celestial wisdom, preternatural power, magical loopholes in the laws of the universe, were not the sort of people he would care to have as friends. They were too disposed to fantasy, play-acting, and delusion, whatever would lend their dreary lives a bit of spurious drama. For too many of them, the occult was just a bridge between cosmology and kinky sex. They were, in a word, creeps. In later days he'd met their counterparts in other walks of life. There were the military creeps, nom-droppers he called them, with their contempt for civilians and their penchant for macho-sounding jargon. There were the trivia creeps who read the Times from cover to cover and never forgot a fact. There were the movie creeps who saw 3 films a day and appeared to love them all indiscriminately. There were the religious creeps who'd found Jesus or Jehovah and wanted everybody to know. He'd met left-wing creeps with schemes to promote a workers' revolution, and right-wing creeps with stockpiles of weapons in their basements. He'd met techno-creeps who prided themselves on their ability to read Scientific American, and wine creeps who made a show of knowing which brand to order in restaurants, and Mensa creeps who bragged of their IQs, and consumer creeps who always found bargains that no one else knew about. Astrology nuts at the office had given him worthless tips on the market. Fruitarians in his apartment house had warned him that everything he ate was poison, even most vegetables. Cab drivers had assured him that the national elections were fixed, and that they alone knew who was behind it. Their one common denominator, the single sure mark of the creep, was that they were, every one of them, in the know, privy to information denied to other mortals, or that others were simply too stupid to see. "Believe me, pal, I know." They had banished the questions from their lives, these people. They knew all the answers. But in fact, Nadelman had long ago concluded they knew nothing, and less than nothing. Over the years, the witch with the hairy chest had become, in Nadelman's mind, a composite of them all, their elected representative in Congress. Credit the creep with one thing, at least. If Nadelman had had any last flickering vestiges of an adolescent interest in the outre, the witch had effectively extinguished them, his grubby fingers snuffing out that final mystic candle. No longer would Nadelman waste time over Kabbalism, holistic healing, the 39 steps to power, and the wisdom of the East. They were merely the banners to which losers flocked. Henceforth, the daily battleground of the ad agency would be challenge enough for him, and its year-end raises and mid-year bonuses enough of a reward. The woods were full of crackpots armed with mantras and mandalas, volumes of occult knowledge, pipelines to divinity, but he doubted that they dressed as well as he did, or smelled as good, or drove as big a car. Everybody died, after all, holy men as easily as ad men. This robust philosophy had sustained him over the succeeding decade far more efficiently than art or religion ever had. Once he and Rhoda had lived in Cobble Hill, in a drafty fourth-floor walk-up where their bookshelves were of bricks and planks, and roaches ruled the kitchen. Now they lived on the rich side of the river, in a 2-bedroom co-op with a $240 a month parking space in the basement garage. He no longer jogged round the little park on Congress Street each morning, or scribbled strange, desperate poems at bedtime in an old spiral notebook. He belonged to a health club near his office now, where he sweated away the extra pounds on steel and leather Nautilus machines, and the last thing he'd written that rhymed had been a jingle for Jergens lotion. He had a wife who'd just gone back to work for a computer graphics firm, a son in 3rd grade at a special school for dyslexics, a $160,000 mortgage, and a dachshund. On Fridays after work, he had guilty athletic sex in a village apartment with a Yugoslavian divorcee from the health club. He still had roaches, but then everybody did. Huntoon's letter, which arrived midway through the 2nd week of October, came as a minor intrusion. When Nadelman got home from work that night, it was waiting for him, laid out alongside the New Yorker renewal notice, American Express bill, and annual cancer care appeal that had come in that day's mail. He frowned when he saw it, and as he read it through, he shook his head and muttered, "God, and such a creepy kid," though other men in his position might actually have been flattered. The letter was at least in part a fan letter, and, as Nadelman immediately realized, it had come to him as the indirect result of a poem he had written 20 years ago in college during his sophomore year flirtation with the occult. The poem, grandly titled Advent of the Prometheans, a Cantata, was one of several that Nadelman had published in the Union College literary magazine, The Unicorn. He had written it as a protest against the compulsory Sunday chapel service that Union, as a Baptist institution, had in those days imposed upon all undergraduates, Christian, Jew, and atheist alike. The poem had been, as he saw it, a kind of metaphoric rock hurled at the ancient chapel's ugly stained-glass windows, with their pious flock of prophets, saints, and Savior. A more compelling motive, though, had been one of simple imitation. Having spent half the year reading books on black magic, followed by a dalliance with Swinburne, Huysmans, Villiers de l'Isle Adam, and the rest of their decadent crew, from the exquisite blood-drenched torments of Lautréamont to the batrachian-faced horrors of Lovecraft, in short, all the dark and sinister exotics to which adolescents are drawn, he had set out to write this kind of thing himself. The resulting work, a paean to some imaginary leprous-featured rival of the Lord, had had 10 distinct sections, each with its own peculiar metre, including a gaudily ornate invocation near the end. It had been the longest poem, and by far the most ambitious, that Nadelman had ever attempted, or ever would again. No one at Union had been as scandalized by the poem as Nadelman had hoped, since no one at Union actually read the Unicorn, save for those few souls whose names appeared regularly on its contents page. It was popularly known around campus as the Eunuch. Nadelman's epic would have shared the same fate as the rest of that magazine's offerings, to moulder away forgotten on some dusty library shelf, or, as with Nadelman's own copy, stuffed into an old suitcase in the hall closet, amid a jumble of papers, school reports, and tattered notebooks from his youth, if it hadn't been for Nicky Sondheim. Sondheim, 2 years Nadelman's senior, had been editor of the Unicorn in those days, an intense, fast-talking character with a subversive grin. He'd been the first person Nadelman knew who smoked marijuana. He'd lived off campus, played folk guitar, and was known to have slept with a professor's wife. Nadelman had revered him as a great aesthete and thinker, but had lost touch with him in the years following graduation. Sondheim, he'd heard, had gone on to become a not-too-successful songwriter, and later a highly successful record producer. Today, in fact, Sondheim was an executive at Warner, with several up-and-coming young rock groups in his stable, among them one from Astoria, Queens, that, after calling itself Rumpelstiltskin, the Fireflies, and a succession of similarly uninspired names, was now known to the world as Gizmo. Like AC/DC, Iron Maiden, Twisted Sister, and a host of lesser-known bands, Gizmo specialized in purveying a kind of loud, satanic rock that appealed mainly to prepubescent boys. Nadelman's cantata, with its lines about poisoned kisses, the lord of dark corruption, and the hunger of the worm that gnaws, would be just their meat. When, a year ago, it had come time for the group to cut its 4th album, Walpurgis Night, Sondheim had gone rummaging through his collection of old unicorns, and had seen to it that the group's lead singer, Ray Minor, who wrote most of their songs, got a look at Nadelman's poem. It lent itself perfectly to the type of florid, somewhat convoluted scoring for which Minor was famous. Nicky had also gotten Reinhold Schramm, the grave-looking, lab-coated actor on the Physoderm acne cream commercials, to narrate the invocation. He'd described him to Nadelman with a laugh as the poor man's Vincent Price. After a bit of prudent surgery here and there, and the excision of some stanzas on divine retribution, Nadelman's poem had found its way onto the album's B-side, where it appeared retitled as New God on the Block, just between Darn Tootin' and Devil of a Time. Nadelman hadn't even heard of Gizmo until last winter, when Sondheim had telephoned him, quite out of the blue, to tell him they were interested in his poem. Since, the way the group sang it, you could barely make out the words unless you strained to hear, and since the money he'd eventually received, $1,200 and change, plus a point or two if the song ever went single, and another if the album went gold, wasn't half as much as he'd initially expected, he had greeted the album's release last spring with little enthusiasm. Nicky had invited him to a party marking the event at Tavern on the Green, where Nadelman and his wife, nibbling on caviar-coated squares of pastry, had been introduced to the various members of the band. Despite their shaggy appearance and the air of sneering menace that their public image demanded, they had struck Nadelman as an ordinary bunch of high school dropouts, good-natured, rather giggly, and no more satanic than the boys in the office mailroom. He had nothing in common with any of them. He could barely remember their names. Besides, he had better things to do. He was now, at 42, one of the best-paid group heads at Sheridan Sussman, creator, almost single-handed, of the highly successful No Banana campaign that had taken a 9% share of the fruit-flavored soft drink market away from Sprite and 7-Up. The soda was said to contain the combined flavors of 8 healthful fruits, bananas not among them, hence the product's name, and also its popular jingle, "Yes, we have no banana." Nadelman had no illusions about the actual social value of his work, but he took a certain pride in doing it cleverly. It was hard to be proud, though, of being immortalized on a rock and roll album, especially in light of the other songs on it, most of them written by Miner, all of them juvenile and silly. Even his own words sounded silly, at least the ones he was able to make out. The patience of the glacier, the comfort of a shriek, the cruelty of the razor as it slices through your cheek. Whatever had he been thinking of? He kept a dozen or so copies of the album in his record collection, intending to give them away as joke gifts some day, or maybe sell if they ever became valuable. Nicky had assured him that they might. There was, he said, an excellent market for out-of-print LPs. What an odd phrase for record albums, was all Nadelman had said. Out of print. 2 of the songs from Walpurgis Night had already gone single, Darn Tootin' and Mercy Fuck, under the abbreviated title Mercy. Thanks to the notoriety of its lyrics, a cleaned-up version of the latter had even made the top 40. Not that that particular honor was one to which Nadelman had ever aspired. The phrase itself merely reminded him of middle age. Unlike the 2 hits, New God on the Block had never become particularly famous. As the longest song on the album, it had been considered too unwieldy for a single. Friends occasionally informed him that they'd heard it played in its entirety, or in a slightly cut version with the instrumental section in the middle removed, on certain FM progressive rock stations, the sort that didn't confine themselves to singles. But Nadelman seldom listened to the radio, except for a couple of all-news stations, and he'd never once heard it on the air. The only mention he'd ever seen of his song had been in a West Coast magazine called Hippodrome, which was dedicated to hard rock and heavy metal music, and featured earnest articles with titles like Freak League Hits the Comeback Trail and Motley Crue's Grossest Gig Ever. This year's June issue had had a think piece by one Jordan Steinbaum entitled Satan Calls the Tune? Nadelman suspected that the question mark had been an afterthought inserted by the magazine's lawyers. It analyzed each of the songs on Walpurgis Night in reverent detail, and concluded that the album's central message was essentially one of guarded nihilism. Nadelman would not normally have come across it. He'd never even heard of the magazine, but Sondheim had mailed him a copy with a note paperclip to it that read, "You're famous, kid. See page 31. The article had devoted far more space to Miner's song One Virgin Too Many, and to a ditty called Blasted by the group's notorious drummer Rocco Rosconi. Nadelman's contribution had been the subject of a single meaty paragraph. But for sheer metaphysical chutzpah, Rosconi's pagan battle cry is the merest whimper compared to the LP's longest cry, New God on the Block, in which Miner's bravura tunesmithery and club-honed guitar pyrotechnics provide a solid heavy metal underpinning to the arcane maledictions of a non-gizmo lyricist, the mysterious I. Nadelman, described by Warner Publicity only as a decadent poet and surrealist currently residing in a bohemian section of Manhattan. The song's arrangement, complete with a spoken narration, is a bafflingly complex one, and so are the lyrics themselves, hinting at the emergence of some sinister rival deity responsible for all the world's ills, the idol of the abattoir, the god of cancer, insanity, and pain. And unless these pointed ears deceive me, providing listeners with a list of ingredients, a kind of allegorical recipe for the construction of a servant in this new god's image, presumably to do it some form of worship. Heady stuff for a sub-teen-oriented group like Gizmo, and perhaps signaling the direction the band will be taking in the years ahead. Nadelman had been amused to learn that his East 76th Street neighborhood was a stronghold of bohemianism. Presumably Sondheim had had a hand in that. He didn't know Nicky well enough anymore to guess whether the line had been an ironic joke or merely nostalgia. Apparently it was the article that had led Nadelman's correspondent to him. A little white-gummed label, pasted slightly askew on the corner of the envelope, bore the return address, Mrs. Loney Huntoon, 1152 Locust Court, Long Beach, Long Island, New York, and the silhouette of a tiny red lobster. The S in Mrs. and the first name had been crossed out by the same heavy childish hand that had written the letter, in a thick black ballpoint pen on pages torn from a spiral notebook, leaving ragged perforations at the edge like a line of broken battlements. Dear Sir, you're the only I. Nadelman in Manhattan, so I sure hope this letter gets to you. If it falls into the wrong hands, I bet we would really be in for it, right? I figured you were one of those West Coast writers and never thought you could actually be living so close by to me. Well, sir, enough of that. You're probably a busy man, and I don't want to waste your time. I really have got to take my hat off to you, though. You do know what you're talking about, that's for sure. I've tried the charts in the Crawley books, but they don't work worth shit, and I used to practice the Bledsoe color method and belong to the Astar Society and the EOD, but frankly the states I've gotten into are not all that powerful. And I tried playing that new Judas Priest album backward, you know that cut I mean, on a device I personally invented, but though I heard some hints at who was up there calling the shots, I don't have to tell you, right? And the last cut on the album has a line I distinctly heard about he waits and watch us over, or watch us suffer, or some such. The rest was not too clear. Got sick of following Priest after their Jersey City gig. Well, sir, you can't blame me, right? But I've been a Gizmo fan since that Dynamite Outrage Jizz album. By the way, are you friends with Rocco Rusconi? What's he like? The main reason I'm writing is I was really excited by your song. The way you come right out and give those instructions and all for making that creature to serve the god. That's just got to get the others scared, don't you think? I think you're really brave for letting out the process like that. I have been building one of these creatures on my roof in the god's image, just like you say. It will sure as hell scare the bejesus out of those little pests that keep leaving their shit up there and disturbing Mama, so she is all for it. I have all the necessary ingredients right here on the beach, and will follow all your instructions. Well, sir, I know you are a very busy man, but there's just one thing I want to ask you. How do I give it the face that's in the song? Licorice, is it? It's hard to make it out with all those damn guitar riffs. I can't carve a rock like the song says. There aren't even any around here big enough anyway, and the melons I try keep coming out a mess. Please write back real fast. Faithful, your follower, Arlen Huntoon. No doubt the boy had meant this as a fan letter, but Nadelman found it disturbing. It reminded him of the strangers' letters that occasionally found their way into the agency, full of rambling complaints about a faulty product, sometimes in tones of deference bordering on obsequiousness, sometimes making veiled threats or hinting at a payoff, often veering from sentence to sentence between these two postures. He usually read them over with a mixture of pity and revulsion, mentally adding sick every few lines. Huntoon's letter aroused the same reaction. He was sorry that the young creep had found out his address. At least, though, he didn't live nearby. Long Beach was nearly an hour away on the Long Island Railroad. Nadelman himself had spent most of his childhood in Woodland Park, only 2 stops earlier on the same line. The average Gizmo fan was all of 12, but this one sounded older. At any rate, he still lived with his mother, and apparently he cared enough about her to erect some kind of scarecrow on the roof, a scarecrow built to Nadelman's design. It will sure as hell scare the bejesus out of those little pests. Nadelman remembered how, back in Brooklyn, he'd had to keep scaring away the pigeons that would try to roost on the ledge of the window by the baby's bed, lest his son get one of those pigeon-shit diseases Rhoda was always reading about in the Times. Out in Long Beach it was probably seagulls. "Daddy?" Michael trotted into the kitchen, where Nadelman had been reading the mail. He was now a few months short of 8, and seldom content just to walk any more. "See? Look what I did." Nadelman put down the letter and looked at what his son was holding out. It was an ordinary wooden pencil with a thin wire staple protruding from the middle, like a tiny croquet wicket. "And what might that be?" "It's a pencil with a handle, so you can carry it with you. I invented it." "Aha! And very useful, too." He gave the boy a kiss on his curly hair, remembering how Huntoon had alluded to a device I personally invented. Perhaps all men were inventors. Hadn't he himself invented a god? Nadelman had no clear mental image of Huntoon, but for a moment he pictured him as a shabbier, more distant version of his son, wonderstruck with the awesome possibilities of bending things, fastening things, wiring together the myriad things of this world. "I certainly hope you're going to write the child back," said Rhoda at dinner that night. "Well, I'm not sure that's such a good idea," Nadelman said carefully. "Better not to start with him. Let him think I'm not the Nadelman he wants." "Aw." Rhoda made a concerned face, the kind that, when she'd made it years ago, at bag ladies and bums, had forced him to realize that she was more than just a sex-pot. In some ways, he still preferred the sex-pot. "Honey, that isn't very nice," she said. "I'll bet it's the first fan letter you've ever gotten." "And probably the last," said Nadelman, "unless I decide to turn rock star." "Well, I just think you owe him a reply." Yes, I guess so," he said, to avert the chance of any more concerned faces, but swayed as well by the image of a forlorn, teenaged version of his son waiting somewhere out in Long Beach for a friendly word. He carried the boy's letter with him to the office the next day and showed it, chuckling but secretly proud, to two of his colleagues. Then he typed a short reply, one that, by raising no questions, would discourage further communication. "Dear Mr. Huntoon, many thanks for your kind letter. It's good to know there's someone out there who enjoys my work. No, I'm sorry to say I don't know Mr. Rusconi or any other members of the band. I don't as a rule follow rock music. As for the question of what sort of face to give your creation, I'm afraid I may have been a bit impractical in having my hero carve a leprous, note, not licorice, featured visage, hewn from solid rock. Probably the easiest way to make an effective face for the figure would be to buy a rubber Halloween mask and simply put it over one of those melons of yours. Good luck, and hope it accomplishes its purpose." He dropped it in the out bin on his desk and turned, pleased with his efficiency, to other work, a sheaf of glossy product specs for a new frozen dessert with which he had to familiarize himself for tomorrow's meeting, some copy to approve. I cannot tell a lie, the flavor of Holiday Farm cherry treats comes right off the cherry tree. A phone call to his broker. Midway through the call, while the broker, never more than a voice on the phone, left to verify the day's prices, a nagging thought assailed Nadelman. Don't start with these people. But he was soon distracted by the man's return and a litany of figures that could spell the difference between a vacation in Dubrovnik or one in Vermont. When he thought of the letter again, his out-bin had already been emptied. There was no one else at the office he could think of to show Huntoon's letter, no one else who'd be anything but contemptuous. Fan letters from semi-literates were at best a dubious honor, and though most of his associates were aware that an old college poem of Nadelman's had lately been turned into a rock song, he wasn't sure it was politically wise to remind them of it. They were all failed writers here, after all, and not inclined to look kindly on a fellow employee who dabbled, however humbly, in the arts. He slipped Huntoon's letter into his shirt pocket, and that night, after dinner, while his wife and son were in the living room silently absorbed in all creatures great and small, he swung open the hall closet, and from its depths, smelling of galoshes and ice skates, dragged the battered suitcase that contained all that was left of his college work. There seemed no more appropriate place to file Huntoon's letter. It would never have occurred to him to throw it away. Some day it might provide solace, like an old love letter. The suitcase, inherited from Rhoda's father, had been elegant once and probably expensive, but now the leather bore a zigzag of scratches, as from a mad scribbler, and the pair of brass clamps that held the two sides closed were stiff with age. As he pried them loose, the suitcase fell open like a book, and a cascade of papers spilled out onto the rug. At his feet he recognized the faded pastel covers of the college literary magazine, several legal pads containing early attempts at composition, and a stack of ancient notebooks filled with lecture notes and doodles. Here, in fact, lying amid the pile, was the very issue of the Unicorn in which his poem had first appeared. Seating himself cross-legged on the rug, he flipped through the magazine's yellowed pages, shaking his head at the thick institutional-looking type. How the crew in the Shepard and Sussman art department would wince at stuff like that. The uneven leading and margins, the self-important revolutionary rhetoric, and the pretentious aesthetic manifesto. God, had they really spelled it with a K, with which his friend Nicky had prefaced the issue? We seek no wide audience for the expressions herein contained, but rather the informed understanding of a small band of like-minded amateurs of the written word. Christ, could he ever blackmail Sondheim with this stuff now? The issue's lead story was a thinly fictionalized sketch by some co-ed from Connecticut about losing her virginity. Nadelman recalled that both he and Nicky had had the hots for her. That intense, fragile quality of hers had had him drooling in those days, but today he'd probably find it exasperating. Strange to think that she'd be 40 now. Ah, here was his opus. Advent of the Prometheans, a cantata. How in the world had he ever arrived at so pompous a title? He didn't even know what the hell it meant anymore, though he recalled laboring over the phrase for hours one night in his dorm room. The cantata part, at least, he dimly remembered. It was taken from some poem he'd had to read for one of his courses, the Beggar's Cantata, something like that. He suspected that his use of the term was technically at least incorrect, but no doubt in those days it had struck him as le mot juste. The poem itself was not entirely pleasant to come back to after all these years. It hardly seemed his own work at all, but rather that of a naive, headstrong young son, tied to him by blood, but something of an embarrassment to his old man. He knew that Gizmo had deleted several portions of the poem from their musical version, but he'd never been interested enough to compare the two. He scanned it now with some trepidation, wincing as his first glance discovered a typo in the opening section's title, The Divine Impersonation. Jesus, no wonder he'd gone into advertising. There were 10 such sections at all, each with its own lofty title preceded by a Roman numeral. How ambitious he'd been then! To think that he'd set out to bring down God. Indeed, Part 1 read like a prosecutor's brief against the Lord. A God who stinks of carrion because our blood he drinks, and on our flesh he gnaws. He'd had it both ways in those days, capitalizing the pronouns for mystical effect, yet, just for the frisson, lower-casing God throughout, like one who deliberately mispronounces an enemy's name. God hadn't really been an enemy, of course. It had mainly been those damned chapel windows every Sunday, with their saccharine visions of heaven. He had long ago decided that anyone who could believe in such an afterlife deserved to be sent there forthwith. His main interest in writing the poem, in fact, had been a simple and earnest desire to blaspheme. In his own adolescent way, Nadelman had been trying to live up to his name. He'd set out to needle God. There didn't have to be a reason. Young men liked to blaspheme, just as young boys liked to play at being good. Ironically, for all the passion of his Jeremiads, he'd been something of a skeptic even then. Far from actually believing in the cruel new rival God described later in the poem, he'd even had his doubts about the old one. The Lord, in fact, had long since vanished from his life in the same manner as the 3 gods of his childhood, Santa, the Tooth Fairy, and the Easter Bunny. Even as a schoolboy, despite the rabbi's tedious sermons and the wonders described in his Hebrew texts, there'd seemed no reason to believe in this one God any more than in the others. All were merely amiable supernatural fictions designed to comfort childish minds. Later, in high school, when he'd read Freud's The Future of an Illusion, he had found it old hat. He had moral doubts about the Lord as well. He'd been raised not only on Santa Claus, but also on fairy tales, fables, and nursery stories, colorful fantasies in which goodness was invariably rewarded in the end, and evil punished. As a child, he'd believed such things were true. He had also believed, thanks to his childhood picture books, the ones filled with fuzzy felt animals, that the only proper response to something furry was to reach out and pet it. The world, as a result, had proved a bitter disappointment, punctuated here and there by nasty surprises. At age 3, he had reached out in the garden to pet the enticing yellow fur of a passing bumblebee, and had been rewarded with a wicked sting on the palm of his hand that left it swollen twice its size. At school he discovered that there were no heroes, that the weakest lived in terror of the strong, and that God seemed to favor the bullies. Not that he himself had much to complain of. Save for the inevitable pains of growing up in this world, his own life had always been comfortable enough. But the lives of others, the ones he saw depicted on the TV news and in the magazines, seemed overwhelmingly tragic. It was hard to have faith in the justice of things when all around him people were dying in curious and terrible ways. Sometimes, admittedly, the deaths of his fellow men had been easy to accept, merely demonstrating the good sense of the universe. As a boy, he'd heard about an over-eager deer hunter who had stumbled over a root and had blown the top of his head off. The tale had merely confirmed the rightness of things. Years later, he would hear reports about revolutionaries of one stripe or another who blew themselves to bits while building homemade bombs. He found such stories quite cheering. The cosmos was just, after all. By the time he'd reached high school, he'd discovered that, with a little intellectual effort, he could justify damned near anything, and it certainly helped stave off despair. Innocent people, it turned out, were in no real danger. It was only the guilty who died. Did cigarette smokers cough their lives away? They'd clearly brought it on themselves. Did some alcoholic poet drink himself to death? It served him right. When a plane load of nuns went down over the Andes, he told himself that this was what happened to people who tried to jam their religion down other people's throats, pious do-gooders. With a few small logical contortions, you could take the game still further. Was a socialite found stabbed to death in her apartment? The empty-headed parasite, she deserved it. Was a lawyer mugged? We've got more than enough lawyers, thank you, selfish bastards. Did a doctor wreck his private plane? Think of all the money that jerk was making. Another OD'd rock star? How trite. A father of 12 killed by a hit-and-run driver? The thoughtless asshole who told him to produce all those children. A family in Utah slain by a tornado? Only schmucks lived out there, anyhow. Sometimes the game became difficult, but doggedly he kept right on playing, if only to preserve his peace of mind. Did old men and women suffer strokes? Maybe they should have exercised more. Were people dying right and left of heart attacks and cancer? Well, he'd make damned sure to watch what he ate. Then one day, disconcertingly, he'd read about a young Columbia student killed by youths in the subway while going to the aid of a stranger. The guy had been the same age as Nadelman, from almost the same background, at the top of his class. They'd even had the same major. Nadelman, at that point, gave up the game. Not everyone would have, even then. A Job might have convinced himself that all human beings were guilty, he as well as the rest, that all were living here on borrowed time, and that the Lord was therefore perfectly justified in killing anyone he damned well chose. But then Nadelman had always regarded Job as a bit of a lunatic. He himself had reached a somewhat more reasonable conclusion. Rather than worshipping God as a divine and highly arbitrary executioner, it made more sense to see the position as vacant. There was no one in control up there. The office was empty. Nobody home. Or maybe, and here was the germ of his poem, there was simply another God in charge, deranged and malign, delighting in cruelty and mischief. How else to explain the things he read each day in the headlines in the Post? Nadelman didn't read the paper itself, having learned how unreliable it was, but the headlines continued to entrance him. The couple in their 90s who had taken their own lives when a new landlord evicted them from their apartment, claiming he needed it for relatives. The law and God had done nothing. The high school honor student returning from her after-school job who'd been accidentally killed by a stray police bullet. The cop had been firing at a mugger whom the Lord had helped to escape. The social worker who, on her way home from tutoring a blind man, had been murdered by a psycho with a meat cleaver. He was still at large. The little girl who died because her fundamentalist parents refused her the medicine that might have saved her life. The parents had claimed religious freedom and saw evidence of divine justice at work. Today, Nadelman knew, the morons who'd shelled out $500 for a couple of weekends at Est, there were several of them at the office, each creepier than the last, would probably assure him that we are all responsible for everything that happens to us, even tumors or cellulite deposits, even a loose brick tumbling onto our heads as we stroll down the sidewalk. But it had seemed much more satisfying to Nadelman at that time to blame it all on God, even one he didn't believe in. The one low-level religious studies course he'd been pressured into taking at Union had failed to change his mind. It had also given him his only D. The God whose praises were sung in the Bible simply didn't seem to square with the reality Nadelman saw all around him. The fellow in the Bible could be cruel, vindictive, and jealous. A mean SOB, in fact, especially in the Old Testament. But at least he was, in some harsh authoritarian way, a just God. Yet despite the propaganda dished out to the students each Sunday, Nadelman had seen evidence that another God was at the wheel. A furtive God, the poem had said. A greedy God. We struggle for an answer, but no God is there. Just the deity of cancer, of anguish and despair. He frowned now as he read over the verses. They seemed the merest doggerel, like lines from a bad translation. Back in those days, he'd apparently thought it cool to stick ravaged on the same line as ravished, and to put accents grave over the last syllable of words like punished, so they'd sound more poetic. And to use, heaven help him, words like foam-flecked and slime-drenched. Had he really gone in for the apostrophes? He checked the magazine and winced. He had. A lot of the poem, he knew, recorded nothing more meaningful than some youthful experiments with a rhyming dictionary. He remembered the dictionary itself, a bar mitzvah present from Aunt Lottie, along with an expensive leather notebook whose corner he saw now, peeking from the bottom of the pile of old paper. Nadelman had had enough theology for one night. Getting to his feet, he stuffed the papers back into the suitcase, slipped Huntoon's letter inside, and snapped the bag closed. Shoving it to the back of the closet, he went into the living room to catch the end of Creatures. By bedtime, the letter was forgotten. On Thursday of the following week, however, the mail, like a sea forever demanding offerings, casting up new unexpected objects in return, brought a second letter from Huntoon. It was shorter than the first, but considerably more unnerving, in part, no doubt, because of the photograph. Dear Mr. Nadelman, thank you for writing back to me so fast. Mama says she's going to frame your letter. We've never had the autograph of an actual author before, though I have shaken hands with Joe Elliott of Def Leppard on several occasions, and have a signed photo in the dinette of Eddie Van Halen. The mask is a great idea, and looks just fine. It'll scare the living shit out of those Bravermans. They won't be so Braverman then, right? I couldn't find anything that looked right at the 5 and Dime. It's all Star Wars stuff and Gremlins these days. But I bought a big bird's head, sort of like a rooster head, because of that line in the song about how the creature comes before cockcrow, and I turned it inside out. It looks damn good that way. You can see it in the picture Mama took. I keep the thing on my roof, where the sun can get at it, and maybe the God will consent to give it life. The photograph showed what appeared to be a mass of rotting garbage, the sort that Nadelman had seen washed up by the tide, glistening with grease and reeking of dead fish when, as a boy, he'd walked the Long Beach shoreline in winter. It lay piled in a roughly man-like shape, arms outspread, like those false aircraft images that New Guineans built out of underbrush to attract passing planes. The figure was lying on the tarry black surface of an apartment rooftop. In the distance, Nadelman could see the flat top of a similar building and the peaked roofs of neighboring houses. Jagged things that looked like shards of glass, perhaps from broken windows, gleamed amid its body, especially at the hands. A used toilet paper roll and gobs of crumpled Kleenex, the former sticking upright like a phallus, showed where Huntoon had dumped the contents of a bathroom wastebasket onto the roof. It was strange to see a creature from the back room of his imagination, something he'd conjured up in a few scribbled lines conceived in the loneliness of his dorm, take hideous concrete form in the photograph. Seeing it embodied there on the roof made him feel vaguely godlike, but an imperfect, irresponsible god, who let others do his dirty work, and who had no real hint of what he had created until he saw it face to face. It was a little like the shock he'd felt the previous year, working on the campaign for a new vitamin-enriched peanut butter-like spread called Kiffle, when one of his illustrators had first unveiled the strange peanut-shaped creature he'd drawn to go with Nadelman's tagline, "What in the world is a Kiffle?" Or like the feeling he'd had, the uncertain pride and disbelief, when a beaming nurse had first shown him his son. Only this thing was something he'd prefer to disown. He wondered, briefly, who the Bravermans were, and why it was important they be scared. At the top of the photo was the thing's head, presumably a melon, though the fruit was concealed beneath a grotesque-looking full-face rubber mask turned inside out. Instead of a bird, it looked like some travesty of a sea creature, an immense, smooth, pink-skinned shrimp, dragged from the depths with mouth sealed over and eye sockets vacant. Crouched at the head, cradling it like a trophy, was a grinning, hatchet-faced man with a black mustache, sideburns, and a long, wolfish-looking jaw. He was dressed as if for winter. It was cold near the water, Nadelman knew, in heavy gloves and a shapeless green overcoat with a pair of brownish stains down the front. He was holding the thing's head up to the camera like some exultant lawman posed beside the corpse of John Dillinger, or like the soldiers propping up the head of Che Guevara. The man was easily in his 30s and looked rough, broad-shouldered, and beefy, the sort who wouldn't go out of his way to avoid a brawl. And something malicious in his smile reminded Nadelman of the witch he'd met that night in the bar down in Chelsea. The letter continued. "That's me there on the roof with it. No cracks, please, about my ugly mug. I'm raring to go, and there are certain people who'll be sorry they ever chose to cross me. Now all I have to do is invoke the god and get it moving. AFA, a friend always, Arlen. P.S. Would you mind if I called you up sometime? There's a lot you and me should discuss. I know you're a busy man, and promise I will not abuse the privilege." Nadelman's heart beat faster. So this was his supposed teenage fan, the one he'd felt so sorry for, or rather the one Rhoda had felt so sorry for, another mark against her. His instincts had been right. He should never have written back to the fellow. He should have sensed that wolfish face even in Huntoon's first letter, peering at him just behind the paper's ragged edges, whispering to him from the smeared black ink. And to think that the dumb bastard took Gizmo's song seriously. He actually believed that the words Nadelman had cribbed from a rhyming dictionary and a bunch of college library books were a magical spell, and was now waiting patiently for the Holy Ghost to come and animate his garbage pile. Nadelman remembered something Rhoda's analyst had told her. Reality is never enough for some people. He resolved that tomorrow, immediately upon getting up, he would attend to something he'd been meaning to do for years, what with clients who felt free to bother him at any hour here at home. He would get himself an unlisted phone number and keep the creeps at bay. The night was chillier than any so far that fall, a preview of November just 10 days away, while December, the real thing, lurked just beyond the horizon. 3 floors down, among the dim shapes of cars parked on 76th Street, an automobile alarm went off with an insistent animal yowl, no doubt from the mere touch of another car's bumper. Nadelman lay unmoving with his head on the pillow, sensing the other hundreds of people in the neighborhood waiting, as he was, for the siren to stop. An hour after midnight he heard distant thunder, strange on so cold a night, and probably the last he'd hear till spring. Whipped by the wind, rain slapped against the windows like something solid and alive. He thought of the same rain soaking the thing that lay out there on the roof in Long Beach. Was it no more now than a sodden mass of garbage, or did it lie there like a corpse? Rolling out of bed so as not to waken Rhoda, who over years of their marriage had become more and more unmovable in sleep, even as his own became increasingly uncertain, he tiptoed out to the hall in his underwear, closing the bedroom door behind him. In the kitchen he poured a finger of cognac into the world's greatest dad mug Michael had given him last Father's Day, but after taking a sip he decided it would give him heartburn. Anyway, this stuff didn't do his body any good. He had to stay in shape for his weekly session downtown tomorrow with Seal. Carefully he poured the dark liquid back into the bottle. From the living room came the sound of rain beating urgently against the windows. He rose and went toward them. From the end table beside the couch, where remnants of the day's mail were still gathered, he withdrew the snapshot from Huntoon's most recent letter. Studying the blind, smooth-faced thing that lay on the roof, he smiled, remembering a comic book character from his childhood. Heap, it had been called, a slithering mass of living garbage, complete with flies and wavy odor lines. And suddenly he remembered how he'd arrived at the name of his poem. The creature mentioned in its closing stanzas, the servant of the nameless god, had been a monster he'd made up of equal parts Heap, the golem, and the third figure, one that had given him his unlikely title, Advent of the Prometheans. He had taken it from the modern Prometheus, the subtitle of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. Like a child frightened of a face staring from the cover of a comic book, and who, even in a darkened room, must turn the picture over before he dares give himself to sleep, Nadelman felt an urge to hide the letter and photo in the same place he'd filed the previous one. Opening the closet in the hall, he dragged out the old suitcase again. But once he'd gotten the catch unfastened, instead of slipping the envelope inside, he reached in and drew forth the unicorn, which he opened back to his poem. Maybe it wasn't quite so bad after all. Maybe he'd had some talent then. The second section, severely truncated in Gizmo's version, was entitled A Vision of Decay. It advanced an explanation of the Lord's apparent callousness and neglect. Perhaps it said he had simply grown old, senile, weak. A dull grey god of fizzle, fail, and blunder, who speaks to us in drizzle, not in thunder. In the third section, Recognition, the poem's narrator decided that the sheer sadism of the god he'd been observing was far too energetic and too fiendishly ingenious to be the work of an old, sick, burnt-out god. All the evidence bespoke a new god, a bloodthirsty young upstart, not mild but savage, wild, a hyperactive god, too viciously inventive to be sane. Nadelman's intention at the time had been to compare the position of the human race to that of beleaguered medieval peasants, hapless pawns in an incomprehensible war between two uncaring lords. As the battle raged this way and that, they suffered the agonies of both sides. Part 4, Retribution, had been cut altogether by the band, perhaps properly so, since it amounted to something of a false lead. In it, the narrator tried to imagine where this upstart god had come from. Perhaps the old god had created him. "I'll create me a creator," he would say, in order to punish mankind for its polluted civilization and warlike ways, which spelled ruin for all life on Earth. Nadelman shook his head as he scanned the ringing phrases, remembering the certainties of the early 60s. The next section, Hymn to Corruption, half Swinburne, half Pete Seeger, had been left intact. It wondered if there might be pollution in heaven just as here on earth, and if this new god might be some sort of mutation, in short, a true adversary. Such a hypothesis struck the narrator as correct, for the new god appeared to be, in terms of pure hellishness, as powerful as the old. A rival god who sides with the bullies, the landlords, and the bees. "Honey, come to bed." It was Rhoda passing through the hall on her way to the bathroom. He rubbed his eyes and stood, just as glad to put away the poem. But before he closed the suitcase, He took the magazine out and hid it in the end-table drawer. As he lay in bed, waiting for sleep more resignedly now, he wondered whether he should answer Huntoon's new letter. Perhaps it would be wiser to ignore it. He forced the thought away, listening instead to the more soothing voice of the rain. At last, as the rain stopped, he slept, but dreamed that something hovered at his window, a great angelic thing with the face of a bumblebee. His concern over what to do about Huntoon's letter proved academic, because Friday of the following week brought a postcard from him. The picture on the front showed the deserted dining room of the Sea Glades Manor, on the boardwalk at Long Beach, Long Island, providing world-famous cuisine and unparalleled service for over 40 years. I tried calling you, but they said it's not a working number. You never wrote back how I could reach you, or maybe your letter was lost in the mail. But that's okay, because by following your instructions, I am now in communication with your God, and He's everything you said. Thanks again for your courage and guidance. Don't worry, no one's going to get punished except the ones who deserve it. Nadelman felt himself sliding further down the feathery slope to the land of unreason. First the creep believed the rival god was actually real. Now he claimed he'd talked to him. Earlier that week, one of the ad industry trade magazines had recounted the story, with unalloyed approval, of an Englishman who, writing a history of UFOs, had playfully invented a supposed sighting over Oxford, and of how annoyed he'd been when, for years afterward, the incident was cited as authenticated fact by dozens of other saucer books. The lie had become real. And a certain Welsh writer named Machen, the article went on to say, had written a story during World War I about the so-called Angels of Mons, ghostly Saxon bowmen who'd come to the aid of embattled British troops. The story had become a full-fledged legend, with war veterans claiming in later years that they'd actually seen these spirits. All of us in the communications industry can learn something useful from this, the article had concluded. Nadelman spent that weekend preparing for a presentation on the Holiday Farm account, and on Sunday he took Rhoda and Michael for a drive to a clam house on the Jersey shore. The next day at the agency, while in the middle of a meeting with one of the creative directors, he was buzzed by the secretary who worked in the corridor outside his office, and whose services he shared with his neighbor. "Mr. Huntoon for you," she said. Nadelman, his hands full of sketches from the art department, froze. "He's here?" She said. "Call for you. Shall I put him through?" "No!" His voice was loud enough to bring conversation in his office to a temporary halt. Dropping a sheaf of cartoons of the boy George Washington wolfing down frozen desserts, he hurried out to the secretary's desk. "Listen," he whispered. "Just take a message. I'm not in, and you don't know when I'm coming in. I'm never in for that guy, understand?" The girl nodded as if chastened. Nadelman waited by her desk as she told Huntoon he was out, cursing himself for having blown his cover by writing to the guy on company stationery. He watched her begin to jot down the message on a pink slip, then stop when it became clear she'd be able to remember it all. Okay, I'll tell him," she said. "Yes, I will. Yes, I promise." She hung up and looked at Nadelman. "What a weird guy," she said. "It was hard to hear him. He sounded like he was calling from a bar." "What was the message?" She gave a half shrug. "He says to tell you, I've got it up and dancing." The meeting did not end until long after 5, when the city outside his window had already begun to grow dark. Emboldened by the trappings of his office, the bright fluorescent lights, the serene curve of his steel IBM, the plush burgundy carpet, and the view of the east side of Manhattan, a world so much higher and consequently safer than that of his apartment, with the spires of Pan Am and Chrysler looming beside him like guardians, Nadelman wrote back, "Dear Mr. Huntoon, you may indeed, as you say, be in communication with a god, but I have to inform you that it's not my god. Mine does not exist. It was merely something I made up years ago for a college poem, long before the members of Gizmo and the rest of those groups were even out of kindergarten. Please understand that I don't mean to disparage your religious beliefs. I'm a great respecter, in fact, of all people's rights to worship whatever gods they choose in whatever manner they choose. That's one of the things that makes this country great. But the particular god you claim you've contacted is just a work of fiction, and it disturbs me to see you taking it so literally. Also, I must ask you to please refrain from trying to call me here in the office. As you noted, I'm terribly busy and cannot allow myself the luxury of personal conversations. My home phone number is unlisted because of the medical problems of someone in my family, and as I'm sure you understand, I cannot give it out. Whatever you want to do with the scarecrow, or whatever it is you've constructed, is fine with me, but I have no interest in the matter and really don't care to be involved. I wish you the very best of luck, and suggest that you do not try to contact me again. He prayed that this would do the trick. Later that evening, as he walked home from the office, he felt dimly oppressed by some menace the streets held tonight, and was sure he glimpsed a cloaked, dwarfish creature scurry into a building half a block ahead. He attributed it to his state of mind until, entering his apartment, he was greeted by the tiny, shrieking figure of his son, pirouetting before him in one of Rhoda's old black raincoats, with blood-red makeup on his face and deep black rings beneath his eyes. Behind the boy, smiling, stood his wife, a damp washcloth in her hand. Nadelman realized with relief that he had missed another Halloween. His letter must have crossed Huntoon's in the mail, because on Wednesday of the same week, another stormy evening with echoes of unseasonable thunder, just as if they'd never passed through summer, there was a third envelope waiting for him, weighing slightly more than the earlier ones. It contained a packet of snapshots. Dear Mr. Nadelman, tried you yesterday at work, but they said you were out. That's like the dispatcher at Valorite who has no time for me now that I'm laid off, but I'm not saying you're in the same boat he is. Did they give you my message? These are for you. I think you the one who really deserves them. I'm sure you'll recognize who's in these pictures. I took them on the roof last night, but I wasn't sure how to use the flash attachment, and it didn't work on all of them. It should be better when the moonlight gets stronger. There were 6 photos in all, and they were ludicrous. They looked like the sort of crazy, unframed shots people brought back from fraternity initiations, hunting trips, or Halloween parties, despite the fact that they showed only a single figure, clearly that of Huntoon himself, the over-the-head pink mask concealing his face, dancing on the rooftop in the darkness. His arms were thrust grotesquely in the air, like a broken doll's, and in one shot his right arm was bent behind him in an angle that looked almost painful. In several of the pictures, one of his legs was raised like that of a dog about to urinate, revealing a dull brown military boot, the laces loose. He was wearing thick gray gloves that made his hands look comically oversized, except in one shot where they were raised to the sky as if in supplication. Nadelman recognized Huntoon's baggy pants and stained green overcoat from the earlier photo. Despite the man's assertion in the letter, the photos had presumably been taken by his mother, though an old lady, perhaps the mother's friend, appeared in the background of one of them, solid and kerchiefed like an East European peasant, the flashbulb's glare making her stand out against the blackness behind her as she gazed solemnly at the proceedings. Her face was lined and glowing, her eyes and the eyes of the masked dancing thing flashing weirdly in the light. Nadelman was momentarily unnerved to discover that across the back of the last photo Huntoon had written, Mama. Well then, some friend had taken the photos. Even people like Huntoon had friends. Didn't they? Nadelman kept returning surreptitiously to the pictures all evening. After dinner, between taxi and the news, just before bedtime, as if to a cache of pornographic photos. And his thoughts kept returning to the letter he had sent Huntoon earlier that week. He wondered if the man had received it yet, and if so, whether he'd been hurt by it, and if he were, what that hurt might mean for himself. Meanwhile, Nadelman peered out the window of his bedroom as the rain pelted the few remaining pedestrians making their way down 76th Street, and the crash of far-off thunder echoed up and down the block. Somewhere great wheels were rolling through the ocean, plunging down some secret track, making their way ever closer to the mainland. He could almost hear them. He got up, stared once more at the face of the thing in the photos on the living-room table, and slid the poem from the drawer. With lidless eyes and lipless mouth. That phrase, so annoyingly apt, came from the Lineaments of Despair, the 6th section of the poem, in which the narrator attempted to imagine what the savage new god must look like. This part Nadelman remembered well. Judging by its handiwork, the god was not a thing of beauty, but must indeed be a leprous thing. The narrator described it as monstrous, a travesty of other deities, and referred to it throughout the section as Spider Eyes, the Mosquito God, and the Bee. In further defiance of logic, but perhaps in misplaced homage to William Golding, the god was also referred to as Lord of the Roaches. The poem's 7th section, a celebration, threw in the towel, philosophically speaking, declaring in effect, you can't fight this new god, or at least you can't defeat him. The narrator instead preferred to celebrate him by building a creature in his image, a thing to walk among us and carry on his work. I'll set it free to murder and maraud, to serve the dictates of this nameless god. The 8th section was the so-called Chant of the Fabricant, the part the rock critic had likened to a recipe, in which the narrator, in the tones of an occult Julia Child, exhorted the reader to gather garbage, offal, and pollution from the waste places of the world, from the dumps, the city's sewers and dry deserts, from the refuse of the shore. Perhaps, mused Nadelman, this was why the song had so excited Huntoon out in Long Beach. The result was to be mixed together with a boulder for the head, and shaped into a semblance of the monster in ourselves. At last it was time to give the creature life, to release the thing to wander the world and teach humanity the truth. The 9th section had therefore been titled Prolegomenon to the Creature. Seated in his living room, Nadelman scowled as he must have scowled 20 years before, to notice that the section contained another unfortunate typo, perhaps even a malicious one. A message from beyond the veil of night had become a massage. He wondered if anyone else had noticed. The section also contained the invocation that the old Kraut actor had narrated. The hunger of the worms that feast on sacrificial goat, the yammers of the pious priest that echo till my song has ceased, till he's devoured by a beast who tears away his throat. The god was invited to please breathe life into my humble creature, builded in your image. Begged the narrator, make him truly your son. In the final section, the creation, the creature rose. It was described. It had its parents' lidless eyes and lipless mouth, and poison in its glance and in its touch. It was a thing that fastens with its hands and won't let go. With a single mad gesture, the narrator commanded it, rise thou and do thy father's bidding. Teach us to fear. Here the poem ended. As if to prevent any reader from lingering too long under the spell of its gloomy last lines, it was followed, on the same page, by a breezy drawing of a group of Union students sunning themselves on the lawn beside the college chapel. If Nadelman thought for a moment that he was out of the woods, and for brief periods at the office on Thursday, he did. He was quickly set straight, for on Friday he returned shampooed and showered from his lunchtime workout at the gym to find a phone message from Huntoon waiting for him. Went upstairs this morning, and the only thing I found was its gloves. He said you'd know what he meant, the secretary said with a tiny lift of her tweezed eyebrows to signal commiseration. Nadelman nodded. Yeah, I do. It's good news, in fact. Even as he said it, he wasn't sure. but he forced himself to smile as he rounded her desk and continued into his office, telling himself that it was good news. Maybe the thing had been eaten by the birds. Didn't seagulls live on garbage? That night he stayed out past 12, ostensibly from having bar-hopped with 2 old Union alums just in from the coast, but in fact from having spent a celebratory evening with Seal in her rent-controlled apartment on 9th Street. Waiting for him on the kitchen table, alongside a tuition bill from Michael's school and an L.L. Bean catalogue, was another postcard from Huntoon, this one a black-and-white view of the Long Beach boardwalk at mid-season, a view that stirred memories of his childhood, even as he read the postmark and realized that the card had obviously been mailed several days before, in response to Nadelman's "Include Me Out" letter. He studied the picture for almost a minute in an effort to put off reading Huntoon's message, searching the boardwalk and beach for a small, skinny boy in the photo that could have been himself. Giving up, he swallowed and read the card. I don't see how you can deny the God. He says he knows you. He did breathe life into his servant, just like in the song, and he's everything you said he was. Well, you did get one thing wrong. He does have a name. He's called the Hungerer. Rhoda had touchingly been waiting up for him, lying propped up in bed, immersed in last month's commentary, something he would never have found Seal doing, or at least pretending to be immersed in it, so as to make a pretty picture when he came into the room. Maybe half-consciously she suspected what was going on, harmless though Nadelman swore to himself it was. Either way, he felt guilty. Or maybe it was Huntoon's little kiss-off that bothered him, that bit about the Hungerer. Nadelman sensed a wolfish smirk in it, like a tiny twisted vein of poison. It gnawed at him, that phrase, and he knew why, too. This sounds absolutely crazy, he told Rhoda, as he sat on the bed after recounting, in just enough detail he hoped, his evening's adventures at a trio of Yorkville bars. The guy's really got me spooked. It's like he's reading my mind. I'm sure I've seen that phrase somewhere before. In the rock song? There was impatience in her voice. He knew she wanted him under the sheets with her. No, that's just it. It doesn't appear in the song, I'm sure of that. And it's not in the Unicorn either. But somehow I still associate it with the goddamn poem. She looked blank, unwilling to be drawn into the game. So, she said at last, where's it from? He shrugged. I just don't know. It could be in my original typescript. But you would have handed that into the magazine. Yes, but I may still have the carbon. Until uttering those words, he hadn't decided on what he would do. But now he realized that he couldn't go to bed without assuring himself that Huntoon was mistaken. Guiltily he stood, promising his wife he'd be back in a few minutes, but knowing she would probably be asleep by the time he returned. It was just as well. He doubted he could summon up much passion for her tonight, anyway. Close the door when you go out, she said tonelessly. Before he had shut it behind him, she had already snapped off the light. He had no trouble finding the carbon of the poem. Right below the stack of old unicorns he saw it, a sheaf of onion skins fastened with a rusty staple. One seldom came across such things any more in these days of the Xerox machine. He recognized in the smeared black ink the slightly uneven letters of his old second-hand Royal Portable. He scanned the poem quickly, though carefully enough to see that it was the same as the published version. There was nothing in it, not a single line about the rival gods having a name. The discovery came as a relief. Huntoon stood revealed as just another madman, not even in touch with reality, much less with a god. He was about to put away the suitcase once again, but the thought of rejoining his wife, of tiptoeing back to that darkened room and sliding sheepishly into the bed where she lay angry and unfulfilled, made him pause. Or perhaps it was simply that he knew he'd blame himself if he gave up the hunt so soon. He would have to go all the way back to his original draft. It was worth the extra effort to make absolutely sure Huntoon was wrong. Below the carbon typescript, bless his retentive nature, was a yellow legal-sized pad containing the handwritten draft of the original manuscript. He could see, even at the top, that he'd tried out several different titles: Return of the Master, Advent of the Master, The Postmodern Prometheus, The Eighth Day of Creation. How solemn he had been in those days. The long yellow sheets were a rat's nest of scribblings and cross-outs. Why, he wondered, had he bothered to save such stuff, this evidence of an inconstant purpose, of a disordered mind? Probably out of the same sense of self-importance that had led him to write the poem in the first place. He'd believed, hoped at least, that some day someone would want to retrace step by step, phrase by phrase, his proudest act of creation. But he'd never expected that the someone would be him, and with so insane a purpose. How obsessively he had fussed with things. Almost every line in the poem had undergone minor variations and alterations. The idol of the abattoir had started out life sans alliteration as the idol of the slaughterhouse. The god who stinks of carrion had debuted more crudely as a god who reeks of rotting meat. No doubt he'd found carrion more poetic, and hadn't been able to come up with a suitable midline rhyme for reeks. Listed in the margin beside it, shamelessly, were beaks, cheeks, leaks, peaks, speaks, shrieks, each one neatly crossed out. Funny, the things that had concerned him as a young man. There'd been lots of shuffling between a god that and a god who, as if that were a matter of great moment. Curiously, one of the lines describing the creature, that fastens with its hands and won't let go, had originally been that fastens with its hands and can't let go. The latter image was curiously disturbing. He wondered how he'd ever come up with it. He was about to put the yellow sheets away when he came across a discarded line from the bottom of the 7th section. Above the couplet that in the final draft he'd settled on, I'll set it free to murder and maraud, to serve the dictates of the nameless God. He saw an alternate line that he'd rejected, perhaps for want of a proper rhyme. There it was, right beside the newer version, carefully crossed out with 3 blue lines through it. His original thought: to serve the dictates of the hungerer. For a moment his eyes refused to focus on it. The pages seemed heavy in his hand. He remembered something Nicky had once told him back in college, about how you could disprove thousands upon thousands of phony haunted house stories, reports of apparitions, UFO sightings, claims made by psychics and charlatans. But if even a single ghost or spell or saucer could truly be proved to exist, that one example would change everything forever. Grant the reality of a single spirit, and you found yourself faced with an entire cosmos of them. And it dawned on him suddenly that this was what had happened, that in an instant everything had changed. Those 2 small words that stared at him from the page, 11 scribbled letters barely an inch long, had punched a single tiny hole in his universe, like the hole at the bottom of a bucket. He sat there, staring dumbly, as all his certainties leaked out. Just as quickly he reached for explanations. These pages he'd been studying, might Huntoon somehow have seen them too? But where? Not even the editors of the Unicorn had seen this early draft. Nadelman himself had forgotten what was in it, much less that he'd ever penned that phrase. The hungerer. What was it Huntoon had said? He knows you? Impossible, he told himself. Impossible! He just plain wasn't going to admit it into his world. He felt a sudden affection for the yokel in the old joke, the one who, visiting the zoo, gazes wide-eyed at the giraffe towering above him, higher and stranger than anything in creation has a right to be, and declares, "There ain't no such animal." From outside came a low metallic scraping, followed by a clatter. It sounded as if it had come from just beyond his window, but he knew how sound carried in the city. 3 floors up was just like being on the sidewalk. He stood and peered down from the hall window. A trash can was lying on its side in the street, its lid beside it, like a mugged man whose hat had been knocked off. Vandalism, and for no reason except that the kids knew they got away with it these days. Last week they'd painted swastikas on the old gray temple 2 blocks to the west, and had smashed one of its rosy stained glass windows. Well, he'd felt like smashing windows himself once. Above the street, the narrow strip of sky was overcast, with no light but a cloudy yellow smudge that might have been the moon. Warily he turned back to his problem, as if to an opponent who, while he'd lingered at the window-sill, had been standing behind him, waiting patiently. The possibility that Huntoon was right, that there was a being out there, that it had spoken to him, that all the words of Gizmo's song were true, was just too preposterous to consider. After all, damn it, hadn't he himself made the whole thing up? He even remembered the circumstances of the writing. His dorm room, his desk shoved up against the wall at one end, and his roommates at the other, each with its own depressing little gooseneck lamp. The dreary winter afternoons, coming back from the library with an armload of poetry anthologies to inspire him, and which he'd be bringing back the following day. The snow against the window as he typed the final draft, painstakingly whiting out his mistakes, as if the snow were covering his tracks. He'd been touched by no divine inspiration. The poem had been a thing of lowly choices, word after word. The influences on it were easy enough to trace. He could point to the origin of virtually every line. The reference to the fabricants living up an alley in a house with poisoned glass had been based on a boyhood superstition in his town, something about an old abandoned house near the ocean, reputed to have poison windows it was dangerous to break. The tale had probably been started by some real estate agent. The creature with its arms stuck from its head had been a family joke, a bedraggled old stuffed seal that Nadelman had owned as a child, and which had been repaired this way after most of its stuffing had been lost. The monster's lidless eyes and lipless mouth had been inspired by the Black Lagoon movies they'd shown at Union on Friday nights. The line about the god of Mars, of battles lost and won, who gives us stars but takes away the sun, that had been lifted from Swinburne. He was certain of this because next to it he'd written Swinburne, page 59. The page number he knew referred to the old leather-bound notebook, his aunt's bar mitzvah gift. He retrieved it from the pile. Originally it had come equipped with one of those slim silver Mark Cross pens that were so uncomfortable to hold, but now the loop was empty. So were half the pages of the notebook. Years ago he had turned to other projects and never gone back to it. On page 59 appeared the lines, "The Lord of love and loathing and of strife, who gives a star and takes a sun away," from Swinburne's Atalanta in Caledon. Idly he flipped through the earlier sections of the book, marveling at how little his handwriting had changed over the years. He was still the same boy who'd written, "Wonder if the high school yearbook is the only thing I'll ever get to autograph," and "If God's so great, how come Rabbi Rosen smells like old potatoes?" There were dozens of fantasies about girls. Linda J., all the more naked because of her freckles. Margie D., nipples like a baby's thumbs. And quotations from whatever he'd been reading, from Kidnapped to The Catcher in the Rye. He had gone through the notebook while composing his poem, ransacking it for images and ideas, much as Coleridge had done before he fell asleep and dreamed up Kubla Khan. And obviously the book had proved a treasure trove. Here, on page 46, was the story about the brain's resemblance to a Portuguese man-o'-war, which he'd used in The Chant of the Fabricant. Earlier, on page 40, was the note about man-eating plants that slide up travelers' nostrils whilst they sleep. It had appeared in his Hymn to Corruption. The references to the insect god in the same section of the poem had come from an anecdote on page 33, which he'd written on a mosquito-plagued camping trip in Maine. On the page just before it was a Mencken quotation that had obviously influenced him. It spoke of a creator whose love for his creatures takes the form of torturing them, and beneath it lay the lines from Mammoth the Wanderer that had given him the "Who Goes There" passage in Part 3. Who is among us? Who? I cannot utter a blessing while he is here. I cannot feel one. Where he treads, the earth is parched. Where he breathes, the air is fire. Where he feeds, the food is poison. Where he turns, his glance is lightning. Who is among us? Who? From the street came a squeal of brakes, and with it the blare of a horn. He got to the window in time to see a car's retreating taillights as it sped toward 2nd Avenue. The early morning clouds had parted, and a chilly moon, a few days short of full, hung just above the tenements at the poorer end of the block. The street in both directions was deserted, save for movement directly below him, as a lone figure hurried past his building, so close to its base that Nadelman could barely see more than a flash of green coat and a gleaming pink bald skull. Something shiny in the figure's hand caught the light as he rounded the corner of the building, heading toward the line of stores, parked cars, and payphones on the avenue. Frowning, Nadelman returned to the notebook, wondering about that large pink skull. Surely Halloween was over. Studiously keeping the night's unanswerable questions sealed off from the rest of his thoughts, as if in a tiny watertight bag, he plunged back into his literary excavations, moving further into the past. On page 27, in the midst of some passages of nature description, he was struck by a pair of lines whose diction seemed to foreshadow that of the poem. With enemies who tremble at his glance, and followers who shamble at his feet. He hadn't realized that his ideas had been germinating for so long. He couldn't have been more than 16 when he'd written that entry. 3 pages before it, he found the same thought in a slightly different form. He cometh, the ground doth shake, his enemies fly before him, his followers shamble in his wake. A similar reference, expressed somewhat more primitively, appeared on page 22. He wakens, come he will, a rival god who means us ill. And even earlier, on page 19, there's something up there who means to do us harm. It was on page 11 that he saw it. 2 simple words on a line all their own, written without explanation. The Hungerer. He sat there dumbfounded, the words burning themselves into his brain like a squiggle of hot wire. Suddenly the cheap plastic one-piece telephone hanging from the kitchen wall gave a single startled chirp, echoed immediately by a ringing from the bedroom. Nadelman was on his feet and dashing toward the kitchen before it rang again, hoping it hadn't awakened Rhoda, and fearful that it just might be Seal, reaching out to him in the grip of some post-coital passion. He yanked the thing from its plastic cradle. "Hello?" His voice was louder than he'd intended, and the silence afterward stretched on too long. "Hello?" There was no voice in reply, just the sound of wind, a hint of far-off traffic. He was about to whisper Seal's name, when it occurred to him that it couldn't be her on the line. He intentionally hadn't given her his new unlisted number. Softly, he replaced the receiver. This is crazy, he told himself. He'd had the number changed less than 2 weeks ago and was already getting crank calls. Perhaps it was the thought of cranks that triggered it, the sudden realization of who the caller had been. Huntoon, of course. Who else? The unlisted number was clearly no hurdle. If the man was able to divine what lay buried in Nadelman's old notebooks and to fathom a god's secret name, he could certainly figure out a phone number. Maybe in some mysterious but no doubt perfectly logical way that would someday be explained by science, he'd contrived to read Nadelman's mind. Unless, perhaps, he had somehow managed to gain entry into the apartment. Nadelman's eyes strayed to the window, but he was thinking again of the phone call. What he'd heard in the background had been traffic, he was sure of it. On impulse, he returned to the kitchen and peered through its grimy side window overlooking the corner, and across 2nd Avenue, a lonely pair of payphones. Squinting, he moved closer. At first it looked as if there were a body curled at the foot of one of them, but the headlights of a passing car revealed that it was only a sack of garbage someone had left piled there. He was tempted to call Huntoon back and talk to him. There were so many things he needed to ask, but it was far too late at night, especially with the guy's old mother probably asleep hours ago. He contented himself with muttering "creep" for the 10th time that night, and resolved to phone Huntoon in the morning. He returned one more time to the notebook, wondering what in the world had possessed him to write that stark, disturbing name in the middle of page 11. One thing he noticed, as he studied the pages that preceded and followed the entry, was that this particular section was filled with childhood dreams. Maybe he had recently read a paperback on the subject, or maybe it was the influence of some friend at school. In any case, he appeared to have been much taken with his dreams in those days, faithfully recording them each morning in all their perplexing detail. He read through a few such entries. In a meadow like the one at camp, only there's a city at the edge of it. In study hall, it's really hot, and then this girl comes in. He soon gave up. They were alien, boring, like the dreams of another person. They meant nothing to him. He forced himself to read a few more. Despite the subtlety and detail with which his daytime fantasies were composed, most of his dreams tended to be trite, childish affairs, the crudest of melodramas, like fleeing from a lion or holding a bear at bay on the other side of a door. The most common of all, whose meaning needed no explanation, involved wandering through the corridors of foreign hotels, searching vainly for a bathroom. He envied those whose dream worlds were built on a grander scale, opulent and colorful as a Hollywood epic, like Lovecraft's, which provided the plots of his stories, and Fuseli's, which were so vivid the artist would eat red meat before going to bed in the hope of inducing them. Kubla Khan's Xanadu, the subject of Coleridge's grand dream, had itself been inspired by another dream half a millennium before, the emperor having conceived its design in his sleep, complete with stately pleasure dome. Maybe, in the same way, he himself had conceived of the Hungerer. Perhaps those very words had been the product of a dream. Was that why he'd committed them to his notebook? Now that he thought about it, he did seem dimly to remember waking up one morning and jotting the phrase down, just as he'd done with other dreams. Or was this simply his imagination? Why, after all, would he have scribbled 2 mysterious words and stopped right there? Behind him, in the kitchen, the telephone emitted another chirp. He jumped to his feet and answered it. "Hello?" His voice this time was guarded. No answer. Again the whisper of traffic, then a closer, more intimate sound, like the soft, deliberate, liquid stir of mud. Mud opening its jaws, yearning to speak words. A tiny click now, and someone breathed directly in his ear. "Hello?" It was his wife's voice, hoarse from sleep. He heard the shift of sheets. "It's okay, honey. Just a crank. Go back to sleep." He heard a muffled crackling, as of crumpled paper pressed against the speaker of the phone. He doubted it came from the bedroom. "Hang up, honey. It's okay." He waited until she got off the line, then gave vent to his fury. "Listen," he said, trying to keep from shouting. "I know it's you, Huntoon, and it isn't goddamn funny. You want to talk? Okay, good. Let's talk." He waited. There was no sound. "Okay, schmuck, have it your way. I'm just going to call you back, and I don't give a shit if I wake up your mother." Trembling, he hung up, then picked up the phone again and dialed 516 information. There was an unexpected delay in finding the number. "No," the operator said at last. "We have no one by that name in Long Beach. Are you sure that's the right spelling?" Then Nadelman remembered. There'd been no return number on either of Huntoon's 2 phone messages. In fact, the secretary had said something about his sounding like he's calling from a bar. Maybe the guy had no phone. Maybe he always called from phone booths. Nadelman hurried back to the window. There was no one standing at the payphones on the corner. Even the bag of garbage that had been lying there was gone. The kitchen suddenly felt very cold. All he wanted now was to slide into his cozy, wife-warmed bed. Wearily he scooped up his college papers, like a child putting away toys, and dumped them back in the suitcase. He stared at the notebook for a moment, but knew he didn't dare reopen it, and dumped it in on top of the magazines. He flipped one last time through the scribbled yellow manuscript of the poem. Here in this hodgepodge of handwriting, cross-outs, and arrows was the jungle where the mystery lurked. On the next to final page, right after the invocation, another crossed-out passage caught his eye. Not just a line this time, and not merely rearranged wording, but an entire 4-line rhyme. Imprisoned on the page behind a row of heavy X's, it had never made it into the typed version. Aside from the god's name, it appeared to be the only element in the poem that had been totally altered. The substituted passage, printed neatly beside it, was much easier to read. Success at last, across the miles of space, appear the vast proportions of his face. But Nadelman could just make out, through the latticework of X's, the original lines. The ritual works, for God at last breaks through, a God who smirks and says, "The joke's on you." Saturday, drizzly as somehow it had to be, he slept late, as if unwilling to leave the world of dreams, however shabby they might be compared to Kubla Khan's. He lay in bed long after Rhoda had gotten dressed and gone off to her indoor tennis lesson, and spent the afternoon with Michael, whom he'd promised to take to Macy's for new boots, and another in a long line of pocket video games. All day, so much that even the boy noticed, he remained grave and uncommunicative, weighing how he was going to deal with the new facts in his life, like one who's just received bad news from the doctor. On Sunday, a day set aside for visiting Rhoda's parents in New Rochelle, Nadelman bowed out of the expedition. "I've got to confront this Huntoon character," he said over breakfast. "The creep's driving me crazy. He's a terrible pest, and he could mean real trouble some day." "I'm worried about you going out there all alone," said Rhoda, solicitous in a way she hadn't been in years. "How do you know he's not dangerous?" "Well, he seems to take awfully good care of his mother." "Sure," she said, "and good care of his record collection. That doesn't mean anything. I just don't think it's a good idea to go challenging people like that. You don't know what he might be capable of. I've read those letters." "Look, I'm not going to challenge the guy," said Nadelman. "I'm going to be very, very nice to him. You know how nice I can be once I get going." "I'd almost forgotten." She gave him a worried smile. "What bothers me is the thought of him getting you inside his house. Why don't you just meet him at some coffee shop somewhere? Wouldn't that be safer?" "I keep telling you, honey, he doesn't have a phone. I have to go inside just to talk to him." "Well, if you still insist on schlepping all the way out there, at least don't stay long. Just poke your head in and tell him to come for a walk or something. I don't like the idea of you going inside that house. God knows what he's got in there." "What's he got in his house, Mommy?" asked Michael. He waited in vain for an answer. "What's he got in his house, Daddy?" "I've heard he's got all the handkerchiefs you keep losing," Nadelman said, pushing himself back from the table. "And all the gloves." Michael gave a shout of laughter until Rhoda hushed him. "Sweetie, go inside and get your shoes on. We don't want to be late to Grandpa's." When he was out of the room, the worry returned to her face. "Honey, I mean it. Promise me you'll speak to him outside, and don't let him take you on that roof." "I promise," he lied. He drove the two of them to Penn Station, then kissed them both goodbye as he slid from the car and left the wheel to Rhoda. Watching them drive away, he felt a quickening sense of excitement, as if he were a boy setting off alone on an adventure, in pursuit of some unknown he would have to face squarely, eyeball to eyeball, the way Davy Crockett had grinned down bears. His train, waiting noisily for him in the depths of the station, was a great silver tube that would carry him to the sea and to knowledge. As he found his seat and heard the doors slide irrevocably shut, he felt his heart beat faster, and reminded himself that he was merely going to see a man who had somehow managed to read his mind. It had to be a trick, and it was one he had to learn. He settled back in his seat with Advertising Age and The New Yorker, and only when the conductor came to take his fare did he notice the woman seated across the aisle from him, idly picking her nose as she sat immersed in a paperback. On her left cheek, jagged and obscene-looking, was an upside-down 5-pointed star. Life had clearly taken its meat-cleaver to her. Her face was lined, the skin sagging and roughened, but he recognized her after a moment as the homely, pockmarked girl he'd seen 10 years before in the S&M bar in Chelsea. Only then she had been naked from the waist up, and had worn a pair of chains across her chest. Now she sat bundled up like a child in a light blue quilted ski jacket. The design on her cheek now looked old and pale instead of dark, like the scar from a bygone operation. Wrinkles had formed amid the lines of the star, like vines growing over a trellis. Christ, he told himself, it really had been a brand. These people were for real. He was intrigued to see her in mufti, looking so ordinary, and to think that he alone knew her secret. Unattractive as she was, he found himself aroused by the memory of those small naked breasts. How bizarre she had looked, there in the crowd. How brazenly she'd marched from man to man. Was there anything a woman like this wouldn't do? Leaning in her direction, he attracted her attention by waving the magazines. "Excuse me," he called. "Didn't I once see you in a bar on 21st Street?" She glanced up with none of the suspicion a normal woman might have displayed. "You mean the chateau?" "That's right." She grinned, showing her gums. It was not a pretty grin. Her teeth were long and yellow. "Yeah, that was me," she said, her face a mixture of embarrassment and pride. She'd been sitting next to the window, but now she slid into the aisle seat. "Wow, I'm so amazed you recognized me." She pronounced it recognized. There was more than a hint of Brooklyn in her voice. "Well, you made a pretty strong impression," he said, reluctant to tell her he had merely recognized the brand. "I don't think I remember you," she said. "Were you a member?" He shook his head. "No, in fact, I only went once." "I went every Thursday night," she said proudly. "I never missed a single open house, as long as the club lasted." "It closed down?" "Uh-huh. It must have been, 4 or 5 years ago at least." He nodded politely, wondering who else in the car might be listening to their conversation. "I'm sorry to hear that." "I'm not," she said. "I haven't been part of that scene in years. I'm miles beyond that now." He stared at her. "You mean even rougher stuff?" "No. I'm trying to channel more energy into the spiritual side of my nature. That other bullshit, it was like eating junk food, you know. What I'm doing now is getting integrated with who I once was." "Ah." Nervously he clutched his age. "I found out that I used to be a sorceress in a tribe of Celts." Nadelman nodded, smiling, but he was already depressed. "And before that I was a sibyl in a pharaoh's court." Amazing. It was invariably the celebrities these people claimed to have been, never the commoners, the peasants. "And where are you off to now?" he asked. "Some kind of meeting?" "Oh, no," she said, giggling. "I'm seeing my girlfriend Linda." The phrase came out like a single ceremonial title. "She used to work in my department at Woolworth's, but she got a job with the phone company, and I haven't seen her since summer. I get off at Kew Gardens. See, she's only 4 blocks from the station." She paused, twirling a strand of hair around her fingers. "Where are you going?" "Oh, out to Long Beach," he said. "That's a long ways away." She thought a moment. "My friend's grandmother got put in one of those nursing homes out there. You from there?" He shook his head. I haven't seen the place since I was around 10. I had an aunt who rented a house near the boardwalk, and my family used to visit in the summer. We lived a couple of towns over, in Woodland Park." "Oh, sure," she said. "I know where that is." She picked at something on her nose. "You stopping there, too?" Nadelman shrugged. "I hadn't planned on it." "You should. Believe me, it's no good to lose contact with the past. Bad things can happen. You get cut off from things." Her stop had come. Standing, she smiled her toothy smile and patted the book she'd been reading so that Nadelman could see the title, Discover Your Past Lives. He hadn't been back to Woodland Park in how many years had it been? His family had moved to Rye in the late 1950s, around 2 years after his bar mitzvah, he recalled, and just before his mother had retired to Florida in 77, she'd made a trip back there on her own. She had wanted him to accompany her, but there'd been some kind of crisis at the office, and he'd been unable to get away. That's right, the ocean spray account, which had later fallen through. So, how long had it been? God, nearly 30 years. The train reached Woodland Park shortly after 1. The first thing Nadelman noticed was that they had modernized the station. Stepping from the train, he wondered if anything from his childhood would be left. He had checked the timetable and knew he'd have nearly an hour and a half to walk around. Whistling tunelessly, he buttoned up his coat, dug his hands in his pockets, and headed toward the main street of the town. 2 blocks from the station, he passed his old brick grammar school. It was still standing, like some huge empty monument to his childhood. The building looked the same as he remembered it, but a decade ago, with the post-baby boom shortage of children in the area, it had been turned into an administrative center. The playground, he could see, was now a parking lot, inhabited only by ghosts. Its high metal fences, today guarding nothing but a Mercator-like grid of white lines, had once enclosed a microcosm of humanity. Lovers, adventurers, bullies and their victims, team players, compromisers, and, somewhere, the misfits. Nadelman walked on, not caring to look back. Thank heaven Michael went to a small school. The village looked much the same, too, though once again it was only the buildings themselves that stood unchanged. The individual signs they bore were new. The bright front windows of a computer store and a shop that sold nothing but jogging shoes made a strange contrast to the old brick buildings that housed them, like modern pictures set in ancient frames, but it was the frames that interested him more. He saw, above one window, a plaque that said 1943, and his heart beat faster. That woman on the train had been right. He was glad he'd come. He had made a great unexpected loop in time, returning himself to the center of things. Still whistling, he left the village behind and strolled past blocks of suburban homes that looked cozy and secure against the gray November sky. The front yards stood empty today, except for a teenager in one of the driveways waxing his Toyota. The rest were probably inside watching football. Recognizing the outlines of a wide Queen Anne-type house that stood on the corner, Nadelman turned down the curving little lane where he had lived, forcing himself not to break into a run as he passed 2 more large homes, a smaller red Cape Cod, a row of evergreens. He was trying to prolong the anticipation. But as he came to his own block, he saw at once, with a pang, that all the homes along one side, his house and 3 neighboring ones, had been replaced by a line of new split levels, their lawns quite bare of trees. He walked for several blocks more, then doubled back, searching like a lost dog for the scent of home. But there was no getting around it. The old house was gone, and with it a large chunk of his past. Memories had been lost that could never be reclaimed. And yet the past was here, all around him now. He could feel it. He could smell it in the faint scent of the ocean. As he walked tiredly back toward the station, already thinking of the water that lay miles ahead, he told himself that he was traveling toward the one dependable element from his boyhood, the one thing history couldn't change. Long Beach was just over the bridge, on an 8-mile-long sandbar running parallel to the mainland. The railroad station stood near the center of the main commercial avenue, lined with banks, shopping plazas, and synagogues. Nothing looked familiar. It was after 3 by the time he located Huntoon's street, as far inland as one could get on that narrow strip of oceanfront suburbia, several blocks up from the old wooden boardwalk that connected the town's hotels and nursing homes. Locust Court was a dowdy little pocket of garden apartments and multifamily houses, a world of privet hedges, peeling paint, and narrow, broken sidewalks. Even on this cold November afternoon, the air held a hint of sour cooking smells, like the hallway of a tenement. The street was deserted, except for a wrinkled old man in a ski jacket and felt hat with ear flaps, his breath visible as he bent to gather the dead leaves and trash that had accumulated beneath the sagging green wire fence bordering one of the private homes. From somewhere behind him came the faint sounds of a playground, though Nadelman didn't remember passing any children. In the distance he thought he heard the pounding of the surf, but maybe it was only the wind. He was all turned around here, in this landlocked little enclave, though he was fairly certain that beyond the furthest row of rooftops the ocean began. Number 1152, the shabbiest house on the block, was a half-timbered stucco building that stood flush with the sidewalk. 2 cars were parked in the driveway, its sparse gravel overgrown with weeds, and another 2 were visible in the open garage in the rear. He wondered if one of them was Huntoon's. That name appeared at the top of a column of doorbells, like the grand prize question in a quiz show. Nadelman pressed the bell, noticing as he did so the name immediately below it, Braverman. Those must be the people Huntoon was so eager to throw a scare into. Neighbors. He was just about to ring again when the door gave a loud, unsteady buzz and admitted him. The tiny lobby, masked by shadows, looked badly used, like a child's playroom. Someone had crayoned a crude design on the wall, the image of a dog defecating. As he climbed the narrow stairs, he heard 4 flights above him, the sound of a door being opened. "Arlie?" It was an old woman's voice, but it still had muscles in it. "You forgot the key?" He paused on the stairs. "Mrs. Huntoon? I'm the guy Arlen's been writing to, the one who wrote that song." "You're Nadelman?" "That's right. May I come up?" Without waiting for a reply, he continued climbing, fueled by the nervousness he'd been feeling all weekend. "Arlie's out," she was saying, as he rounded the final flight. There was the trace of an accent in her voice, but he couldn't place it. By the time he reached her front door, panting despite his workouts at the gym, she had the chain on the door. "I ain't so sure I ought to let you in." He saw a pale slice of her head, wavering back and forth in the opening, as if to give him the fullest view possible. Her mouth was grim. "Jesus, Mrs. Huntoon," he said, catching his breath. "I came an awfully long way to see you 2. He'd be damned if he'd go trotting back down those stairs. "Well, I guess he's due home soon." The door closed, and he heard a scrabbling against the wood. Then it opened to admit him. "This place ain't fit to be seen. We don't get many visitors." She was still shaking her head over some private worry. He recognized her from the photograph, a small, stout, gray-haired woman with a face like a Cabbage Patch doll. She had not, then, been the one who took the pictures. "I would have called first," he said, "but you don't seem to have a phone." The woman frowned, still distracted. "No, they came and took that out." She looked around, scratching at the creases in her forehead. The house dress she wore was wrinkled and not very clean, as if she'd been asleep in it. "Arlie's going to be here soon enough, I guess. He'll be surprised we got a visitor." Clearly, visitors were rare. The front room, with a threadbare rug and 1 small window to let in the light, was a jumble of cushions, old clothes, and magazines. 3 broken-backed chairs were grouped like old-age pensioners around a large TV set, with flares of aluminum foil attached with tape to its antenna. The room obviously saw a lot of use. There were dirty cups and dishes on the little table in front of the TV, and the air smelled faintly of garbage. Dog-eared issues of Prevention, Fate, and TV Guide lay strewn about the furniture, cookie crumbs sprinkled on their covers. Lying on one of the chairs, spine cracked, was a paperback, Stranger Than Science, 73 fully documented case histories that science is powerless to explain. "This place has gone to pot ever since Arlie got laid off," said the woman, settling herself in the chair by the window. Nadelman sat tentatively beside her. "How long ago was that?" "Just after Labor Day. All they said was they didn't want him to drive for them anymore. He had a perfect safety record." "Who'd he work for?" "A firm in Valley Stream. They deliver to stores, albums and things. Green Acres, Gimbel's, other places. That's how he got interested in that music." She pursed her lips. "They said he was stealing, but you and I both know he wasn't. He was just listening to the songs." Nadelman nodded. "That's a shame. I'm glad at least that my song was one of them." "Oh, he's a fan of yours now. He loves your work, Arlie does." From outside came the crunch of gravel in the driveway. They heard a car motor stop, followed by the slamming of a door. Mrs. Huntoon inclined her face slightly toward the window, her eyes narrowing. "It's him now. He's going to get a surprise seeing you here." She looked worried. "One reason I came," said Nadelman, seizing what time was left to speak to the woman alone, "was to see your son's handiwork, the thing that he based on my song. Is it still up there on the roof?" She shook her head, the loose flesh below her chin wobbling back and forth for emphasis. No, that's all gone. It was just up there for a couple of nights. Arlie only meant it as a joke." Nadelman smiled. "Yes, I thought so." Downstairs a door slammed. They heard heavy footsteps on the stairs. "That'll be Arlie," she said. Struggling to her feet, she went to the door and opened it. "Arlie!" she shouted. "Guess who decided to pay us a visit?" A grunt sounded amid the footsteps from the stairwell. "It's the one who wrote that song!" "Holy shit!" Moments later, a large, hatchet-faced man burst into the apartment, looking more surprised than pleased. He was dressed like a redneck, in boots, sideburns, and a battered leather jacket. In his arms was an assortment of lumber with rusty nails protruding from it. "I wanted to call first," Nadelman said again, "but you don't have a phone." Huntoon nodded doubtfully. "Well, you're here now, so make yourself at home." From beneath the lumber he stuck out a huge hand. "I just got back from the dump over in Oceanside," he said, holding out the wood as if in evidence. "Had to get rid of some trash." His eyes glared meaningfully at Nadelman, hinting at complicity. Nadelman pictured the creature from the photograph being summarily dumped into a heap of garbage. "And look what I found there," he said, leaning the wood in the corner. "I can really use this stuff." Nadelman eyed the rows of rusty nails. "You really like to build things, don't you?" The other rubbed his hands and nodded. "That's right. Got me a real genius for it, just like you've got one for magic." He suddenly looked guilty. His eyes darted to the wall behind Nadelman's head. "You know, I really did mean to frame your letter," he said. "I just haven't gotten around to it." "Oh, I don't care about that," said Nadelman. "What I came out for was to talk." Huntoon grinned. "Yeah, I thought you'd have to talk to me sooner or later." He seated himself in the largest chair and kicked off his boots, propping his feet on the table. "I had a premonition you'd be coming to me." Nadelman sat down across from him, trying not to breathe too much of Huntoon's socks. "I haven't been avoiding you," he said. "I'd have contacted you before if there'd been any way of reaching you." "Oh, there are ways," said Huntoon. "There are ways of reaching anyone. I should think you'd know one or two yourself." Beside him his mother nodded solemnly. "I'm afraid I depend on the telephone." "Yeah?" Huntoon sneered. "What you want one of them things for? They just waste your money, and people talk nothing but nonsense and gossip about you behind your back." "That's true," said Nadelman, like a nervous courtier. "Some people can be pretty malicious. Is that one of your problems with the Bravermans?" Huntoon shook his head. "I don't have any problems with the Bravermans." "They're away," the old woman added. "I heard Mrs. Braverman say they were going away. Florida, I think. Somewhere like that." "Who are these people, anyway?" asked Nadelman. He decided to pursue this line until he met some resistance. Then he'd back off. "They're our neighbors," Huntoon smiled. "If you want to call them that." "Yes, I saw," said Nadelman. "They live downstairs." Huntoon's eyes narrowed. His smile grew wolfish. "Maybe they do, and maybe they don't." "They went away," said Mrs. Huntoon. "I get the impression," said Nadelman, "that there's no love lost between you." Huntoon shrugged. "Let's just say we had some differences of opinion about a few things." "Like what?" "Like where you walk a dog, and about leaving dog shit all over a roof when there are people living down here who happen to want to walk up there." So that was it, Nadelman thought. Now he understood. It didn't seem like much to him, but it obviously bothered the hell out of these people. "In that case," he said, "I hope you threw a good scare into them." Huntoon snickered. "We threw a scare into them, all right. Didn't we, Mama?" Mrs. Huntoon nodded. "And they won't be coming back too soon." "I'll bet," said Nadelman. He tried to imagine what the effigy on the roof must have looked like to someone walking up there in the dark. Or worse, Huntoon himself, dressed up as he had been in the photo. The poor bastards had probably fled the state, they'd been so scared. "Well, I guess things will be cleaner up there for a while," he said. "Any chance I could go up and walk around?" He was looking for a way to get Huntoon alone. It would be easier to talk to him then. Huntoon shrugged. "Suit yourself. There's nothing up there now, but we'll go if you want." The old woman reached for his arm. "Arlie, you don't want to take him on the roof." "Is there a problem?" asked Nadelman, already standing, but ready to sit down again. The worry in the woman's voice made him think of Rhoda's words this morning, and he had a sudden vision of the burly Huntoon heaving him over the edge. "No," said Huntoon. "No problem." He reached for his boots. "Come on, we'll take a look around." The roof was one remaining flight up the stairs in the hall. At the top stood a dented iron door, partially ajar. Huntoon pushed through it, bright gray sky filling the doorway. From the distance came the sound of children's voices. "See? Nothing here, just like I told you." He gestured around. Nadelman followed the sweep of his hand, not seeing anything he remembered from the photographs. The flat rooftop reminded him of an arena. He took deep gulps of the cool, untainted air and gazed at the line of hotels in the distance, like monstrous spectators. "You're right," he said. "But then you also told me that on Friday. Your message said the thing had disappeared." The other cocked his head, suddenly coy. "Yeah, that's right. It did." "Where is it now?" asked Nadelman, already knowing the answer. "At the dump?" If Huntoon had hauled the thing out there today, he'd probably had a good reason. Perhaps it had scared the Braverman so badly that he'd thought it best to get rid of it. Huntoon crossed his arms. "Maybe it's at the dump, and maybe it isn't. Maybe it came back last night, and maybe it didn't. I'm not saying anything without a lawyer." "Why in the world would you need a lawyer?" asked Nadelman. Huntoon reminded him of a child who has a secret and wants everyone in the world to know it. "Maybe I do and maybe I don't. That's for you and the rest of them to find out." His mixture of bravado and evasiveness made Nadelman uncomfortable. Huntoon was big, and the roof was very high. "Well, it's none of my business anyway," he said. "I'm just glad I could help solve your little problem." He looked around. "At least I don't see any dog shit." "You won't," Huntoon said bitterly. "It took me nearly 2 hours to clean it up last night." He examined the roof with a critical eye. "But now that it's light, I see I missed a thing or two." He stooped down and picked up something that gleamed in the waning sunlight. "What's that?" asked Nadelman. "Hold out your hand," said Huntoon, coming toward him. Nadelman backed away, the smaller boy on the playground. "Come on, hold out your hand. I'm not going to hurt you. He dropped the thing into Nadelman's upturned palm. Nadelman examined it. It was a jagged splinter of glass nearly 2 inches long and red as a ruby. He handed it back to Huntoon, remembering with distaste the shards of glass he'd seen in the early photograph, where the thing's hands should have been. "Is this from where I think it's from?" he asked. "From your, servant?" Huntoon gave him a guarded look. "He's your servant just as much as mine. Seems to me, in fact, that he'd rather take his orders from you." The man's use of the present tense unnerved him. "Well, at least you've finally solved the servant problem." "Maybe so." Huntoon didn't smile. "And was this glass part of him?" The other's face suddenly brightened. "That's right," he said. "I tossed in a couple of busted windows." "Windows?" The thing had been bright red. "You mean from a church?" Huntoon shrugged. "A church, a temple, who gives a shit?" With a casual swipe of his arm, he tossed it over the edge of the roof. "Come on, let's get out of here. I'm frozen." Perhaps it was the power of suggestion, but Nadelman was shivering by the time they got back to the apartment. After being out on the roof, he found the air inside even more sour. He could almost taste it. If he lingered here, it was possible that he could draw something more out of Huntoon, some hint as to the sources of his power, but he doubted he could stand being around the man much longer. "I'm going to have to be leaving soon," he announced, as they sat facing one another across the little formica table in the kitchen. They had moved here not because Huntoon had offered him anything to eat, but because the old woman was watching a game show on TV in the living room. "It's getting late, and there are only 2 trains left today." He would never be home before dark. "No, it ain't late," said Huntoon, suddenly affable. He shoved his wrist toward Nadelman's face like a feinted punch. "See? Just after 3. "You're kidding." Nadelman checked his tourneau. It was already past 4. "I'm afraid your watch must be broken, Arlen." He smiled cautiously. "Unless you operate on a different time from the rest of us." Huntoon burst into laughter, echoing the TV in the next room. "I knew you were too smart to fall for it." He tapped the face of his black plastic digital watch. "I keep this sucker set 70 minutes behind." "Why?" He flashed an extravagant grin. "To fuck people up. I hate it when people peek at my watch, you know. Let 'em buy one of their own." Nadelman nodded. Interesting. He had to get out of this place. Rhoda had been more right than she knew. "And now I think I'm going to have to go." Huntoon seemed to digest this, disappointment warring with relief. Wait a second. He leaned across the table, which bore a tiny plastic salt and pepper set in the shape of lobsters. "Where are you going?" "Back to the city." "You gotta see my invention first, for playing albums backwards." "Oh, right. Huntoon had written him about this. "I remember. Where is it?" The other jerked his head toward the doorway. "In my room." Huntoon's bedroom was the sort that would have intrigued Nadelman in the days of his boyhood 2 towns away, but now it looked like nothing but a junk shop, a particularly unsavory one. The shelves that filled one wall were laden with objects, souvenirs, talismans, a plastic crystal ball, that standing alone might have preserved a certain integrity, but piled atop one another they had the air of a gallery of fetishes. A tiny octopus floated like an extracted organ in a jar of preservative. A smooth white shard of what looked like broken china was in fact, Nadelman later realized, a section of skull, not necessarily human. He recognized the thin aluminum rod leaning in the corner by the window as a mail-order blowgun. He might have mistaken it for a fishing pole, had not his own son once tried to send away for one. There were other weapons, too, a machete dangling from the knob on the closet door, and along the bottom shelf, bayonets and sheath knives, and a set of tiny silver throwing stars. Piles of paperbacks rested here and there against the walls, worming their way ceilingward like stalagmites. On the bookshelves, slaves of the Gestapo rubbed shoulders with psychic self-defense. Your sexual key to the tarot lay open on the nightstand, resting on a copy of Symphony of the Lash. Opposite the window hung a large color poster of Gizmo. Rocco at the drums, mouth open wide in a silent scream, Ray clutching a mic, eyes glaring like a maniac's, and another of a group called Death Orchid. Taped above the unmade bed was a large pastel mandala, 1960s style, with a familiar-looking upside-down star crayoned over it, the Creep World's version of the Have a Nice Day smiley face. Their trademark popped up everywhere. "Mama never comes in here," Huntoon said offhandedly, fiddling with a turntable on the floor by the bed. "I don't allow her to. She'd just mess everything up." "Are these things safe?" asked Nadelman, nervously examining a knife whose handle was a set of brass knuckles. "Oh, yeah. You just have to know how to use 'em." "Are you sure they're legal?" "Listen," said Huntoon, suddenly angry. "That's another thing about old man Braverman. You know what that fucker did? He tried to deny me my constitutional right to own a gun. Hell, he damn near got me in trouble with the law." "What do you need all these weapons for, anyway?" asked Nadelman. He had taken a position near the doorway. "I've got to protect my mother, don't I? I mean, Mama's housebound. She don't go out any more." The logic seemed twisted, but Nadelman didn't pursue it, for by this time Huntoon had dragged forth his invention. It looked straightforward enough. A turntable mounted on a wooden base with an overturned motor to drive it in reverse via a short rubber belt. Eyes glistening with excitement, Huntoon played two cuts backward from a Judas Priest album, but Nadelman was unable to make out the references to Satan that the other assured him were there. Huntoon then did the same with Gizmo's Walpurgis Night album. "It's even harder to pick up on this one," he explained, playing a section of New God on the Block. "You really got to know what you're listening for." But all Nadelman could hear was an alien wail that rose and fell endlessly, close enough to human to be frightening. He studied the Gizmo poster on the opposite wall. "Did you perform the invocation in here?" Huntoon looked up, startled. "No," he said. "On the roof. Don't you remember? You've got to do it underneath the stars, beneath the void of space." "Oh, yeah, I remember," said Nadelman, abashed to have forgotten his own poem. He felt more than ever like an imposter. "Speaking of that god of mine, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. How do you know I called the thing the Hungerer? Even I didn't remember that." "I told you in the letter. He spoke to me." "But how did he communicate?" "You know," said Huntoon. "The way a god's supposed to talk to you." "You mean with a Ouija board?" Huntoon eyed him skeptically, as if Nadelman were putting him on. "Come off it. That stuff's for old ladies." "Did a voice speak inside your mind, like the born-agains claim?" Huntoon shook his head. "No. I heard him just as plain as I hear you. Just the other night, too. It's like the song says. I heard him in the thunder." Nadelman gasped. "And that's when he told you his name?" The other nodded. "Well," Nadelman chose his words carefully, "it certainly came as news to me." Huntoon's wolfish features widened in a grin. "Oh, come on, pal. You knew. Maybe it was even you that named him." Later, pondering Huntoon's words as he descended the stairs to the lobby, Nadelman recalled the unpleasant odor of garbage in the man's apartment, and realized that the smell had been the strongest in Huntoon's bedroom. Hurrying away from the Huntoons, escaping from their squalid little neighborhood, he took deep breaths of the chilly air. It tasted good to him, but now he was hungry. Huntoon, that Goyish jackass, had never thought to offer him so much as a glass of water. He knew he'd probably be able to find a candy bar at the station, but he yielded instead to the demands of his empty stomach and to the rush of nostalgia that had gripped him earlier that afternoon. He would make a brief pilgrimage to one more childhood haunt, the boardwalk several blocks away. He knew it wouldn't be the same. It couldn't be. In those days, when he'd spent whole week-long stretches of his summers with his mother's brother's family at their rented yellow bungalow on Michigan Street, the street names had been a way of learning the stakes. The skies had been much bluer, the boardwalk down the block a place of fun and danger, of skee-ball coupons you collected for a prize, jelly apples that got you sticky, and dizzying tilt-a-whirl rides that rivaled Coney Islands. The town's commercial district, in his memory, was a frontier outpost to which one made forays, accompanied always by grown-ups, to stock up on comic books and candy, and to thumb endless stacks of pennies into the charm machines at the supermarket. The bland suburban landscape he found himself in now, on this gray November afternoon, was like waking up after a dream. Checking the time once more before the last train, he strode past a succession of nearly deserted streets that led down to the boardwalk, hidden in places by the line of hotels that crowded up to it like great beasts before a wooden trough. Just off the main thoroughfare, he found a brightly lit coffee shop at the end of a row of darkened stores. It was one of the few places he'd seen that still looked open. There were only 4 people inside. The quiet fit his mood. An elderly man down the counter to his right was holding a newspaper up to his face, peering at the classifieds with the intensity of a lost motorist studying a map. It was Saturday's Post, already limp and tattered, grown old along with yesterday's news. Periodically, the man would tap the ash from his cigarette into his empty coffee cup. Nadelman, ordering a cheeseburger and a Coke, found his gaze drawn, as it inevitably was, to the headline, "Samaritan crushed, returning 50 cents. Another poor slob who had fallen victim to some god or other. When his burger arrived, he stared at the greasy reddish liquid oozing from it onto his plate, and momentarily sickened, thought of a slaughterhouse floor. Pushing the plate away, he ordered a melted cheese and tomato on toast. What he really needed was to think. Reviewing the events of the afternoon, he realized what expectations he'd come with. He had arrived at Huntoon's half convinced, or at least hoping, that the man would prove to be a kind of home-grown sorcerer, wise and benign, the suburban version of some character out of Castaneda. He would reveal how he'd magically read Nadelman's mind, or, with equal magic, gained entrance into Nadelman's private files. Anything to affirm that the god they had talked of so familiarly was merely a shared fiction. But Huntoon had affirmed nothing. Indeed, judging from the stench in his room, he already had the makings of another creature hidden in his closet, and he'd refused to explain away the hungerer. Worse, in their final conversation, Huntoon had all but suggested not only that the god was a reality, but that Nadelman himself was responsible for its existence. Nadelman swirled the watery amber of his Coke and wondered if it could be true. Maybe, Huntoon had said, it was even you that named him. As if on that forgotten day 30 years ago, when he'd first inscribed the hungerer in his crisp new leather notebook, he had introduced something new into the universe, something conjured up within his brain, a being that had sprung into existence with the mere stroke of his pen. Unless, of course, he had dreamed it into existence, his notebook entry a mere record of the fact, a kind of birth certificate. Who could say where it had actually begun? Was it possible that in some latter-day naming of names he had given the god life in the very act of naming it, and given its flesh substance with every new line of his poem? How weird that would be! The notion that the universe might in fact be listening to him, waiting upon his decisions, his carefully chosen words, responding to his commands. How had that line from the poem gone? "I'll create me a creator," he would say. A god made to order. But what a dreadful responsibility to contemplate. For it meant that he might in some way be the original cause of the very things that had always appalled and horrified him, all the work of the dark god he'd invented. The fathers stabbed, the mothers raped, the children left to starve. To his right the old man stood, and, before leaving, pointedly slid the paper toward him, proffering another cause for guilt, another death for which he was responsible, the hapless 50-cent Samaritan. The pages of the newspaper were greasy, but he couldn't resist reading the story. The night clerk of a small midtown hotel had stepped out for his usual evening's sandwich. Upon returning to his post, he discovered that the cashier in the all-night deli had given him $50 extra change, and being an honest man and a good Christian, he'd informed his superior that he was going back to return it. Halfway there, he'd been killed by a heavy chunk of cornice that had broken off the ledge of a building. It was too perfect. The god had shown his hand too clearly. Dumb. Why, they'd be on to him any day now. He forced himself to scan the other stories, toying with the possibility that he was responsible for each of them as well. A Jersey mother and 4 kids had been killed when a drunk teenage driver veered from his lane and plowed head-on into her car. The teenager was in serious condition in a Passaic hospital, but Nadelman knew that he'd pull through. 5 members of a family in the Bronx, 4 of them children, had died in a fire that night. Arson was suspected. And surely in the background there lurked a spurned husband, jealous lover, or unscrupulous landlord, and behind him, a god. Police were still searching for the head of the dispatcher employed by a local trucking firm, whose mutilated body had been found earlier that week in the company's Long Island warehouse. The article hinted at mafia connections. Nadelman knew that the hitman would never be caught. Could something he'd created be responsible for such carnage? It was inconceivable. Picking his teeth, Nadelman crossed the empty street and strolled the 3 blocks to the boardwalk. The beach beyond looked gray and ragged, littered near the water's edge with mounds of wood and garbage that had been washed up by the tide and would have to be removed before summer. 2 old women in black overcoats were picking their way carefully over the sand, their backs bowed with age or concentration. Seagulls screamed overhead. Beyond the tide marks, the ocean plunged and retreated, hungry and disconsolate, spilling its power across a narrow barrier of sand. Prey to its mood, he ascended the ramp to the boardwalk. The sun was sinking toward the line of hotels to the west. Beyond them, far below the horizon, lay the city. Nadelman turned his back to the blinding glare and walked in the direction of an overturned lifeguard's stand, watching his shadow stretch an impossibly long way down the rough wood of the boardwalk. Aged figures sat unmoving as gargoyles on the benches, many of them in yarmulkes, silently watching the ocean. There was nothing else for them here. Everything was boarded up now. The few food stands that had not been torn down, a tiny row of game booths whose corrugated metal gates were covered with graffiti. Amusement Arcade, said the sign, the letters cracked and peeling. He had known, in some buried memory, that it would be like this. He and his father, or friends, had often come here in the winter. This time of year had its own austere beauty, cold, lonely, and bracing. But the boardwalk was different today. The once grand hotels, which, even when he'd been a boy, had had a certain shabby glamour, were now turned into rest homes and nursing homes, though they had kept their old names, the Paradise, the Palace, the King David Manor, as if in hope of some future resurrection. Elderly faces gazed blankly from their windows. Some of the figures who sat huddled on the benches out front, bundled up like babies, looked more dead than alive. One old bearded man sat folded up like a jackknife, eyes shut. Here and there tall black attendants stood like sentries beside rows of unmoving figures in aluminum wheelchairs, or walked with aching slowness down the boardwalk, while their bent and shrunken charges clutched their arms. A bike rider sped by, wheels thrumming on the boards, then a jogger with a Walkman. Several of the younger faces Nadelman passed struck him as crazy, vacant of expression, or with a bird-like glint of lunacy in their eyes. One gaunt man in a raincoat and scarf was talking angrily to himself, but stopped for several seconds as Nadelman approached, as if still touched by remnants of embarrassment. Nadelman felt sorriest for the ones who stared bleakly at the sea. He wished that he could conjure up a ship for them to watch, or even a small fishing boat, but the ocean, clear to the horizon, was as empty as a desert. A waning of the light reminded him that it was time to return. The wind was cold, and he had to get back to the city. He turned and retraced his steps, the light no longer blinding now. The sun settled behind further layers of cloud and the distant hotel's ornamented roofs. Ocean and sand seemed bathed in a sad, nostalgic glow, the final scene in some half-remembered travelogue. Ahead of him, the brown strip of the boardwalk receded almost to the vanishing point, then curved gently toward the water. Something in the quality of the light released a few stray childhood memories, images from an ancient slide show. He remembered walking just this stretch of boardwalk as a boy, staring at that same almost vanishing point. He'd been happy, he remembered, but of course it hadn't taken much in those days. A pinwheel, a few unbroken seashells, a mass of cotton candy on a white paper cone, the anticipation of a crackerjack prize. Today the world was changed, or rather, it was he who had changed. He felt as if everything he gazed upon, the boardwalk, sea, and sand, were doomed to pass away with the dying light, and that the passing would be bitter. It occurred to him at that moment there was a third and more likely explanation for the crabbed words that his boy self had written in the notebook, one that explained as well the source of Huntoon's knowledge. It was, quite simply, that he hadn't invented the god after all, hadn't created him in giving him a name. Imagination had had nothing to do with it. The being that he feared, this force, this plague, really existed, and had existed long before he'd ever become aware of it. He'd had only the briefest glimpse of it. That bee sting on the hand had been only a warning, and in recording those 2 words in his notebook, he had set down its identity as faithfully as any good reporter. Hadn't there, in fact, been one particular moment of vision when the glimpse had come? He was sure that there was. It lay just off the edge of his memory. A day long ago, in the faintly lurid world of his childhood, when the god had made his presence known. The more seriously Nadelman considered the possibility, with each new step westward, back toward the place from which he'd started, the more certain he became. And with the certainty came memories, long-buried snapshots floating lazily to the surface of a pool, soggy but still recognizable after years of lying hidden in the depths. He remembered, it felt like a memory, a certain morning, a haze across the sun, pussy willows in a patch of woods, spring. He'd been on his way to school, well pleased with the world, a scout knife in his pocket, or a magazine to sneak into class, or maybe his brand-new leather notebook. School in those days had not yet grown oppressive. He remembered the warmth of the sunlight, the smell of the buds on the trees, like tiny green sprigs of broccoli, the slap of his shoes on the sidewalk, the sound of birds, the unnerving buzz of bees. How strange to think it could have happened then, for morning had represented safety to him in those days, ever since his earliest childhood. Often, waking long before dawn, he would greet the morning with a smile of relief, free at last to lie back and let his guard down. The terrors of the night got through once more. The world returned again to visibility, the noise of traffic, the comforting presence of people on the street, whistlers on the sidewalk, human footsteps, voices. Everything would be all right, if only he could hold out till morning. But this one morning had been different. Something had intruded on the day, a darkness suddenly filling the sky, like the dark before a storm, only much worse. For in this darkness lurked the suggestion of a face. Wait, was that a real memory, or merely the memory of a dream he'd once had? It was maddeningly hard to be sure. Or had the vision perhaps come at home? For now another memory had surfaced, of lying alone and ill in bed one afternoon in his old room, where pastel animals smiled from the wallpaper, and, through the window by his head, the shingles of a neighboring roof curled brown and familiar through the maples. Yes, he remembered now. He had lain there staring dazedly at the ceiling, listening to a distant airplane recede in wave upon wave of sound, and suddenly he had heard in it a note of horror, the whisper of a monstrous voice that spoke and sang and threatened. unless, of course, that too had been a dream, or a boy's half-delirious fantasy. But dream or daydream, what was it he had heard at that moment? What secret had he stumbled upon, back there in the hazy light of his childhood, that he'd recorded so cryptically, yet so correctly, in his notebook? He no longer knew. All mysteries paled beside that of his own vanished past. He walked on, the boardwalk wide and empty before him, but he felt as if he'd come to a dead end. The trail had simply disappeared, like words on a blackboard wiped clean with a swipe of the eraser, like the long-demolished houses on his old block. And then a gull cried sharply, hungrily, above him, and he remembered. He hadn't been in bed, or on his way to school. It had happened here, on this very stretch of beach, at the height of the summer, with the ocean filled with bathers and the cloudless sky an eggshell blue. Something had inexplicably felt wrong. A terror had come over his young heart as he walked along the sand, a sudden insight, a vision. For a moment the view overhead had flickered, as from a loose connection, a momentary darkening of the sun, and he'd thought he glimpsed a face that leered across the sky, too wide for him to take it all in. A vast, inhuman shape that grinned and mocked, like a figure gazing down into a fish-bowl. But might not this, too, be mere fantasy? Some infantile memory of a face peering into his crib, but blurred now, dimmed, distorted by the intervening decades, until, gigantic and malevolent, it filled the sky? The boardwalk on which he was retracing his steps appeared to reach to the horizon. He tore his gaze from the vanishing point in the distance, where all lines converged in the furnace of the sun, to stare at the beach beyond the boardwalk's iron railings. And as he did so, the memory leaped into focus. Something, he remembered, had happened to him there, down on the sand. Something had tripped him. A bump, a stone, a piece of driftwood, an uprearing in the earth. No, that wasn't it. He remembered now. Just as the sky darkened, beneath the glare of eyes as big as galaxies, he had felt his foot slide, then sink into a hollow in the sand. And the sand had opened beneath him, then pressed in upon him, clutched him, tried to draw him in, as if the earth were yearning to crush him, smother him, blot out the very memory of him, as if the planet, all nature, all creation, the very fabric of reality, were inimical to breeds such as his. And hadn't it all happened on this very stretch of beach? Wasn't this the very spot where, on that long-forgotten day, he'd first had an inkling of the truth? All gods yielded before the implacable urgings of habit. Monday saw him back at the office, his schedule unchanged, dutifully laboring on the holiday farm account. He put in a full day on it, skipping his session at the gym and working right through lunch, his only departure from routine. It was as if, by sheer industriousness, he could shore up the props of his life that had begun to slip away. Even he was aware of it, at odd points in the day. Pinning a selection of cherry-tree sketches to the corkboard by his desk, he saw himself for a moment as a man frantically papering over the holes in his home, layer upon layer, while around him walls crumbled and fell. Those same walls trembled and nearly collapsed when, leaving work meticulously at 5:30, pleased with the thought that on the way home he would complete some early Christmas shopping before the stores closed, he rode down in the elevator crowded with lower-ranking members of the office staff, and heard the new receptionist complain to one of the secretaries about the crank calls she'd been getting all afternoon. And when I'd say hello, no one would answer. I don't know who they thought they were trying to annoy. He felt more guilty than angry, like the father of a psychopath, a father who had failed to warn the world. He knew that the calls were meant for him, that Huntoon leered repulsively behind them, and that they'd somehow been provoked by his previous day's excursion. I never should have bothered going out there, he told himself. I'll have that creep pursuing me till the grave. At work the next day, Nadelman hurried past the receptionist, avoiding his usual small talk. He felt sure that, face to face with her, he'd betray his guilty secret, and at the end of the day he refrained from asking her the question foremost in his mind, whether she'd received any more mysterious calls. His question, nonetheless, was answered soon enough, for at dinner that evening another such call came to Nadelman's home. It was picked up in the kitchen by Michael, for whom answering the phone was still more an adventure than a chore. "Hello?" The boy's voice, as always, was eager, as if a present awaited him at the other end of the line. Nadelman watched his son's expression nervously, waiting for the next response. The boy pressed the phone to his ear, then frowned, confused. "Hello?" Nadelman was out of his chair and across the room in an instant, taking the phone from Michael's hands. "Hello," he said sharply. The phone might as well have been dead. "Listen, Huntoon," he yelled, aware that his wife and son were listening. "Now you're really getting me angry. I wish you and your mother would just get the hell out of my life. I swear to God, you should be locked up." He slammed the phone back into its cradle. Then, thinking better of it, he lifted it again and switched off the ringer. "Now at least we'll get some peace and quiet around here." And they did. Once more the world was kept at bay, until Thursday of the same week, when Nadelman's secretary buzzed him as he sat writing in his office, a Do Not Disturb sign on his door to tell him that a man was waiting to see him in the reception area. "I don't see any appointments written down," he said crossly, already thinking of Huntoon and wishing there were a back way so he could sneak out. "He doesn't have an appointment," said the secretary. Then, puzzled, relaying the message third hand, "He says he doesn't need one. It's someone named Sergeant Berkey." Could this be a joke? The only Berkey that Nadelman knew was an account executive at Cone Rudderman, who'd been in charge of the Lifesaver campaign. "Find out what he wants." There was a pause. "Denise says he's a police officer." Nadelman felt his insides knot. Bodies in the morgue, grainy photos in the post. He could already picture them. Rhoda, Michael, smiling the inane, pathetic smile of the world's front-page victims. He swallowed, wondering which one it would be. "Send him in." He went to his office door and opened it, then sat down again to wait, already seeing himself as the father, the husband, the one who has told the terrible news. Sharon was returning, leading a middle-aged man in a blue patrolman's uniform. Nadelman's heart beat faster. She ushered the man into the office and closed the door behind him. Once he saw the man's distracted smile, Nadelman knew he had nothing to fear. The other stood with cop's hat in hand, gazing out the window past Nadelman's head. "Nice view," he said with just a touch of envy, sinking heavily into one of the low leather chairs facing the desk. He studied Nadelman's face. "I'm Sergeant Berkey. We tracked you down here from the address on your stationery." Stationery? How had the police seen his stationery? But the officer was peering at a black leatherette notepad. "The reason I'm here, Mr. Nadelman, is that we've found the bodies of two friends of yours." He flipped a page. "A Mr. Arlen Huntoon and a Mrs. Loney Huntoon." My God! So the post had claimed someone after all. Relief flooded through him. Relief that, if someone had to die, it had been those two, followed immediately by guilt. The poor old woman. "When?" he asked. "How?" Hadn't the mother said something about an ex-boss of Arlen's, someone he'd quarreled with? Or had those downstairs neighbors finally come back for revenge? The Huntoons had seemed to have a lot of enemies. Berkey shook his head. "That's not for me to say, Mr. Nadelman. But I'll tell you this much. The guys out in Long Beach came across the two of them by accident, in the course of an entirely separate investigation. Or at least they thought it was." "What sort of investigation?" The other looked down for a moment, tracing his finger around the sweatband of his hat. "I'm not really at liberty to say. The God's honest truth is, I'm here to see if you could answer a few questions." "Of course." Nadelman waited, expecting the man to whip out a laminated card and read him his rights, but instead the other merely withdrew a ballpoint pen from his shirt pocket and opened the pad to a fresh page. "Did you know the deceased?" "Only slightly." Keeping his voice low lest his secretary hear, Nadelman recounted some of the events that had led to his visit there this past weekend. There was no sense lying about it. Hell, if the police already had possession of his letters, they certainly must know the main facts of the story. "So why exactly was it you went out there?" Berkey sat forward, pen poised. Nadelman shrugged. "Because I felt I was getting harassed by this guy." Whoops, that sounded too hostile. "I mean, I felt he was a nuisance for my family and me." He saw the lawman laboriously writing down nuisance and felt better. "And since he didn't seem to own a phone, I figured I'd have to go out there and talk to him. Believe me, it was the one and only time I ever met him." The officer finished writing. Were these guys really dumb, he wondered, or did they just play dumb, like Columbo? And slipped the pen back in his pocket. "Don't worry, Mr. Nadelman, you're not on the suspect list. We got a description of the guy, and it's nothing like you. A big galoot, I hear. I'm just checking up on a few facts." He flashed a smile. He had probably had a course or two in human relations. "We gotta do our job, you know. It's what all of us pay taxes for." Nadelman tried to remember his final goodbye to the Huntoons, his march downstairs, hurrying outside to breathe the good air. He had left them both alive and smiling, unprotected. Had the murderer been watching even then? Waiting, perhaps, for him to leave? "As I mentioned," he said, "the last time I spoke to Huntoon was Tuesday night, even though he didn't speak back." "And when were the bodies discovered?" Berkey scratched his thinning hair. "Wednesday morning, I think." "So they couldn't have been dead for very long." "I guess not. Lucky thing the cops out there were in the building, otherwise it could have been weeks. I get the impression those two didn't have many friends." Nadelman nodded. "I got the same impression myself." He hadn't been a friend of theirs either. Friends with those creeps? You've got to be kidding. But for the rest of the day, after Berkey had fortified himself with one more envious glance out the office window and had departed, Nadelman felt as if he had lost two old and well-loved comrades. A little eccentric, perhaps, but valued nonetheless. He was downcast. At least he was until he got home that night and discovered Huntoon's final message. Rhoda had taken Michael to a classmate's 8th birthday party and had left Nadelman some ham and cheese in the refrigerator for his dinner. The day's mail lay in a pile on the kitchen table, a scrap of paper atop it with the message, in Rhoda's jubilant handwriting, "Another one from Guess Who." Nadelman immediately recognized the address label and its tiny red lobster. Except in cases of extreme curiosity, such as he'd experienced that previous Sunday in the Long Beach luncheonette, Nadelman as a rule did not read the Post or the Daily News, except over people's shoulders on the subway. Their stories seemed too transient to waste time on. Even his reading of the Times was, on weekdays, usually confined to the front page. If there were no gigantic headlines, the world was safe for another 24 hours. The opinion pages and the business section for news about the advertising world. And so it wasn't surprising that until he tore open Huntoon's final envelope, he hadn't seen the item it contained, a clipping cut from Tuesday's Post that Huntoon must have mailed the very day he'd been murdered. L.I. dump, grave for slain couple. A posed photo showed a workman in overalls, his face shadowed by the hard hat he wore, pointing to an equally shadowy depression in the mound of rubbish he was standing upon. The bodies of an unidentified man and woman were discovered Monday morning by landfill engineers working at the county dump in Oceanside, Long Island, the article said. It noted that the bodies had been described by police as those of an elderly white couple, apparently in their 70s, and that workmen had also found, lying beside them, a large dog, probably a terrier. It was the mention of the dog that did it. Nadelman, sickened, saw how naive he'd been. He remembered the smell from Huntoon's closet, and realized that what Huntoon had left out at the dump that morning had not been the creature at all. It was them. It had to be. The old couple from downstairs. He knew now why the police had paid a visit to the Huntoons' apartment yesterday. They'd obviously had time to identify the dead as Mr. and Mrs. Braverman. Judging by the state of decomposition, the article said, the pair had not been buried long. The deaths were believed to have occurred over the weekend. The bodies had been, in one detective's phrase, which the Post repeated as the article's subhead, slashed to ribbons. Nadelman remembered the broken glass on Huntoon's roof and shuddered. Written at the top, in Huntoon's heavy hand, the crazy, boastful creep, was, "Don't worry, I'd never let it hurt you." Standing beneath a Second Avenue streetlight, his shoulders hunched against the evening's chill, Nadelman peered hurriedly through the News and the Post he'd just bought. He felt like a fugitive, furtively scanning the pages for an affirmation of his crime. The report in the News was restrained, almost disappointingly so. Hunt for murder clues yields 2 more deaths. Nassau County Police, attempting to identify the elderly man and woman whose bodies were discovered Monday in a dump outside Oceanside, Long Island, yesterday stumbled upon 2 more bodies in the course of the investigation, police spokesman said. The first victims have been identified as Leo Braverman, 76, and his wife Flora, 73, of Locust Court in Long Beach. The 2 most recent victims were Loney Huntoon, in her late 70s, and her son Arlen, 33, fellow tenants in the same apartment building. The Post put it more flamboyantly. South Shore Slasher claims victims 4 and 5, and it included a photograph of the Bravermans, both of them small, plump, and white-haired, taken on what looked like a Miami Beach vacation. The woman was smiling, though her smile hadn't saved her. The man appeared more grave, as if he'd known where the photo would someday appear. The bodies of the Long Beach couple, along with their pet dog, were found Monday morning by workers in the Oceanside town dump, the article said. Nadelman was puzzled by the headline. How had the body count reached 5? Until his eye fell on a later paragraph, identifying the first victim as Esteban Farella, 46, chief dispatcher at the Value Right Delivery Service in Valley Stream, whose headless body was found last week. Nadelman stiffened, remembering the story he'd read Sunday. He had failed to make the connection, but obviously the authorities had not, though they were clearly on the wrong track. Police are still investigating a suspected gangland motive, the paper said. Despite the headline, slasher victims 3 and 4 were not pictured, but the story described Huntoon as a former Value Right employee laid off last August. Nadelman did no more than skim the rest, if only for self-protection. The widowed mother, mangled remains, work of one man, reports of a fugitive seen leaving the building that night. But he froze when he came to the story's final line. Police said the bodies were discovered locked in the younger Huntoon's closet. He closed the paper with trembling hands. His fingertips felt dirty. What was it Huntoon had said that day on the roof? Something about the servant preferring to take orders from Nadelman himself? Yes, that's what he'd said. Nadelman remembered well enough. But he didn't remember precisely what he himself had yelled into the phone 2 nights ago, at what he'd thought was Huntoon, and was just as happy he did not. The idea that anyone could be afraid of a dachshund was ridiculous, especially one as small as Nadelman's. She was called Brownie. The name, of course, had been given to her by Michael, who as yet had no stake in being clever, and she was a good-humored, comical little creature, trotting briskly up the sidewalk with the complacent smile of a young PTA mother. So it seemed extremely odd to Nadelman that one night during the week of Thanksgiving, as he walked the dog along 76th Street, a clear plastic baggie in hand, he saw 2 male pedestrians coming his way stop, squint at him, and scatter. One of them crossed to the other side of the street, the other turned and hurried back the way he'd come. Puzzled, Nadelman wondered if they had been terrified of Brownie or of him. Fancy, grown men so scared of a dachshund. Suddenly, a third alternative dawned on him, but when he turned and scanned the sidewalk behind him, there was no one there. On Wednesday afternoon of that same week, really the mere stump of a week, with only 3 days of work to endure, Rhoda took the car and drove up to Westchester with Michael and the dog. They would spend the night with her parents. Nadelman would join them on Thanksgiving Day. He claimed he had a Thursday morning meeting with an important soft drink client who'd be flying into New York for the long weekend, and had insisted on squeezing in some business obligations. In truth, he knew that Seal would be available. Uniquely so, because she was a foreigner, the holiday meant little to her. She would simply be having dinner at a friend's. "Some people have such a nerve," said Rhoda, helping Michael pack on Wednesday morning. "It'll only be an hour or so," said Nadelman. "Just one of those stuffy breakfast meetings at the Carlisle, with the $16 scrambled eggs. I'll take the train up afterward, and you can pick me up at the station." "Just leave room for the turkey," said Rhoda. "And just you be sure to call me tonight before bedtime," he said, kissing her fondly on the cheek as he left for work. He lingered at home that night until 10:30 when her call came. After chatting with her about the train schedule, he hung up and, leaving the phone off the hook, took a taxi down to Seal's. Their night together was not all that Nadelman had hoped. Maybe it was nerves or simple guilt, as if the unhooked phone back in his apartment were still sounding warning beeps in his ear. He felt even more disturbed the next morning, when as Seal unlatched the front door and prepared to kiss him goodbye, she suddenly wrinkled up her delicate Slavic nose. "Ugh! The people in this building, they are so disgusting." She pointed to a small irregular puddle in the hall just in front of her door. Nadelman, gingerly stepping over it with his overnight bag in hand, intent on getting to Grand Central in time, smelled a sour, fishy smell, and thought for a moment of the house in Locust Court. But that was an idea he immediately cast back into the pile. In truth, Seal's building was a bit shabby. It was only when he was on the train to New Rochelle, and had laid aside his advertising age and fortune to watch the fleeting scenery that, as if suddenly touched by a trickle of ice water, he was struck by a vision of what might have left the puddle, something he suspected that had waited patiently by their door all night. But here on the train, with well-groomed suburban lanes rolling by beyond the window, and the smell of the snack bar to whet his hunger, such visions were hard to believe in. Still, he was glad that his own building had a doorman. One thing at least was certain, or so he told himself from time to time over the next few weeks. Justice had been done. The creep had reaped exactly what he'd sown. His poem had hit it on the nose. A God who smirks and says, "The joke's on you." And the joke had been on Huntoon. One later incident, at least, was almost certainly a product of Nadelman's imagination, though it was somewhat unnerving at the time. Alone in the kitchen one weekend afternoon in December, while Rhoda was in the bedroom getting ready to go to the supermarket, Nadelman peered into the refrigerator and yelled, "I need more roast coffee!" At which point, as if on command, the brown paper trash bag in the corner obligingly collapsed in on itself and tipped over, spilling its contents, including a flood of old coffee grounds, onto the kitchen floor. He did not enter the kitchen again until the following week. He began to mutter at odd times about the servant problem. One day his secretary discovered a memo pad in his office on which he'd written half-distractedly, "There's a masked figure looking up at my apartment. I know that when I go out there it'll be gone. What scares me is what happens the day I go down and it's not gone." His final scare came one night just before Christmas, while his arms were laden with last-minute presents. Most of his friends complained about the holidays, the pressures, the commercialism, the materialism, but Nadelman had always enjoyed them. They were one of the few times he was truly happy being a family man. He wasn't a Christian, but he celebrated Christmas of a sort. As he saw it, material goods gave the holiday its meaning, just as they did in days of old, when pagans stuffed their larders with good food and drink. It was the season for shopping, something Nadelman enjoyed, just as he enjoyed, as a professional, the corny seasonal ads. Santa with the perennial Coke in hand, elves telephoning one another long distance to stay in touch. Walking north on 3rd Avenue, just a block from his house, he headed toward the only place still open on the block, a small neighborhood liquor store where he intended to buy some cognac, or even better, some Armagnac. As he passed the window of a toy shop, he paused out of habit to study it, even though the hour was late and the shop was closed. Suddenly, as if in warning, the shop lights dimmed, and as they did so, he noticed a figure reflected in the window, ghostly in the dim light and intersected with the images of toys, games, and stuffed animals. For one crazy moment he took the reflection for his own, wildly distorted, or that of a fellow shopper wearing a paper bag over his head. Then something gleamed below the apparition's wrist, something small and jagged, and he recognized what stood behind him. Those in extreme situations are often known to drop what they're holding and run, but few have just paid $245 for a salmon-colored cashmere sweater and $110 for games and a new joystick for a son's Atari. Holding tight to his gifts, Nadelman took off down the block, legs flying. He didn't care that he almost bumped into the backs of a couple walking ahead of him, nor did he care what they probably thought of him for shouting, "Leave me the hell alone!" as he ran. He was far more concerned with whether his servant could hear him, and whether it was still inclined to honor his commands. Approaching the liquor store, Nadelman slowed down, preparing to dash inside, but increased his speed again when he heard a sound behind him that might have been the echoing tinkle of Christmas chimes, but which sounded far more like the breaking of glass. He ran on, footsteps pounding the sidewalk, sensing above him a vast face that leered down from the cold sky. Ahead, on the corner, loomed the stony gray mass of a synagogue, looking as solemn and solid as a fortress. The ancient wooden front door, through which a group of dark-coated worshippers had just passed, was slowly swinging shut. Putting on a burst of speed, he hurried up the wide stone steps and slipped inside. The synagogue was Orthodox. He'd never set foot in one before. A large gold menorah stood on a platform at the front, 5 candles lit. A skeptical-looking attendant handed him a yarmulke as he came in. Slapping it onto his head, he sat down in one of the rear pews, brightly colored presents in his lap with pictures of Santa Claus and reindeer, as he gazed, still panting, at the high stone walls, the tapestries, the candles, the grave-looking figures depicted in the windows. And hours later, when the attendant came to tell him it was time to leave, he politely but firmly refused. He was willing to explain it once. He would explain it a dozen times if necessary, and always with infinite patience. He would not be moved, and he would not look back, and he didn't intend to go outside until the night was over. Everything would be all right, if only he could make it through till morning. John Metcalfe, The Feasting Dead. Never a prolific writer, John Metcalfe, 1891 to 1965, was one of Britain's stalwart legion of writers of the macabre. Much of his life he spent in poverty, living for a number of years in the United States as a barge captain on New York's East River. Like Oliver Onions, his work is polished and unyielding, frequently enigmatic and always memorable. It took me a while to appreciate Metcalfe's work, as he is not at his best in the short story, and my first encounter with The Smoking Leg, the title story of his first collection published in 1925, was not one of revelrous discovery. His best short stories are undoubtedly The Double Admiral and The Badlands, and I urge you to seek them out. Metcalfe is at his very best, though, with some room in which to create his atmosphere of mystery and the grotesque, as in The Feasting Dead. This was originally written for a volume of Metcalfe's best new stories, but no British publisher would accept it on account of its being too gruesome. In the end, the American writer and publisher, and staunch friend of neglected British writers, August Derleth, issued The Feasting Dead as a separate book in 1954 from his Arkham House imprint. Always sorely neglected, Metcalfe is yet another example of how publishers never appreciate the talent on their own doorstep. 1. Our boy, Dennis, had at no time been very strong, and when his mother, whom he had adored, died suddenly, I fetched him from his boarding school by Edinburgh and let him stop for a while at home. Poor little fellow! I had tended previously perhaps to be a trifle stern with him, but we needed each other now, and I did all I could to make up to him for anything of harshness in the past, and soften for his tender sensibilities the blow I myself felt so sorely. No doubt I had become a thoroughly indulgent father, and would not, I think, have rued it, but for that train of circumstances to be narrated. We were living, then, in the big pleasant old place Ashtoft, near Winchester, which I had bought on my retirement from the army, and when Dennis asked still to stay from school for one more term and keep me company, I was secretly flattered, I expect, as well as comforted. The milder southern air and his daily rides over the downs would do him good, and he would take no harm from missing a few months of Greek and algebra. There was, that May and June, a French family, or rather a father with his young son and daughter, spending part of the summer in the neighborhood, and that Dennis should like them and they him I found altogether fortunate. Cécile, my wife, had been half French, and when it transpired that our new acquaintances were not only residents of her native province, but must actually, as we compared notes and worked it out together, be some sort of distant cousins, this chance encountering seemed more than ordinarily felicitous. Cécile had never tired of talking to Dennis of Auvergne, its history, scenery, and above all its legends, some of them she admitted rather shocking, and we had frequently regretted that, as yet, he had not seen it for himself. He could, however, read and speak French very tolerably, putting me to a total shame, and now, in a variety of loyalty, I fancy, to his mother's memory, was doubly prejudiced in favor of anything or any one of Gallic origin. As for these Vagnons, the father, who cultivated us with considerable assiduity, was, I believed, a landowner of consequence, with a chateau not far from Issoire. He was a lean, somewhat nervous, yet taciturn man, with sunken cheeks and an unhappy brooding manner which I set down to his recent bereavement. The fact that he, too, had lost his wife last year was an added, if unspoken, reason for sympathy amongst us, and I was wholly glad that Dennis had the orphaned Augustine and Marcel for his playmates. Truth compels me to confess that they weren't very prepossessing little scamps, being undernourished-looking, swarthy, narrow-eyed, and quarrelsome, but for Dennis their society evidently had charm. "This shall be au revoir, and not goodbye, Monsieur le Colonel," said Monsieur Vagnon upon leaving. "For Dennis, at the least. Dennis shall come to see me in Auvergne, if you can spare him, in his holidays, while, to be quits, my own Marcel and Augustine might visit you." Here was a new idea, but when I questioned him, Dennis, it seemed, knew all about it. "And would you care to go?" I asked, surprised. "Oh, yes, I may, mayn't I?" "We'll see." "Yes, I dare say," I temporized. "Wait and we'll see." The notion had been rather sprung upon me, yet such holiday exchanges were constantly advertised in the press, and in the present instance there was an already existing acquaintance between the families, to say nothing of a degree, if slender, of relationship. As for holidays, Dennis had had plenty of them lately, but he would be off to school again, nearer home, before so long. He had been falling behind, inevitably, in his studies, and now, I thought, he had a golden opportunity of picking up his French. Next August I went over with him to Foan, saw him installed in Monsieur Vagnon's chateau, where I stopped one night, and returned placidly enough to Hampshire with Marcel and Augustine the following day. This arrangement remained in force for well over a year, till Dennis was 13, through several successive holidays, or parts of them. My boy's persistence and perseverance with the business, I must say, somewhat astonished me. What kind of fun could he have there, I wondered, that so attracted him? Marcel and Augustine, when they came to me as they usually did, could largely amuse each other, but Dennis had no one of his own age to play with. Cécile had had a young nephew, Willie, her brother's child, but he had died 2 years ago, or else, I thought regretfully, my Dennis might have looked him up and found him possibly congenial company. Now even Willie's parents, who had lived within easy drive of the chateau, had moved to Dijon, and Dennis was reduced, as I have said, to Monsieur Vaignan for the supply of entertainment. I was perplexed and maybe a shade jealous. Thus far I had had but that one glimpse of the chateau, since it was either Monsieur Vaignan or his major domo Flebard who on the next few occasions took the children to and fro. And now, still wondering, I tried to recall the place more clearly. The chateau was old and generally in somewhat poor repair, though its interior was pleasing. Its exterior, and the immediate approaches, had been dusk-shrouded when we arrived, but before that I had had to hire a taxi at an exorbitant fare from the nearest station 12 miles away, and had had some chance of viewing the countryside between. It was austere and grimly forbidding, with a burnt-out, cindery quality I found depressing. However, that didn't matter particularly, and our effusive welcome from Monsieur Vaignan, coupled with repeated apologies for the breakdown of the car that should have met us, had reassured me if I needed it. After Dennis was in bed, my host and I had chatted till midnight over some superlative brandy. There had been from him some laughing allusion to a haunted turret room, but the story attached to it seemed confused, and I could not subsequently recollect it. "Do you still want to go to Foran every holiday?" I had asked Dennis once. "Why don't you give a trial to Uncle Michel and Aunt Bet instead? They'd love to have you there with them at Dijon." "Oh, no. I like it so at Foran. Yes, I do." A quick anxiety in his tone surprised me. Till then I had acquiesced in the arrangement somewhat lukewarmly, though certainly without misgiving, and even now it would be an exaggeration to say I was at all uneasy. Simply I felt that, from such slight and casual beginnings, the thing had somehow become too important or endured too long. "But surely you must be terribly dull there sometimes. What do you do with yourself all day?" "Oh, there's a lot to do. He faltered, embarrassedly, and I experienced a faint, disquiet qualm. His delicacy had always caused his mother and myself concern, and at her death I had feared seriously the effect upon his health. But he had borne his share of grief for her manfully enough, and for a while had seemed to benefit from exercise and a respite from lessons. At the moment, however, he was nervously flushed, maybe dreading my vetoing his further visits, and his eyes had an odd, strained look, as if, the idea curiously struck me, he were carrying some sort of burden. No more was said at that time on the subject, and the appearance the next week of escort Flebard, a decent, sober fellow who seemed propriety incarnate, temporarily allayed my doubts. Yet after Dennis was gone they naggingly revived. What was it at the chateau, I could not stop wondering, that held this strong, continuing attraction for my boy? Without exactly scenting anything amiss, I recognized that here was an affair or situation which I had been to blame in not exploring thoroughly, and which at least would bear more careful scrutiny. I resolved that on Dennis's next trip, if there should be one, I would again accompany him, or perhaps bring him back myself, and possibly in either case remain with him at Foran for a day or so before returning. That visit I remember very well. I remember at its close concluding that, no, there was really nothing after all to worry about, and then, as a wave of unaccountable depression overcame me, feeling as vaguely puzzled and undecided in my mind as ever. Monsieur Vaignan, pressing me to stop longer than the 3 days I did, had been almost too attentive a host, scarcely indeed permitting me out of his sight. With his own children, of whom next year he would see less, one being entered for a lycée at Bourges, the other for a convent school in the same town, he seemed stricter than in Hampshire, and I reflected wryly that, while it lasted, this exchange system certainly gave him the better of the bargain, for there could be no comparison between my handsome, graceful Dennis and his 2 replacements, queer, cryptic little monkeys that they were. For my sojourn at the chateau, it had turned out more convenient to choose not the beginning but the end of a stay there by Dennis of 4 weeks. The hours passed not disagreeably, until my final night quite unremarkably, in talking, eating, card-playing, sheer loafing, and a short series of amiably conducted tours of the estate. Upon these rambles Denis would go with us, not ill-pleased to assist Monsieur Vaignan in the part of showman, and yet I thought a trifle distrait and subdued, his bright head glinting on before us in the sun. It was extremely sultry, the middle of August, and the scorched country frowned quivering around us through a heat haze. Towards Fohan, the turmoiled landscape was a gross tumble of smirched rocks, like something caught in the act of an explosion, or, a more fanciful comparison occurred to me, as if these riven slabs, seared spires and pinnacles, and blackened ingots of fused earth, had been the men which sportive devils had hurled down upon the gaming table of the Puys in some infernal tourney, and then left in disarray. I told myself I would be very thankful when my boy and I were home. But what had chiefly struck me during my 3 days at the chateau was a peculiar faint change, for all his courtesy, in Monsieur Vaignan. Once, when I referred casually to Denis's next visit, a strange, hesitating, and constrained look crossed his face. "Yes," he replied without conviction. "Ah, well, we all grow up, and the best of things come to an end." That night, the eve of our return to England, I was restless. My feather bed stifled me, and I remembered that a winding stair outside my room, adjoining Denis's, led to a small garden. To snatch a breath of fresher air, I began, in my dressing-gown, to descend the stairway, but stopped short at the sound of voices. It was Monsieur Vaignan, talking, I rather guessed, to Fleabart. "No, no," the disturbed half-whisper reached me. "We can't. I tell you, hélas, it has come again." Hastily but softly I retreated. Monsieur Vaignan's last words had been spoken with a curious emphasis, of fear, or of a kind of despairing disgust, and for an instant I regretted not having waited for a sentence or two more. Undecidedly I regained the landing, and saw a crack of light under Denis's door. I gently opened it and entered. "Hello," I said. "So you can't get to sleep either?" "No, it's so hot." He was sitting up in bed, a candle burning in a wall sconce beside him. In some way he seemed apprehensive and excited. "It's not as quiet as you'd suppose out here in the country," I remarked, less from an interest in the fact than to conceal my own continuing agitation. "I thought just now I could hear those old cows moving in the barn, or it may have been the horses in the stable." "Or the ghost," said Denis, "in the tower room." I smiled, as I presumed he expected me to smile. "Oh, does the ghost make noises?" I inquired preoccupiedly, and with my mind still running upon Monsieur Vaignan. "Yes." Denis paused, smiling too, then added oracularly, "Rinking noises. I make it make them." "Rinking noises?" I came out of my brown study, startled somehow both by this odd description and by a peculiar intonation in his voice. "Like roller skating," he exclaimed. "Ever so funny. He had checked himself abruptly, though the smile lingered on his lips. It was a smile, I had the unpleasant intuition, that saw musingly beyond what I could see, a smile of some superior intimacy and acquaintance, real or fancied. But I considered it wiser not at this time to pursue the subject. "Good night," I said presently, and went back to my room. After all this I had reckoned gloomily on further wakefulness, yet actually fell very soon asleep, arousing with my spirits lightened and refreshed. If it were nothing worse, I remember thinking, than some absurd superstition that was afflicting Monsieur Vaignan, then most of my anxiety was groundless. Merely I was now tired of the business. Just one more visit, possibly, and then this holiday exchange arrangement must begin to die a natural death. However, as we were leaving, I had a mild resurgence of my previous qualms. Monsieur Vaignan's looks were wan, and the hand that shook mine trembled. Suddenly, a word to characterize his altered manner, the word I had been seeking, unsuccessfully, 3 days, flashed disconcertingly into my brain. Guilty. But how preposterous! What had he to feel guilty over? And yet... A shadow seemed to darken round me, and round Dennis, too, as we entered the car and waved our farewells through its windows. But in the train and on the boat I managed temporarily to re-dismiss my bothersome forebodings. Perhaps Monsieur Vaignan had privately decided that he had seen enough of us, had resolved gradually to drop us, and yet found it hard, frankly, to tell us so. Well, I had felt for my part that the Vaignans latterly were bulking too oppressively and largely on our own Habgood horizon, and if the break did come eventually from their side rather than from mine, so much the better, and the easier for me. I was in cheerful mood as we returned to Ashtoft. 2 days had passed when the postman delivered to me a registered envelope, postmarked Foan. The enclosed letter from Monsieur Vaignan read, Dear Colonel Habgood, it is with infinite distress that I am driven to inform you that it has become advisable for the hitherto so pleasant intimacy between our families to cease. Nor can I am afraid, give any explanation of this deplorable necessity that could satisfy you. I am the victim, it appears, of a fantastic persecution or visitation with which it would not be fair that you should any longer be remotely and even unknowingly associated. This is the most that I am able to tell you, in condonation of a gesture that must seem so brutal. But, in effect, I have to draw a cordon sanitaire around myself, not for my own protection, but for that of those outside it. I can only hope, with my most extreme regrets, that one whom I esteem so highly may accept this fact as it unfortunately stands, and grant me henceforwards the privilege of silence. Yours, V. de la F. Vaignan. I replaced this amazing missive in its envelope. A little while ago I had been meditating just such a development, but not in this style, no indeed. Was the man mad? Oddly, my predominant emotion was not of hurt or any anger with him. It was rather of bewildered consternation, and even a sort of fear, as if, instead of ending, as it seemed, the real trouble were just beginning. Somehow the thing hit me in the face. I did not immediately tell Dennis of Monsieur Vaignan's letter, and for over a week I was considerably exercised as to how I could best and most wisely do so. Finally I let him know of it, saying that the Vaignans were going through some kind of private domestic crisis which would probably prevent his staying again at the chateau, for some while at least. Admittedly, this was putting a mighty gloss on the affair, yet how else was I to phrase it? Probably, as I had surmised, Monsieur Vaignan had been brooding this step for several months, and failed to muster courage to declare it verbally. But now its absurd, written, black-and-white announcement was, in all conscience, blunt to crudity, whatever its excuses, and whatever the dickens persecution and visitation might be held to mean, and I could hardly show Dennis that. He received the news quietly, though I felt it a false and deceptive quiet. It must have been a serious matter to him, and, as I see it now, he was inwardly and desperately trying to measure its gravity, and to decide how far this setback might be neutralized or remedied, and still accommodated to his own desires. I was extremely sorry for him, and cast about in my mind for anything that would render the blow less wounding, and leave him a little happier. Oddly, and soon enough, he himself sought to help me out of this difficulty, but in a fashion I by no means relished. "I think it'll be Raoul I'll miss most," he said, as if reflectively, yet with a certain patness that did not escape me. "I told you about him, didn't I?" "Raoul? No, you didn't." "Didn't I? Not Raoul Privage? Surely No, you never spoke of him. Who is he?" "Why, he was my greatest friend over there, in a way. I must have told you. We caught moles and bats together, and went up the Puy. He's a sort of odd-job man, I suppose you'd call him. He gardens and fells trees and looks after horses and—
"Oh, I know."
Dennis paused as though struck by a sudden inspiration.
"He could come here. He could work for you. You need someone like that. Oh, if we had Raoul here, I wouldn't mind not going to the chateau."
"Nonsense," I answered brusquely. "Now, really, how many licenses do you think I'd have to get for importing an article like that from France?" What made my tone momentarily bitter had not been the bizarre character of the suggestion so much as the recognition in my own boy of a species of duplicity, for he had never mentioned this Raoul previously, and must have known it, while most emphatically I wanted no more Vignon echoes of any sort, size, or description. Dennis's brows had contracted in a kind of secret defiance.
"Oh, well," he said glumly, "I expect we'll see him here anyhow. I expect he'll turn up one day, just the same."
And the devil of it was, he did. We had finished breakfast, and I was lighting my pipe in the morning-room when I heard a light tap at the window. Glancing up, I saw a man outside. He was short and rather shabby, but his face I could not then properly discern. In an instant, heart-sinkingly, I realized who it must be. The fellow was gesturing, and I in turn found myself echoing his signals and pointing sidewise towards the front door, which I opened for him. He stood there in the porch, and again, with vague nonplussment, I had the incidentally worried feeling that somehow I could not make out his features as plainly as I should. But at that moment there was a scamper of footsteps behind me, and Dennis all but flung himself into the figure's arms.
"Raoul! Raoul!" he exclaimed ecstatically. "Oh, I knew you'd come."
"Bonjour, monsieur." Our visitant had put out a hand, which I mechanically shook. The hand wore a mitten, leaving only the fingers exposed, and in clasping them I experienced a strange repugnance. They were cold and lifeless as a dummy's. But the man could speak, it soon appeared, and volubly. Dennis had led him to a back room giving onto the lawn, and there the creature began to chatter, presumably in French of sorts, though too quickly for my comprehension. Dennis translated sketchily. Raoul, it seemed, was offering me his services as general handyman. He had always wanted to live in England, and to have my son for his young master would be bliss indeed. His manner, as he waited while Dennis was interpreting, was an odd mixture of deference and sly assurance. "But, good heavens," I protested, "I can't employ him. What about his labor permit? He can't just plant himself on us like this and—" The man sat there, impassive, his shadowed face averted. Dennis was talking with him again, conveying, I supposed, the substance of my objections.
"He's staying here in the village anyhow," Dennis announced, "though it would be nicer if he could use our loft over the old coach-house while he was looking around."
"He shall not use our loft!" I remember almost spluttering in my dumbfounded indignation. But in the end he did. Whether a greater and a prompter firmness on my part would have prevented or later on ejected him, I do not know. I believe now that it would not, and in a sense that what was had to be. Since Cécile's death I had denied the child nothing, and if such pampering were weakness, it had at least been hitherto a natural and perhaps pardonable weakness. But my acceptance or toleration of this creature, this object, this ambiguous knot in a board, with whom Dennis's infatuation seemed quite inexplicable, was a capitulation to my boy's half-tearful and half-sullen importunities, surpassing any previous indulgence. Be that as it might, Raoul took up his abode in the loft, and thus confronted with the fait accompli, I realized gloomily that it would mean now a lot of unpleasantness and fuss to shift him. So for the time being, and the time being only, as I tried to make it plain, he stayed. There were nearly 3 weeks still to run of Dennis's summer holidays, and he spent their waking hours, to my chagrin, almost entirely in his idol's company. I felt bewildered. Why, actually, had the man come here? And had there been a prior secret understanding between him and his admirer in the matter? Was his passport in order?
though I presume it must be, for him to have arrived at all. And what would the neighbours and my own servants think? However, superficially and for a while, there was less trouble than I had anticipated. The fellow, to grant him his due, was unobtrusive to the point of self-effacement, and indeed appeared anxious to keep out of people's way. He insisted on some pretense of working for me, and occasionally was to be seen polishing boots and harness, clearing dead wood from the shrubbery, and the like. His meals he ate usually apart, fetching them from the kitchen and consuming them in his loft. How he got on with my cook, Jenny, or with my maid, Clara, I was at first unable to find out. Probably they decided that the curious importation represented merely one more whim of the young master's, and for the present let it go at that. As for my regular groom and gardener, Dobbs, he, as it happened, was in hospital, so his reactions were not yet available. Just the same, the position was bizarre. Dennis would shortly be returning to school, and then, of course, there could be no excuse for Raoul's remaining. I half thought once or twice, and despite the silence so mysteriously enjoined on me, of writing to sound Monsieur Vaignan on the subject. But, as may be imagined, I was pretty much on my dignity in that quarter, and had, besides, no right whatever to assume that he was implicated or involved in any way with Raoul. I was on edge and out of sorts, living, it seemed, unreally in a kind of semi-dream. More and more I became sensible of this man Raoul's presence, irking me in a manner I could not describe, and one small item in particular still teased me. The fellow had been here now close on 2 weeks, and yet for some reason I had never formed a clear idea of his appearance. Either his features struck me differently at different times, or had a queer indefiniteness that amounted, as it were, to nullity. It was not till later that I discovered that this little difficulty of his facelessness had bothered other people too. One day, less than a week before the end of his holidays, Dennis had started a slight cold. It seemed nothing much, and hadn't stopped his going out all morning, as was now his rule, with his obnoxious playmate on the down, but was enough, in view of the nearness of his return to school, to worry me. I remembered telling him to take it easy indoors for the rest of the afternoon, and then retiring myself to my study with the intention, I also recall, of settling, finally, my future course of action in this whole exasperating affaire Raoul. But my deliberations had not got very far when they were interrupted by a visit from a Mr. Wallstrom, a local farmer to whom I was arranging to lease a meadow. Terms having been agreed to mutual satisfaction, the old man went on to gossip amiably of other things. "Your boy misses his mother, surely. Up there on the Winnaker I met him this morning, looking right poorly, and chattering away like that all to himself." "To himself? Why, he—" I faltered, confused and apprehensive. "Well, yes. Talking, or it might have been singing, you know, and, funny thing, my 2 dogs, oh, you should have seen 'em. Such a snarling and a snapping. Never seen 'em act that way with your young lad before." Presently Mr. Wallstrom wished me good day, leaving me certainly with plenty to think over. It was extremely strange. Dennis, I knew, had gone out, not alone, but with Raoul, and then those dogs. For, oddly, it had been with dogs that Raoul had achieved as yet his summit of unpopularity. My own setter, Trixie, could not abide him, shivering and growling quite dementedly whenever he was by, and evidently undecided whether to fly from him or at him. I was still trying to digest the implications of Mr. Wallstrom's story when the form of Raoul himself darkened the panes. Outwardly and otherwise well conducted, he had an annoying habit of coming round to the windows and tapping to attract attention. This time, perceiving I had already observed him, he did not tap, but simply held up a hand. To my disgusted consternation, I saw that the wrist and forearm were bloody. Hurrying out, I examined his hurt. The flesh was badly lacerated. "Chien," I understood him to mutter. "Chien." Here was a further complication. Dog bites can be mischievous, and I would not risk attempting to treat such wounds myself. So far, I had shirked bringing the man's residence to any official or even semi-official cognizance, but now, if the doctor were called, my precious piece of contraband must be declared, and I foresaw all sorts of tiresome queries as to the fellow's position under the Health Insurance Act, and any amount of stupid fuss. In the event, I summoned my old friend and adviser, Godrich, who had attended Cécile during her last illness. He addressed Raoul's arm, and, while on the spot, looked at my boy as well. Dennis's cold had got worse. He was running a temperature, and Godrich promised to come again next day. Reports then on the 2 patients were discouraging. As for Raoul, he had had to be moved to a small attic bedroom. His wound was an ugly one, and I somehow gathered an impression that Godrich was puzzled by the case. Dennis, it seemed probable, would not be fit to return punctually to school, and for a time I half suspected him of shamming in order to postpone the parting with his friend. He, Dennis, had been told of Raoul's misadventure and pleaded vainly to be allowed to see him. The pair were upon different floors and in different wings. The farther from each other I had thought, the better. Raoul's accident, and he could or would not state which dog or dogs it was that had attacked him, had been upon a Thursday, and by the Sunday his arm still showed no improvement. The following morning Godrich rather surprised me by asking me to see of myself, and I watched him unwrap the bandages. I caught, I fancied, an expression of something approaching astonishment on his face when the torn flesh was bared. The entire limb below the elbow was swollen and had a repulsive, livid hue. Godrich motioned me to go. "I'll see you afterwards," he murmured. "Well," he said, rejoining me downstairs, "I'll confess I'm a bit foxed. The latest wonder drugs proved a flop, and it's quite extraordinary, but the whole forearm seems—" "Yes, what?" I pressed impatiently. "Why, to have mortified. But it couldn't have, to that extent, without other associated symptoms. Gross symptoms, which just aren't there. Yet, well, pah! Well, the damn thing almost stinks." I stared at him, and he went on. "I'm speaking professionally, Habgood, and not merely being nosy. Precisely how you came by this odd customer I'm not inquiring, but—" Our talk was interrupted by a scurrying commotion in the passage. The door burst open, and Clara entered with scarcely a preliminary knock. "Oh, excuse me, sir, but Master Dennis—" Behind her at that instant Dennis himself appeared, tearfully distraught. "What is it?" I said, pushing Clara aside and catching him up in my arms. "What's happened?" But for a while, after I had carried him back to bed, he refused to tell us. It was only at first from Clara that we discovered that Raoul must have stealthily crept from his room, traversed the intervening corridors, and visited the boy. Clara had heard a cry from within the bedroom, and seen Raoul emerging just as she arrived upon the scene. Furious, I was starting off there and then for Raoul's attic, but Godrich restrained me. "Let me," he said. "I'll go." He was away a long time, and when he returned his words further amazed me. "Well, I give up. I'm not a doctor. Doctors don't see such things. Call me a bald-headed Belgian and be done with it. I give it up." "What do you mean?" "Why, when I got there the fellow was smiling. By the way, has he a face to smile with? I'm never sure. Was sort of smiling and holding out his arm and saying, 'Guéri, guéri,' like a Cheshire cat, if they do. I'm a bit overcome." "You mean—" "I mean that it was cured. Is cured. A little swelling, and he's a normal slight fever. Here, give me a tot of your Glenlivet. I tell you, I give up." This episode, itself grotesque, marked the beginning of a fresh, more ominous phase in my relationship with Raoul, and brought into my mind's open a host of doubts and until then but dimly realized fears. just as the startled eye may all at once perceive the latent shapes of horror in the far nobly drifting clouds and summer leaves, or as the meek familiar pattern of a wallpaper may spring into a sudden tracery of hell, so now the course of these events revealed a darker trend. The unaccountable affair of Raoul's arm had left me quite uncertain what to believe or disbelieve, or what might happen next. Circumstances had forced me to admit Godrich to my confidence, yet for a while we each fought shy of a direct discussion. What had occurred was so fantastically out of line with ordinary experience that we had, I suppose, to try somehow to deny and to discredit it a little, even to ourselves. Raoul made a complete recovery, and my determination to evict him was renewed. Dennis, however, remained by no means well, and I still shrank from distressing him. As if guessing what I meditated, he had grown louder than usual in his companion's praises. "You don't like him," he accused, reproachfully, yet with a suppressed tight smile that had about it, how shall I express it, a sort of odd repugnant coyness. Well, I just don't see anything much in him. He can't stay here forever." "Why? What harm does he do? I wish you liked him." I did not answer, and we turned presently to other topics, but I continued baffled and, in some deeper sense, dismayed. It might be, as Dennis said, that Raoul appeared to do no active harm, but it was this very negativity that partly was the trouble, and made his evident attraction for my boy so utterly incomprehensible. The fellow, in his coarse labourer's clothes and ridiculous mittens, was an incongruity and an excrescence on the English countryside, and yet his most outstanding characteristic, to be paradoxical, was his characterlessness. He seemed as sinisterly unresponsive and empty of emotion as a robot. The date when Dennis should have returned to school was past. He had got better, then had a relapse, developing a variety of low undulant fever. An X-ray of his chest reassured me as to the state of his lungs, but the symptoms did not abate. I was disappointed also in finding it now the harder to give Raoul his congé, and I could not but connect the two things in my mind. Raoul, I was certain, was somehow the cause of Dennis's poor appetite, his wan and wasted look, and alternating fits of nervous stimulation and depression. Dennis slept in a room close to mine, and once or twice I fancied I heard noises of bumping, and what I could then only describe as a kind of dull, sustained metallic humming coming from it. A dark suspicion visited me. Could Raoul be there? But on softly opening the door, I found Dennis alone and apparently asleep. The noises, if there had been any, had entirely ceased. However, and recalling the anomaly, or prodigy, of the instantaneously healed arm, I remained still convinced that Raoul must be, ultimately, their author. This instinct or persuasion, that Raoul was the source of some pernicious influence destructive of my boy, gained steady strength. Dennis's manner to me had changed, and his constant terror that I should part him from his strange playmate was obvious. While more specifically the noises I had heard were noises, I would swear it. They increased towards midnight, but for a time, whenever I approached, died down. Godrich, up to a point, did what he could, but was, I felt, as well aware as I that tonics and cough mixtures did not touch the matter's root. At last, after I had told him of the odd sounds, he remarked mildly, "If I were you, Hebgood, I would consider getting rid of that chap Raoul, you know. I really would." The restraint of this recommendation was almost comical, but I did not smile. "Do you know anything about him? I was just wondering if, by any chance, he had ever had anything to do with your wife's family. Worked for them once, maybe, and used that as an introduction to you. I'm only guessing." "Oh, no," I replied confidently enough. "Dennis chummed up with the beauty in the Vignons village in Auvergne, that's all." "These noises, is there ever anything broken or disarranged as well, after you hear them?" "No, Wait a bit, though. Yes, I remembered. I had found a vase smashed once, and more than once had noticed drawers pulled out, and a general air of untidiness or confusion. I told Godrich so.
Well, pass the word if that sort of thing hots up. And seriously, I should give that chap the boot. It'll upset the lad, but I should risk it. When Godrich had gone, I pondered his indubitably sound advice lugubriously. I could readily guess what had been at the back of his mind in asking, as to the noises, whether anything had been broken or moved about. Yet the notion of poltergeist activities, while certainly sufficiently unpleasant, did not appear entirely to fit the case. They might, for all I knew, be present, but even so would fall short of providing a complete explanation. For possibly the 100th time I vowed that Raoul must go, and indeed, quite apart from my own resolutions, matters were coming to a head. The commotions in Dennis's room increased, being heard now by the servants, and were at last admitted by Dennis himself. He denied all responsibility for them, in which I fully believed him, but did not seem afraid of or disturbed by them.
"But don't they wake you up and spoil your rest?" "Oh, sometimes. But I don't care. I go to sleep again." He looked restive under my interrogation. Nowadays he was dressed and intermittently able to stroll out of doors if it were sunny, but spent much of his time in a chaise longue, either in his room or, latterly, with Raoul, on a glass-roofed veranda. The pair would sit there, conversing softly, the man whittling sticks which he would fashion into a variety of uncouth dolls, and my boy watching him fascinatedly, as if the world's fate hung upon these operations. Dennis glanced up at me appealingly. "Promise me something." "What?" But I guessed what it would be. That you won't send Raoul away." "Well, as I've already said, he can't stay forever. Why do you think I shouldn't send him away?" Dennis's eyes, wide in some secret conjuring of disaster, met mine squarely. "It would kill me," he said simply. As well as I might, although I felt evasively and with some sacrifice of honesty, I pacified him, and then left him. What could I do? Dennis, of course, had been exaggerating and distraught, but such words from a child! Of late he had grown appreciably thinner, and I had only to contrast these waxen cheeks and pallid lips with his comparatively vigorous appearance a short month ago to realize the alarming swiftness of the change. To say I could not prove this to Raoul was idle. It was from Raoul's arrival that the symptoms dated, and it was from him I was certain that they sprang. This lay figure, this fantoche, this hollow puppet, was the unhallowed instrument of a vile infestation that had assaulted Dennis's whole physical and moral organism. Watching the two together, as I was often able from a window overlooking the veranda, I would be driven into a kind of agony of speculation as to the nature of the bond between them. My boy's face, raptly brooding or wearing that charmed smile I loathed even more, was usually averted, but I caught on it sometimes an enthralled abandon or absorption that would chill my blood. The creature Raoul, meanwhile, in his adorer's presence, would seem reanimated, made less neuter and less negative, as if his very being was enhanced and, how to put it, as if it were at Dennis's expense, by Dennis's depletion of vitality, that he existed, or that his actuality was heightened, as if, as the one waxed, the other shrank and waned. Scarcely troubling to hide my agitation as such ideas possessed me, I had tried once or twice to break in upon the pair in these ambiguous intimacies, but I soon recognized to no avail. The two would fall momentarily silent, Dennis looking half guilty and half angry. Then, as I knew, the instant that my back was turned, their curious tete-a-tete would recommence. Nevertheless, despite its accumulating worry and distraction, my life had still preserved a surface ordinariness and normality. Friends would occasionally drop in on me, or I on them, as heretofore, and I do not think now that they noticed much amiss. To be sure, they commented upon Dennis's exhausted, drooping air, and sympathized with my anxiety about him, but they can have seen little of Raoul, and probably the gossip I had tended to imagine rife was confined chiefly to my own household. Certainly, there must have been some. Clara and old Jenny, even while not appreciating its significance, could not be blind and deaf to a good deal of what was happening under their noses, and their refusal to spread tales or fuss was testimony to their loyalty and long-suffering discretion. As for Raoul's outward or official status, this had been regularized with less ado than I expected. A week or so after his arrival, on the insistence, as I learned surprisedly, of Dennis, he had gone into Winchester, and, Dennis acting as interpreter, registered at the police station as an alien. What did he put himself down as? I had asked disturbedly. Not as my employee, I hope. And, "Oh, no," Dennis reassured me. "Just as a visitor, just as your guest." That sounded well enough, and I had grudgingly had to give Dennis credit for his enterprise. But to confirm it, I went in myself next day to Winchester. Yes, everything I was told was quite in order. Oh, yes, perfectly. I would have been interested to see the passport which must have been produced by Raoul, but had not pressed the matter. I was recalling this piece of compliance with legalities, comfortingly factual and satisfactory seeming, so far as it went, to Godrich. He mused dubiously. The blighter's an infernal incubus, whatever else he is or ain't, and I wish you could just show him the door. As I've confessed, I'm a finger or so out of my depth. The case is fairer game, I fancy, for a psychical researching bloke, or a psychiatrist. You're prejudiced, I realize, against them, and I'm not insisting, but I'm worried about you as well as Dennis. I'll have 2 patients here instead of 1 directly. It was true that the business was wrecking me. Each day I felt that I could stand no more, and that to end it I should be driven to some act of violence. When I eventually was so driven, it appeared for a short time almost a relief. The situation had continued to deteriorate. Dennis, after a session with his deer, would wear an aspect veritably of the grave, and the idea which had been shaping in my mind before besieged me now with an increasing force. He is losing something, giving something, I thought, but he would not want to do that, do it deliberately, more or less voluntarily, for nothing. He must get something, be tempted by something in return. But what? Ah, what? I lived in a waking nightmare, and the idea's hold on me grew stronger. That Dennis's delicately nurtured boyhood should fall prey to the appetites of an amorphous doll, and become the meat of this uncanny zany, seemed of all things the most abominable. The details and precise technique of such infernal commerce were beyond my fathoming, but that the ghastly trade existed, and that Dennis was its dedicated victim, I felt positive. Who was this Raoul? When he had first arrived, I had attempted, if simply in grudging common courtesy, to engage him in conversation, but his thick Auvergnat dialect, as I presumed it, had defeated me, and nowadays I did not try to talk with him. As I watched him through the window, whittling his sticks and looking rather like a well-fed scarecrow, a speechless rage possessed me. Was the man knave or loon? For hours on end, complacently yet dully, and only his hands moving, he would squat there, with the bland corpulence and mindless sedentary persistence of some gigantic blowfly, and my own hands would writhe in fury. If I could catch him at it, I thought chokingly. If I could catch him at it, I would strangle him. If I could catch him. Yes, I had emotionally a very vague and general notion or suspicion of what might be going on, but that was all. While, as for evidence, if this dumb, gangrened oaf were a variety of psychic leech, as I surmised,
able to tap and suck away my boy's vitality, his health and spiritual stamina. How was it done? It was probably, I realized, a vain or at least not ordinarily answerable question. Yet the business, I argued, must have some sort of rationale, some sort of place and time. During a good part of the day, the pair were under, or liable, if I chose to come under, my observation, and I hardly believed Dennis received his consort in his bedroom, or vice versa. Latterly, Raoul had returned to his old sleeping quarters in the loft, and in any case I had taken, I considered, adequate precautions against a nocturnal meeting. It was, however, then, between dusk and midnight, that the noises and other disturbances were most troublesome, and this, too, I reflected, fitted in with my theory to some extent. Poltergeists, I had heard, were regarded as the prankish play of a surplus vital force or energy, and it was just after this force's flow, from Dennis, had been stimulated but yet deprived temporarily of its accustomed receptacle in Raoul, that the impish manifestations, centering round my boy, were commonest. As to the poltergeists themselves, if poltergeists they were, I was not primarily concerned about or bothered by them, and it was commentary enough upon the situation, as I saw it, that such a matter should be reckoned a mere minor and subsidiary nuisance. Could it be only, how long, barely 5 weeks today, since Raoul appeared? At this time, my nights were as a rule dark stretches of tormented wakefulness, and when, not often till towards early morning, I did fall asleep, my rest would usually be broken and haunted by appalling dreams. One of these I especially remember. I was in France, and Cécile was still with me. She had been recounting, it seemed, a legend of her native province, and with an unexplained urgency was directing my attention to a particular passage in a book. We were both standing by a wide window, and the diabolically piled Silurian landscape of Auvergne stretched from us, for many leagues, under a breathless summer heat. But the odd thing was that Cécile was holding the book up in front of her face, and expecting me to read it through its covers, and all the intervening pages. This, in some miraculous manner, I was able in my dream to do, though with difficulty and a sense of growing apprehension and oppression. Of one sentence, which she was extraordinarily anxious I should read, I could make out 4 words only: "shall feast upon thee." I was on the point, I thought, of deciphering the rest, when suddenly the book slipped from my wife's hands, revealing not her face, but empty air. With a cry of terror, I awoke. The dream was only a dream, and probably, just before I fell asleep, my mind had again been running on Godrich's query once as to a possible connection between Raoul and Cécile's family. Yet its tense, loaded flavor clung to me, and had the quality somehow of a presentiment. I felt I had no need to ask of what. For a good while now I had been scarcely capable of keeping up the pretense of normal living, and a crisis would not be long delayed. If I could catch him at it, I found myself always repeating. If I could catch him. And then one day I did. It was an afternoon in October, and Dennis had been sitting, with his inseparable companion, on the sun-porch. Occasionally he would desist from his talking and take up a book. It was a child's book from the shelves of his old nursery, and I was mildly surprised that he should still be interested in what I thought he had outgrown. The veranda, as I have said, was glass-topped, and there was a glass-paned windbreak at one end, too. Branches of a wisteria tree at the side had been persuaded to straggle irregularly over part of the roof, and there were pots of hydrangeas along the front. The blooms now were past their best, but the place retained a faded greenness and a, to me, pleasantly shabby, half-neglected air, which I should have been sorry to see give way to greater trimness. A window, as I have also said, commanded a restricted view of this semi-enclosed space, and it was through this window, the high French window of a small spare parlour, that I had often, with an uneasiness that had mounted as the weeks dragged by, to anguish,
watched my boy and his companion. Yet what was the good of that, I asked myself. They must realize by this my bursting suspicions and antagonism, and to them my harrowed glances would be merely spying. Dennis was alienated from me, from his own father, and there was nothing I could do. On this afternoon I quickly abandoned such entirely fruitless surveillance. I must find something to occupy my thoughts and hands, or else go mad, and I had remembered a broken fence by the apple orchard that needed mending. But, having collected hammer and nails, I had scarcely started on my job before a fearful premonition of disaster gathered in my brain. I was aware, as if by a direct insight, of something enormously, incredibly evil. I must go back. This recognition of sheer calamity was so overpowering that I instantly dropped my tools and actually started running towards the house. However, an instinct of discretion slowed my steps, and I approached more cautiously. I could not, where I was, be seen from the veranda, but to make doubly sure, I took a devious route along a hedge of macrocarpa. Mingled with my apprehension was a swelling rage. How could I have been so blind, I remember thinking, to what was going on under my nose? For that was what it had amounted to. Why had I fancied that this infernal traffic necessarily required a set rendezvous, or any physical propinquity? "I will strangle him," I heard myself saying. "He deserves it, and I shall do it." It was as if my fingers were upon the creature's neck, as if time were foreshortened, or in some fashion telescoped, as if what was to happen had already happened, and I was already there. The October day was waning as, very quietly, I re-entered the parlor, tiptoed across the room, and looked. Raoul, from where I stood, was invisible, but I could see Dennis plainly, still sitting, as I had left him, in a battered old wicker chair, reading his book. Or rather, he was not so much sitting as crouching, hunched forward in an odd stiff posture on the edge of the chair-seat. A last shift of reddening light drew frail fire from his blond hair, but his face was hidden by the book. An intimation of horror and of an unnameable corruption filled my heart. Something in Dennis's queer, locked attitude, in his whole appearance, utterly dismayed and sickened me. Hardly breathing, I stole nearer. My movement was very soft, but Dennis must have caught or have divined it, for he started violently. The book slipped from his hands. Upon his suddenly revealed face was an expression I will not describe. It was open before me, like a dreadful flower. Evil, we know, exacts its dues of ruin from the tenderest transgressors, but the reverse side of the matter is less willingly admitted, and more shocking. And now the swift unveiling for me of sin's fleeting wage to my unhappy boy was beyond words appalling. I would, if I could, have shut my eyes on what I had surprised. Dennis's features, fixed in their long enchantment, wore a look that was a travesty of boyhood, and a blasphemy of all my memories of him. The face, in its ecstasy, was laced and hemmed, and old, with an oldness that had nothing to do with years. Watching him, while the running sands of his being received their frightful recompense, I, too, was a prisoner to an unreal eternity, though in my case of anguish. Then, instantaneously, the spell was broken, as Dennis gave a low, despairing cry. I flung apart the French windows and dashed onto the veranda. Where was Raoul? Dennis, I must subconsciously have told myself, would recover presently from his half-swoon, and my first business was with his despoiler. Had the thing vanished? Not altogether. Below the veranda, in the direction of the shrubbery, I indistinctly glimpsed it, already in lumbering flight. I caught it up beside the hedge of macrocarpa, making for the coach-house. The figure, shadowy in the fading light, had turned at my approach, and in an odd, ineffective way put up a fumbling arm to keep me off. My hands closed round its throat, and for a while we struggled, swaying. Some seconds passed, and as yet the loathsome ninny had remained quite silent, but all at once I heard a little noise.
It is said that certain creatures, ordinarily voiceless, may in extremity find feeble tongue, that in the agony of boiling wretched lobsters compass a last faint unexampled squeak, and it was now of such a puny cry that I was put in mind. The sound filled me with revulsion. My fingers pressed more strongly. Raoul, as we grappled, was being forced slowly backwards towards a tree trunk, against which it was my idea to pin him, and either he had managed to trip me, or I had slipped and stumbled. The two of us crashed heavily, I uppermost. For some seconds longer I was still aware of him beneath me, writhing and battling, yet somehow eluding me. But the next moment he had gone. Dazedly, I picked myself up and gazed round me in search of the thing that had melted into vacancy from my grasp, and there was no sign of it, anywhere at all. 2. They were black days that followed. I cannot convey how black. Though, with the exit of Dennis's sinister playfellow, the worst seemed over, I felt in my heart, chilly, that this was only an uneasy breathing space, and that the story yet was far from done. Breathing space? No, it was not really even that. Raoul, I hoped, was banished, but his work remained. Dennis was ill, staring at me with horror and aversion, as if I were the sole author of his misery. He could scarcely bear that I should speak to him, or go near his bed. The loss, I recognized with anguish, of his frightful parasite and paramour had virtually prostrated him, and he had ceased to be the boy Cécile and I had loved. As to the eerie lummox who had plagued us, I concluded that he had succeeded somehow in wriggling free from me and fleeing, that he would probably make his way back to France, and that at least in person, if he were a person, he would trouble us no more. Or rather, this was what I tried to tell myself I had concluded. Truth is not necessarily or always sober, and there was something here, I realized inwardly, of which all ordinary sane explanations and conjectures failed to take account. Dennis, when I had re-entered the house after Raoul's flight, had been in a half-faint. The servants, roused by my running footsteps along the veranda, had found him lying by the chair and carried him to his room. Reviving, he had set up a low, continuous moaning, which did not abate until Godrich, whom I had at once rung up, had given him a sedative. That had secured him a night's sleep, but next day, as I have said, he would hardly suffer my approach, and once had even barricaded his door against me. I was at my wit's end, and terrified lest he should do himself an injury. Godrich shared my anxiety. "Have you discovered any more about this unholy creature, now he's gone?" he asked. "Any more? Why, how?" "I mean that now he has gone, tongues might wag a bit more freely. Your servants, for instance." "Oh, yes," I agreed. "Yes, plenty of that." It was a fact that Jenny and Clara had unbosomed themselves to me of a good deal as to Raoul and their sentiments towards him, which they had hitherto repressed, though without adding materially to my actual information. I told Godrich so. "How did you explain the fellow's sudden disappearance to them?" "I didn't, in any detail. They must have guessed that I, chased him off. I don't think they cared how he went, as long as he went." "Well, honestly, I feel I can't do much. I wish you would try a psychiatrist." But I was not ready for that yet. And was there possibly an ever so slightly hurt or reproachful tone in my friend's voice? If so, it must have been because he could divine that with him, too, in my description of the final scene, I had been reticent of what I had called details. Dennis recovered to the extent of leaving his bed and room and occasionally loitering alone about the orchard and the meadow, but we were strangers to each other. My acquaintance, or partial acquaintance, with his dreadful secret made me a terror to him, and there seemed something pathetically horrible in the evident efforts of this child
to wrest the situation to his own partisan extenuating view of it, to digest, modify, or soften it so as to render it more tolerable to him, and to see me, not Raoul, as his enemy. It could not, I would think, go on like this. How, if I lived to be 100, could I forget, or he forget that I must still remember? I would remind him always. As he grew up, if not already, in a sham so poignantly embarrassed, he would wish my death. Thus, for a week or so, matters continued. My uncertainty as to what had really happened to Raoul prevented my finding much consolation even in his absence, and soon after his disappearance I had a visit from the Winchester City Police. Privache, they said, at first I barely recalled the fellow's surname, had failed to report at the expiration of 1 month's residence, and was he with me still? I could only reply, with a modicum of truth, that he had run off suddenly. I had no notion where. Run off? Yes. I explained that the defaulter was a friend of my boy's of whom I had practically no knowledge, and I could see that my worthy, and to me very respectful, constable was dissatisfied and puzzled. He should have checked out properly, he grumbled. If he went back to France now, there'd be trouble and an itch, you see, of some kind at the port. Meanwhile, the improvement in Dennis's condition had been, at least superficially, maintained. That was, he looked a shade less pale and had a better appetite. The nightly thumpings, hummings, and a new ingredient, derisive hootings, had, however, increased, the racket finally attaining such proportions that, out of considerations for my domestic's rest, I had his bedroom changed to one as far from theirs as possible. To me, his manner remained stubbornly hostile. I had pleadingly attempted to get him to speak openly, frankly, and give me his own version of affairs, but quite in vain. It seemed but too apparent that he had suffered a veritable bereavement, and was still pining for his vanished mate. Reluctantly, I was beginning to resign myself to taking Godrich's advice and trying a psychiatrist. This course would pretty evidently expose me, as well as the patient proper, to a good deal of awkwardness and incredulous silly catechizings, but I must shirk no measure that might restore my boy. The leaves were falling and the October days growing colder, when I happened to receive a note reminding me of the approaching anniversary dinner of my old regiment. I had never missed attending it, and the formal invitation card was enclosed, but now I had no heart to go, and besides it would be out of the question. On the other hand, it was from Winchester, barely 6 miles away, that Mayfield, who had been my adjutant and was organizing the affair this year, had written me. It chanced, he told me, to be spending the inside of a week there on business, and he was probably expecting, I surmised, that I should ask him to stay with me instead of at his hotel, at any rate for Saturday and Sunday. This, too, as matters were, was scarcely practicable, but the least I could do, I thought, was to run over to Winchester and see him. I decided to risk leaving Dennis in Jenny's and Clara's care, and drove off after lunch. My chat with Mayfield, to whom I explained the position so far as necessary, was as pleasant as anything could be in my state of worry about Dennis, but I hurried home from it so as to arrive by tea-time. Clara and Jenny, to my dismay, were both waiting for me at the porch, and their first words, as I jumped out of the car, told me the worst. Dennis had gone. Self-reproach was as useless as unavoidable. I had to act. "When did you miss him?" I asked. It had been only 20 minutes ago. He had been on the veranda, and then, no longer seeing him there and wishing to reassure themselves, they had looked for him. His room was empty and fairly tidy, but a small suitcase was undiscoverable, likewise some socks and a shirt. The most conclusive piece of evidence, however, which seemed to rule out hope that he had merely set off for a walk and might return, was the fact that Jenny's room had also been entered, and her money stolen. "How much?" £4.10, sir. I had it in a little china box, and was going to bank it Tuesday." Expecting me at any moment, they had not as yet given an alarm to the police, and I decided, rather than telephone, to drive back again myself to Winchester. Meanwhile, Jenny could ring me at the police station if my poor truant did, after all, return. The desk sergeant knew me well and listened attentively to my story. "It's early yet," he encouraged, "and he may be just larking. But of course we'll notify it and alert other stations round about. 5:15 now. He can't be very far." "And watch the ports, too," I reminded him. My first thought, naturally, had been of Raoul, and my first fear that Dennis was rejoining him. "Oh, yes, we'll do that as routine, although he couldn't get across, you know, without a passport." As to that, I had privately my doubts. Given sufficient determination, there were ways of doing it, as a recent instance happened to have shown. After a further consultation, this time with the local superintendent in his adjoining sanctum, I drove home. "No news, I suppose, Jenny?" "No, sir." With what fortitude we could, we resigned ourselves, as remorseful, empty hours passed, to the wretched, and in my case almost sleepless, night. Feeling that the emergency had more than justified my breaking any rule of silence, I sent a wire of inquiry to Monsieur Vignon. An answer arrived fairly promptly. "Not here yet." This left me more up in the air than ever, and in vain did I strive to supply, as it were, the real and untelegraphable intonation of the word yet. It sounded as if Monsieur Vignon rather expected that Dennis might come later, but I could not be sure. I returned to the question of the passport. Dennis had a passport, an individual one, to allow of his escort sometimes by Fleabart and sometimes by myself, but I had locked it up after his last trip, and had it locked up still. In any case, I thought, he must have realized that, before he could possibly reach the coast, the dock police would have been warned, so that the document would be useless to him. The Winchester district, I was told, had been combed thoroughly without result, and as time passed, it surprised me that a boy could elude the police net for so long. It argued, certainly, either a degree of ineptitude on the one side, or considerable adroitness and resource upon the other. Perhaps, whatever official incredulity might say, Dennis had succeeded, by walking only at night and spending each day up a tree, in a manner I had read of, in striking a place where French fishing boats put in, and then bribed some sailor into smuggling him across. This notion was, if anything, strengthened by a discovery made by Clara when the hunt was 6 days old. She ran excitedly to me in my study one morning, crying, "Oh, we've found something!" It transpired that, in cleaning out the loft, she had come upon 2 loaves, 2 tins of sardines, and a can-opener, a jar of marmalade, and the suitcase, which was empty, a veritable cache. These objects, which I went with her to inspect, had been hidden under sacking near a back door giving onto a short outer stair by which access could be gained to the loft without first passing through the coach-house below. Close by, I noticed with aversion, was a collection of the grotesque wooden dolls, something like 9-pins, which Raoul had been used to whittle, and, most significantly, an empty opened tin and scattered crumbs showed that 1 meal at least had been consumed up there already. However illogically, this find, and particularly the abandoned suitcase, established as an emotional certainty in my mind the belief that Dennis had managed to reach France, or was upon his way there. He had been clever enough, I told myself, to lie hidden in the immediate vicinity while the search was most intensive, and then to slip off by night as I had supposed. Yes, that was it. That must be it. I came to a prompt decision. That very afternoon, having rung Goderich to tell him what I contemplated, I set off for Southampton, calling in at the Winchester police station en route. I could see that my plan to pursue, they would not admit that it was that, my boy to France, had met with official skepticism and disfavour, but, though I did concur in the suggestion that a watch be set, if all too tardily, around the loft, I would not allow the cold water thrown on it to weaken my resolve. And, as it happened, while I was not to know it then, I had only, as it were, anticipated matters by a single night. A second wire from Monsieur Vignon, I learned later, "Dennis here," arrived for me the morning after I had left. Once more the prosaic and accustomed train, my gentle heaving bunk upon the almost accustomed Channel packet, and the familiar harbour of Le Havre at misty dawn. The same, yes, all the same, and yet how different. Many times had I made this crossing, but with a heart unracked as now by care. Eating my petit déjeuner in the station buffet when I had passed through the customs, I bought a newspaper and a further supply of brioches, and again boarded the train. Paris and lunch, then southwards. On to what? As we began to breast the gradual ascent towards the Massif, a vague but dreadful apprehension grew upon me. I had dashed off from England, I realized, largely because inaction had become intolerable. Yet here in France I quailed. It was as if, while I approached that black and tortured landscape of Auvergne, I were adventuring foolhardy into some citadel of evil powers, pitting my puny strength against a host of devils. I took up my newspaper and tried to read. In vain. Dennis, I thought, where are you? What are you doing now? And why? With an effort I forced myself to re-examine, as critically and calmly as I might, the chain of circumstances that had led to my being where I was, and upon such a quest. Vignon and Raoul. The whole business of the holiday exchanges had been so casual, so benign, and yet, yes, there must be some connection, beyond mere coincidence, between the two. I recalled Monsieur Vignon's brooding and half-guilty looks, and that peculiar scrap of conversation I had overheard. "It has come again," he had said then to Fleabart. What had come again? Could it— Suddenly my mind snapped on something, and deliberately, for a second, I made it blank, as if afraid of the light that threatened all at once to flood it. I even grabbed my paper and feigned a furious engrossment in its long columns of advertisements. Next moment, however, I gave up the pretense, and a sigh escaped me, a sort of cold sigh of recognition and admission. Could it? Why, yes, of course it could. The it of Monsieur Vignon's terrified lament was Raoul. How this lurking, while fairly obvious conjecture had managed to get itself hushed up in the recesses of my brain, as I am sure it had, for such a time before issuing forth at last to startle me, I did not know. But I found it now a highly disturbing one. Without as yet being able to appreciate all its implications, I felt dimly a kind of spreading illumination, as though the contours of some formidable truth would presently emerge. To reach Foran I had directly to change to a slower train, with a number of stops. The countryside remained on the whole placidly pastoral, but I fancied I began to detect in it, here and there, faint earnests or intimations of that sinister quality which the Auvergne, whither I travelled, had always held for me. Monsieur Vignon would be prepared for my coming, since I had telegraphed him from Le Havre, but what sort of welcome he would accord me I had no idea. I had not, it must be remembered, received the wire from him that would arrive at Ashtoft the next morning, and I had nothing at the moment but my impulsive intuition to lead me to suppose Dennis at the chateau. The sun was westering as we slackened speed for Foran, and before that, of course, the scenery had assumed the intimidating gigantism and cataclysmic look of violence which, every time I visited the place, had sent a shiver up my spine. Alighting, I stared round me, but could see no one, on my own island platform or on either of the other two, except the ticket-collector and a couple of peasant women. Perhaps Monsieur Vignon was so indignant at my flat defiance of his previous virtual prohibition that he was not sending anyone to meet me. Owing to his strange imposition of silence, I had felt unable to write to him, or question him, maybe, concerning Raoul, and though I now suspected him of knowing more about it than he might confess, his official state was one of ignorance, and he might not appreciate the seriousness of the case. For a quarter of an hour I waited impatiently in the little salle d'attente. Had Monsieur Vignon actually resolved to deny me his hospitality? But no. He had answered my first wire, and surely, in common humanity, he couldn't be such a bear and such a brute. I was, however, on the point either of telephoning the chateau, or, without doing so, of hiring, if I could, a taxi, when a car hurtled furiously into the station yard. It hurtled in so furiously that I experienced a curious start of anticlimax at sight of the form that crawled feebly out from the driving seat. The figure advanced immediately, with a sort of frenzied, impetuous hobble, towards me. Yes, it was Monsieur Vignon. 3. Question and answer between us tumbled over each other, standing on no ceremony of greeting. "Is he with you?" "Yes, but you could not have my telegram so soon." "Is he all right?" You will see." We got into the car. "Fleabart," Monsieur Vignon explained interjectorily, "has left, and it is I who am chauffeur. I fear I am late." I mumbled something, to which he paid no attention. We had shot out of the station yard into the gathering dusk of the highway, Monsieur Vignon still driving like a maniac. His manner, notwithstanding, had a kind of distrait, debonair moroseness, and the conditions generally, as we careered wildly onwards, were unfavourable to conversation. Yet I did once attempt it. "Dennis has been terribly ill," I said. "He is not himself, or he would not have run away, and I would not have had to trouble you. How does he seem now?" Monsieur Vignon's nearer shoulder gave me an absent shrug. "I cannot tell you. We are all bedevilled, n'est-ce pas, and the evil days are on us. They are on your boy, who does not know you are here, but won't, I bet you, let you talk to him, or get within 10 feet of him." My heart sank, but despair goaded me to a flare of anger too. "We shall see about that," I said. The chateau, when we entered it at nightfall, was a place of dark, uneasy stillness. A man whose face was unfamiliar had admitted us, and he immediately retreated again from us. "Where is Dennis?" I asked Monsieur Vignon. "Where is he?" We had passed from the hall into a small salon to the left, wherein I remembered it had once been promised that Dennis should devote a daily hour to the study of de Musset, the Dumas, and Victor Hugo. Whether he had ever done so I doubted, but 2 walls of the room were book-lined. "Where is he?" I repeated. But at this very instant, hearing a step along the hall, I glanced up towards the door, and there, staring back frozenly at me, was Dennis. It was a glimpse only that I had of him, for with a kind of indignantly affrighted "Ah!" he vanished. I rushed out after him into the hall, calling his name. A man, it was he who had let us in, stood there. "Dinner will be—" he was beginning. "Where is my boy? Le jeune garçon," I interrupted him. "Which way did he go just now? Which is his room?" The fellow regarded me consideringly as he replied slowly, "The same, but—" He stopped then, with a quick and as if guilty or surreptitious movement, crossed himself. Dennis's old room was on the first floor, by the stairhead. Having run up to it, I tried the door, but it was locked, and there was no answer to my knocks. "Dennis!" I cried. "Dennis, are you there?" Not a sound. It was just possible, though most unlikely, that the door had been locked from the outside. I knocked and called again, in vain. Descending to the salon, I debated wretchedly. It appeared but too evident that Monsieur Vignon had spoken truly, and that Dennis had not ceased to regard me as his enemy. I recalled, in misery, the intonation of his "ah" when he caught sight of me some moments since. It had been an "ah" not merely of disconcertment and dismay, but I realized of actual execration. Monsieur Vignon had come out into the hall. "You see," he murmured dryly, "I was right." At dinner no place was laid for Dennis, and Monsieur Vignon must have noticed my disappointingly inquiring glances. In the presence, however, of the ever-attendant DeLotel, as I gathered was his name, nothing of any importance could be said, and our talk was of trivialities. Meanwhile, my mind ran feverishly on what I had so far discovered. I had already seen, alas, enough to recognize that matters could not be adjusted offhand, or hurried, and that the home-bringing of my poor prodigal would prove no simple and probably no brief procedure. There would be difficulties, especially in a foreign country, about compelling him forcibly to go with me, and in consulting with Monsieur Vaignan and striving to come at the inner truth of the whole business, I must do what I could to practice greater patience and restraint. After the meal, I again followed Monsieur Vaignan into the salon, where he motioned me to a seat by the fire. "As you will doubtless have observed," he began immediately, anticipating one, though certainly not the most pressing, of the questions that burned upon my tongue, "Marcel and Augustine are gone. They were in all benevolence snatched from me by an aunt, my sister-in-law, who considered the atmosphere here not altogether sympathetic to young children. Mon Dieu, how very right she was!" My good resolutions at such words broke down, and I burst out, "And my child, monsieur? What about him? He wasn't at dinner with us. Where is he now? Is he safe now, this minute? When did he come here, and why? You have told me nothing yet. There is a person, a creature, Raoul, who— Ah, ça!" Monsieur Vaignan had raised a nervously, or it may only have been contemptuously, deprecating hand to check me. "Let us not speak that name too loudly. It is a name, to me, of ridicule and of annoyance. To others, many people, whose susceptibilities one must regard, of something infinitely worse. He paused, continuing presently. "You are bound, now that you are here, to hear of this nonsense, anyhow, and I may just as well prepare you and forewarn you. Enfin, it was of that, in fact, I wrote to you, or anyhow of that I was thinking when I advised you in my letter not to send me your boy again. When I told you I was the victim of a persecution, as, in a mood of some exasperation, I recall I did, I was hardly exaggerating, and— But, I broke in, I don't understand how— I hesitated, for my most urgent question would not be repressed. Is it, here now? Monsieur Vaignan considered me warily. It, if we are to call this damnable old wives' tale an it, is not here or active now. That is to say, enfin, it is not here now. After a moment he went on morosely. As for understanding, there are things of which one can perceive the effect upon oneself and others, but which one may not altogether understand, and may indeed, in a sense, entirely repudiate. As I have just told you, this nuisance, this most supreme and consummate nuisance, is not with us actuellement. But your boy arrived here late last night, in search of it. He is trying, he will do his best, to get it back. It would be hard to describe the unhappy confusion into which these words had thrown me. What was I to believe? Monsieur Vaignan had alluded almost scoffingly to Raoul, as if to a sort of troublesome but relatively minor notifiable disease or garden pest, much as he might have spoken of some curiously periodic scarlatina or potato blight. Yet underneath his shrugging air I could divine a genuine and continuing apprehension. He rose abruptly with an access of agitation. This thing, this kind of molestation, or superstition of a molestation, is not entirely unexampled, if one may credit certain authors, certain bogey-mongers of at least 2 centuries and more ago. He had moved to the bookshelves, ran a finger along the tops of a few heavy-looking tomes, and half pulled one out. No matter, he said, pushing the volume into place again. It is there, and duly catalogued, though under an evasive appellation. They called these preposterousnesses, or the cast of mind that fostered and engendered them, sans nom. Simply that. The nameless. Undecidedly, he resumed his seat. I give you my word of honor that when I first met you, and until recently, this particular nameless had not, to my recognition, bothered us, or at all events, I do not deny that it, or the rumor of it, was supposed to have bothered us in the past, but it was presumed to be gone. Quand même, there was a technical, an academic risk, of which I might no doubt have warned you earlier. A tide of bewildered anger swelled in me. Yes, I said bitterly. Rumor or not, whatever the thing was, and whether we are mad or sane, you might indeed. You certainly should have warned me. Yet you would have laughed, and rightly, or au moins most excusably, at such a history. You would have derided it and me. And what would that have mattered if I had? I almost shouted, unable longer to contain the explosion of impatience. I had had to wait on tenterhooks all through the drive from Foran, and then through dinner, to ask anything of what I had been bursting desperately to ask. And now, when I could at least demand straightforward answers, I was treated to nothing but sidesteppings and prevarications. Monsieur Vaignan was silent, his head bowed. I was entirely convinced that he knew very well he had not told me the whole story, and was still keeping something back. This nameless, I insisted. What is it? I mean this particular specimen. We are just beating round the bush about it all, and I can't in the least follow what it really is you think you are telling me, if you are telling me. What is it? That's what I've got to know. For whatever it is, you surely could have stopped my boy from meeting it. He told me it was someone he chummed up with in the village. A kind of semi-vagrant, it sounded, but... My words trailed away. Monsieur Vaignan, his face white under my accusation, twirled his brandy, of which a glass was before me, too, untasted. He raised his own glass all at once and drained it. His expression showed an almost morbid exultation. Ah, bah! It, you say it. Eh bien, it is something, if you please, that ebbs and flows, and that refuses to be satisfactorily dead. Something that crops up and comes and goes, and is reputed to have plagued my family through 3 generations. Something that has nourished itself at intervals, so the tale runs, at our expense, and owes its very being and persistence to its victims. All that, ha, is in the textbook. Oh, we are not unique in this affliction. The so-and-sos, you will hear, ah, yes, a fine old family, but they have a sans nom. As for this particular example, as you say, it has a human shape, which you have seen. It eats, drinks, sleeps, as other men, while it exists. Mon Dieu, it has even mended my hedges, and bought soap or tea or salt at the épicerie, before I suspected it, until it was recognized. And then, when it was recognized, oh, what a how-d'ye-do! But to exist, it must, they say, have an attachment, and its attachment must be young. If and when its victim, its petit ami, dies, the pest transfers its attentions, we are to believe, to the children of another, and the nearest branch. The thing is amorous and rapacious. Ah, nom d'un nom! Quelle histoire! Quelle fumisterie! Quelle imbécilité! C'est ridicule! Fantastique! Incroyable! His voice had risen wildly on a note it might be equally of scorn or terror, as a knock, at first soft, then louder, was repeated on the door. The man Dorlot entered, wearing a look of remonstrance. Monsieur should know that such excitement of which the noise has penetrated to the kitchen is very bad for him. Go to bed, monsieur. I advise it. Go to bed, where you may forget our troubles, possibly in sleep." Meekly accepting the rebuke, and I imagined rather welcoming the excuse to escape further questioning, Monsieur Vaignan said to me, "Dorlot is right, and if you will forgive me, I shall leave you now. My health latterly is precarious. Dorlot will give you anything you require. But first," he turned to the man, "where is the young monsieur? Is he in his room and quiet?" "Yes, he is in his room, as is to be inferred from the very fact that his room is not entirely quiet. The noises are there again, while not as yet excessive." My heart sank at these words, though they conveyed nothing new. The poltergeist disturbances, however, were connected in my mind with Raoul, and their continuance depressed me. "Good night," said Monsieur Vaignan. I was desperately tired, but lingered a little longer in the library. What, honestly, could I believe, and what try still to disbelieve? Ordinarily, of course, the recital which my host had just concluded would be dismissible as a farrago of lurid and unpleasant nonsense. But I had had experience, alas, myself, of what too plainly contradicted this consoling view. As I was going over what Monsieur Vaignan had said, and sipping my brandy at last, my eye fell on the volume he had started to pull out from the shelves. It protruded slightly still, and I got up and took it to my seat. Légendes d'autrefois, the tome was entitled, tritely, but I had scarcely flicked over a haphazard page or two before I read, as if my glance had been directed to the spot, et c'est-à-dire, les morts se régaleront des vivants. I experienced a cold grue of that sort of surprise which is not surprise at all, but eerier confirmation, and immediately restored the volume. The dead shall feast upon the living. There it was, and I did not want at present to read more. It was the completion of the passage in that dream that I had had some weeks ago about my wife, holding the book before her non-existent face. I don't know what had made me so optimistic in leaving England as to the prospect of an early return there with my boy. No doubt I had the legal right to compel him to come home, but if he still repulsed me and offered physical resistance, the practical difficulties would be, to put it mildly, formidable. On the morning after my arrival, and throughout that day and the next, I had tried again to speak with him, but either his room would be locked and silent, or if I caught sight of him at all upon the stairs or in the grounds, he would take literally to his heels. "Where does he eat?" I asked, for he continued absent from our meals, and it appeared that sometimes he would raid the larder and carry off his plunder to the fields. Neither Monsieur Vaignan nor his domestics had any control over him, and even if they had, I could not have relied on them to exercise it upon my behalf. As to the servants, they were in all respects so uncooperative as to be almost obstructionist, while in particular their extraordinary reticence caused me to think that they had probably been forbidden to gossip with me upon this or any other subject. How fervently I wished that Goderich were here! But of course he could not desert his patients at short notice, nor obviously was Monsieur Vaignon's hospitality in my gift. Dennis, I found, had done as I had thought, and managed to stow away upon a fishing boat at Brixham. It had been evidently useless for him to pretend that his visit had my sanction, and he must have known I would eventually pursue him. But beyond his infatuated determination to be reunited with Raoul at any cost, I doubted whether he could have had much of a settled plan of action and campaign. He had steered as clear as possible, it seemed, of Monsieur Vaignan, and so far as I could gather had confided the manner of his crossing only, half inadvertently, to Dorlot, who had retailed the story subsequently to his master. Well, it was a beautiful kettle of fish all round. I sent a wire to the police at Winchester, reflecting what slight satisfaction it had brought me thus to have proved them wrong. In my anxiety I had little or no help from Monsieur Vaignan.
Either he was genuinely ill, or feigned it to avoid my badgering. Never joining me at breakfast, he would retire, though with excuses, immediately after lunch and dinner, and since our talk on the first evening, had said nothing to me of the least seriousness, sincerity, or moment, as to what should have been our common problem. Left to my own devices, I would wander wretchedly around the estate and nearer villages, exchanging a bonjour occasionally with some peasant, but often meeting no one, as I chose the less frequented paths. The autumn days were dull, but now and then a brighter spell invited me to extend my rambles towards a puits that topped a line of rocky hillocks to the north. One afternoon, it was the 4th or 5th since my arrival, I had set out thither at about 3 o'clock. I paid no particular heed to where I was going, and walked on, I suppose, with my head bent in gloomy thought, for which I certainly had food enough. Yes, the position was fantastic, and a description of it, given badly, would provoke only pitying disbelief. And yet the history was true. That was, I knew that as much of it as I had seen with my own eyes was true. As for the rest, of Monsieur Vagnon's wild, while half-contemptuous elaborations on the theme, I reserved judgment. He was a sick man, whatever the cause, and his troubles seemed reflected in the unprosperous, depleted, and decayed condition generally of his estate and household. The chateau was in disrepair, and its staff, whether by flight or by dismissal, reduced to an uneasy remnant. Why, for example, had the trusted Fleabart left? My heart was leaden with misgiving. Could Monsieur Vaignon, a diabolic suspicion flashed into my brain, could he, initially, have asked Dennis to the chateau, or anyhow have gone on having him there, in order to safeguard his children? Could he, at one time, to protect them, to divert something from them and fasten it on Dennis, have actually been tempted to promote and foster the disastrous intimacy between Raoul and my boy? But I rejected such a vile hypothesis as altogether too far-fetched. My mind as well must be infected to have harboured it, and... Suddenly rousing from my reverie, I looked about me. The country was unfamiliar and very lonely, and a small half-ruined church or chapel, with a graveyard attached, added to its general air of desolation. In that indifference of purpose which is born of mental exhaustion rather than of any even idle curiosity, I entered the graveyard and wandered aimlessly among its tombs. Some distance off, I noticed, a man was wending towards me down the road ahead. I loitered absently round the inside of the boundary wall. The burial ground was evidently disused, and the graves were untended, many overgrown with bramble or rank grass. Now and then a date caught my eye, 1830, 1813, 1770. Possibly All at once I stopped, transfixed, as in the silence a name stole, staring back at me. It was inscribed upon a headstone slightly taller than the rest, though lichen-coated, tilted, cracked, and weather-worn as they. Privache, and, just decipherable below, yes, Raoul, mourut 1873. The footfall made me start. It was the man I had seen on the road, and whose approach over the grass had been noiseless. He seemed a respectable, decent fellow of the sturdy bonhomme type, probably a small tradesman or petty farmer, but he was regarding me and the grave with a frown of sombre disapproval. He gave a significant upward jerk of the head and pointed to the tomb. "Monsieur knows perhaps of whom that is the grave?" In a double disconcertment I stammered faintly, "Yes, I know the... No, I cannot. I mean it is the same name as somebody's I know." The man took a step backward, crossed himself, and said coldly, "Enough. Then it is to be hoped that Monsieur knows also that it is a bad name. Alors, bonjour, Monsieur." He was going slowly away from me, but on an impulse I detained him. "Why, who was he?" I asked. "Was he a criminal, or
My tongue faltered, and as the man's glance met mine searchingly, it was as if 1,000 things had passed wordlessly between us. "No, monsieur. In life he was not a criminal, but—" He paused, then stooping, traced with a forefinger the date, 1873. "That, monsieur, was when he died. It is there, cut in the stone, and is, so far as it goes, correct. My father was mayor of the commune, and could remember all about it. I have even myself seen the burial record, which was in the register of the parish before the amalgamation. I can tell you no more than that, if you please, monsieur, that he died almost 80 years ago, in 1873. Again he crossed himself, and this time, as he withdrew, I did not stay him. I was thrown momentarily into a kind of panic. In a sense, my talk several evenings since with Monsieur Vaignan should have prepared me for this further shock, yet I still tended then, I think, to discount a good deal of his discourse as crazy ranting, which he had not repeated, and probably repented. But now the story, borne out in another mouth, had gained fresh substance and solidarity. Something, a mortuary breath of evil, had addressed me, subverting reason and defeating sanity. Raoul, if it were he, dead 80 years ago, or what would lead this steady countryman and sober citizen thus to accost me so suspiciously and reprehendingly? Waiting only until he disappeared across a field, I walked quickly back to the chateau. That same evening I got Monsieur Vaignon's consent to my begging Godrich, if he could possibly arrange it, to join me at the earliest opportunity. I had spent 6 days here, quite uselessly. My boy remained obdurate in avoiding me, keeping out of doors as much as he could, and eating his meals I knew not when, nor precisely where. This could not go on indefinitely, and he must be removed somehow, but I did not feel confident of my ability to hale him home single-handed, or wish either to invoke police assistance, French or British. I worded my letter to Godrich very strongly, and, having posted it, was slightly easier in mind. Otherwise, I was more tortured by anxiety than ever, and my discovery of the lonely grave had had a horrible effect on me. Coupled with the queer manner of the honest fellow who had spoken to me beside it, his doubting, fearful looks, and his ambiguous reticence, it left me prey to a complete bewilderment and cold dismay. Of Denis, meanwhile, as I have just said, I caught only fleeting glimpses. Monsieur Vaignan, who had warned me that he, Denis, would try to get it back, pretended to have interceded with him, but on this I placed no least reliance. I had little real idea of what my boy did with himself all day, of whether he still slept in the same room, though I was assured this was so, or of when he fed, or bathed, or changed his clothes. As to this last point, I had brought with me for him some clean shirts, socks, and underwear, which I had handed to DeLotel, and were now, I was informed, in use. But generally, it seemed to me, his condition was one almost of semi-vagabondage, the chateau being for him not much more than a base or headquarters from which to forage in the countryside. However, the next morning I did have news of him, which, while unreassuring, was somewhat more detailed than previous accounts. Denis, DeLotel remarked, had latterly been spending a good deal of his time in the east wing, near the tower, but on my asking what my boy was doing there, the man had shrugged. "Qui sait, monsieur? I have seen him reading, or carving wood with his knife." "Is he there now?" "Non, monsieur. It was yesterday and the day before. This morning he has gone out." This conversation had been at my petit déjeuner, which I always had alone, my host preferring his brought to his bed. After the meal I busied myself in writing a short note to my faithful Jenny, from whom I had heard 2 days ago. She had reported all well at home, and that she and Claire were hoping, poor things, to welcome us both back very soon. I went out to post my reply to her, struck as I passed beneath the porte-cochere by the chateau's latter-day appearance of neglect. It was as if it lay under a spell, as if some blight of doom and galloping decay attacked it. Yes, and assailed its inmates too, I thought, one Colonel Walter Habgood not excepted. I, to be sure, was only a temporary occupant of the place, a guest, yet I was conscious, whenever I walked abroad, that something of its ill repute attached to me. With the local peasantry, I too was in bad odour, the carrier of an aura, an aroma, of the dimly sinister and menacing. And when I had mailed my letter to Godrich yesterday at the little office 3 kilos up the road to Fohan, whither I now and again was on my way, the postmistress had eyed me balefully, touching her scapula as I was leaving. Go where I might, a species of anxious hostility attended me, expressed in covert stares, in sullen glances, crossing and avoidances. Even the children scattered from my path. What was the truth, I demanded for the 100th time, about this whole fantastic business? These yokels, and Monsieur Vaignan, I suspected, were abjectly superstition-ridden. You might suppose a recent world war would have knocked such nonsense out of them, but suddenly and wryly I laughed at myself, though it wasn't at all funny. Yes, that was rich. Talk of the pot and kettle. For I was equally enthralled to a grotesque myth with any of the folk I was deriding. It was exasperating not to know quite what I did believe or disbelieve. Everything and everybody seemed to be conspiring to throw dust in my eyes and keep me ignominiously in the dark. Here was I, Dennis's own father, thankful when I could pick up, as just now, a few crumbs of second-hand intelligence about him from a conceited, surly menial like DeLotel. More than once, latterly, I had been tempted to question the fellow bluntly, about many things, but hitherto my pride had not allowed me to interrogate the man behind his master's back. As for the master aforesaid, Monsieur Vaignan, since his first outburst, had retired completely into his shell, and been as cordially informative as any oyster. I felt I could endure this mystifying and maddening secretiveness no longer. I must request from someone, anyone, a forthright explanation of the whole enigma, and see at least what sort of answer was provoked. Accordingly, when I had posted my letter to Jenny, I asked the postmistress to direct me to some person of responsibility, the mayor, perhaps, or schoolmaster, with whom I could discuss a private matter. The woman regarded me dirtily enough, replying only after a suspicious pause. "The mayor is ill," she said. "But there is Monsieur Boisdeleu, the garde champêtre, qui était de la Résistance, and is ill likewise. Or Monsieur Tanville, the pharmacien. Monsieur Tanville," she added more amiably, "is very clever, and of a great discretion, having been a quartermaster in the army. Then there is too, of course, Père Puindisson, the curé." Rejecting the belauded Monsieur Tanville, I decided on the curé, an obvious choice which it was strange had not occurred to me before. There was no difficulty in locating him. He had just returned from Mass, and welcomed me into his vicarie politely. Somewhat haltingly, I outlined as much as necessary of my story, including particularly my discovery of the grave. Was, I inquired, the Raoul from whom my boy had this unfortunate infatuation a grandson, possibly, of the deceased? The curé's face had darkened, and at my final question wore a look of, as it were, a scandalized discomfiture. I was quite sure he had known all about me in advance. "Franchement, monsieur, it is not easy to reply. This is a district assez superstitieux, and, enfin, the individual whose grave you saw up there at Saint-Auvin had no descendants. He was, it would appear, a butler at the Château Vaignan, where actually he died. But that was 80 years ago, and—" Yes, I said. But this other fellow that my boy met, who is he?" The good father blinked at me morosely. He was an elderly, florid-visaged man, with eyes that were worldly, but at the moment troubled and unsubtle. "Monsieur," he said reproachfully, "you come to me like this and ask me, what?
To confirm and to endorse a doubt that has beforehand been implanted in your mind? Or maybe to deny it? I can state to you only that the Privache we know of died in 1873. The rest is merely superstition. And the superstition is? He shrugged weakly, uncomfortable and disdainfully apologetic under my pressure. Évidemment, the superstition you insist that I enunciate so clearly is that the Privache who died in 1873, and he for whom you say your boy had this engouement, are one and the same. C'est ridicule, alors, and I have told you absolument all I can. His manner, while still courteous, showed the beginning of a self-protective frostiness, and again, marvelling, I felt defeated. All these folk, when you tried to tackle them and pin them down upon the subject of this preposterous myth, affected superiorly to scoff at it, yet all of them in their hearts were really scared of it. Thanking the curé, I took my dissatisfied and disappointed leave. I had been at the chateau just a week, an utterly, completely useless week. Each day I had sought every chance of pleading with my boy, so far quite unavailingly. Must I then drag him home a literal captive, and so make him hate me worse than ever? Possibly, if need be, but not till I had tried every other more persuasive measure. Dennis was like a wild thing piteously spellbound and enchanted, and it would profit little, I thought, to trap and pinion the poor body if the spirit still eluded me. I wished to snare him, yes, but to snare the whole of him, and lovingly, and bonds and handcuffs seemed an unhappy way of doing this. Yet if he would not voluntarily come with me, there was nothing for it but a degree of force, and it had been with this necessity in closer prospect that I appealed to Godrich, whose sympathetically auxiliary convoy at the pinch would certainly be less humiliating than that of a police escort. In this pass, Monsieur Vaignan was a broken reed, his nerve-racked monition now indeed almost amounting to a kind of passive undeclared resistance. And why, after exploding as violently as he had about his blessed sans nom, had he stopped short there? The curé had grudgingly enlightened me to the limit that his scruples or timidity allowed. But why couldn't Monsieur Vaignan have told me all this, and more, himself? I walked to the window of my breakfast-room and surveyed the autumn fields. From here they were visible, in brown or sallow squares, stretching irregularly up a saucer's rim to misty hillocks, and in one of them, far off, I fancied with a start, that I saw Dennis. But no, the figure was motionless, and I remembered now that it was only a scarecrow, lingering purposelessly in the stubble. My letter should reach Godrich today, and if and when he came, we could hold some sort of council of war. How glad I would be of his refreshing sanity and clearer judgment. My own ideas had become quite chaotic, and my affronted reason hurled itself hour by hour against brick walls of contradiction. It was a veritable antinomy. On the other hand, here was the mid-20th century, with, even in this backwater, the trains, post, newspaper, and radio, should Monsieur Vaignan but elect to buy a set, and an occasional avion droning overhead, while on the other, equally compulsive of assent, there lay sheer medievalism, rank mythology, a weird anachronism of fantastic horror. The two worlds, though interpenetrating, were irreconcilable, and each was true. I went undecidedly towards my room, and then, passing it, along a series of corridors. I had often roamed unchallenged up and down the chateau's twisting stairs, beneath its faded tapestries and seigneurial banners, and across its echoing halls. And now, uneasily, while unpremeditatedly enough, my steps trended in the direction of the east wing and its tower. Nothing in particular rewarded my reconnoitre, if it were one, though in a chamber just below the so-called haunted room I did find a few chips and shavings of the sticks, presumably that, as Dorleau informed me, Dennis had been whittling. It was not till I had redescended that a speculation springing from my recent conversation with the curé crossed my mind. Raoul, Père Puindisson had stated, had died in the chateau, and Dennis, long ago, as I could now also remember, had said in speaking of the turret room that someone died there. Was the someone Raoul, and was it actually in the tower that he had died? It seemed more than probable. I spent the rest of the morning and most of the afternoon in desultory mooching, too anxious and distracted, till at least I had Godrich's reply to settle definitely to anything. My visit to the East Wing and my ensuing conjecture about Raoul had admittedly disturbed me, but beyond that I seemed dimly conscious of some other cause of a vague apprehension or dissatisfaction. It was something, I had the feeling, that had happened, or that I had briefly noticed, during the course of the day, but which I could not quite lay finger on. Something of which the impact had been oblique, and that now tapped irritatingly, with an obscure, persistent warning, at my mind. For a time I tried vainly to recall it, whatever it had been, then gave it up. I wandered restively into the library again, and took out the volume of Legends, despite a kind of contemptuous repugnance, to consider more attentively what it might have to say. Presently I found the passage I wanted. It was in a long section entitled simply Auvergne, and its immediate context was rather mystifying, too occult or too rhapsodical in diction for me to follow clearly. Regretting the inadequacy of my French, I read on, puzzled. Exceptional tenacity of life, enabling the said nameless to withdraw vital force. A line or two here that I could not make head nor tail of. So to rebuild itself around the Mammoth, as around a nucleus of focus, and again a string of unfamiliar words defeated me. Or other homely object, so be it have the semblance of a man, but woe to all who do adventure thus, and whether child or woman, if the right fixative not be supplied. And then some sentences of what appeared to be a sort of general description, their chief weakness being in the wrists and wattles. Yellow above all they joy in, and a certain tint of bluish-grey they do defy, wherefore in extirpating them. Disappointed at my stumbling translation, I rested the volume open on my knee and pondered. In a sense, what I had managed to translate relieved me, because it seemed such arrant, puerile nonsense. Why, yes, I thought, in a delighted welling of, as it were, half-hesitant, astonished thankfulness, it was all nonsense, sheer, utter nonsense, and I could laugh at it. How had I ever— My fleeting elation ebbed. But Dennis, I remembered. Yes, Dennis. That was the trouble. Nonsense or no, my boy's plight was actual enough, and— My host entered, suddenly and brusquely. Owing ostensibly to his continued indisposition, we had scarcely encountered for the last several days, and his face now wore a slight frown. "Bonjour," he greeted peevishly. I regret to see you so poorly entertained. You will hardly derive much profit, or even amusement, I should think, from that." To my amazement, he swooped upon the volume and replaced it smartly in the shelves. Really, Monsieur Vaignan was very trying, and it was now, all in an instant, that, as the result of this comparatively trivial incident, I found myself having an outright first-class row with him. No doubt on each side nerves were frayed to breaking point, and it had needed but this spark to set our tempers in a blaze. I had stood up. "You might, monsieur, at least have had the courtesy not to snatch from my very knees a book which I was actually reading." He glared at me, out of eyes swimming with tears. "It is my book. It is my book," he repeated childishly, "and I shall do, as I believe you say, what I bloody well like with it. I'm going to bloody burn it. There, monsieur. Can you advance any argument against my bloody burning my own property, including the entire chateau, if I see fit? And should anybody still insist on lingering, I say, in this so charming chateau of mine, when I burn it, he will be burnt too, neck and crop, along with it, unless—" Staggering, he had clapped a hand to his breast. "Forgive me. I am desolated to have made such an exhibition of myself, and caused you to think me like a stage Frenchman, n'est-ce pas? But certain things in this establishment are not quite as they should be. An infinitely large bluebottle has got loose in my bedroom and kept me awake all night, and I, too, am as your sans nom, weak in the wrist and wattles." Was he going mad, or shamming mad? My sans nom! I was really completely disgusted with him, the more so, perhaps, because he had somehow succeeded, in this ridiculous fashion, in taking the wind out of my sails. "This creature of yours, whatever it is," I was startled to hear myself shouting, "this precious sans nom of yours, I say, that has attacked my boy, and that for some reason you'll tell me nothing more about. He died here, didn't he? Up in the tower room, or under it?" Monsieur Vaignan regarded me, at first uncomprehendingly, and then almost as if pityingly. "My poor friend," he said slowly. "My poor friend. All this has been too much for you, and, ha, you are going crazy. Mon Dieu, c'est le comble ça!" He approached nearer with a curious dancing step, and to my utter dumbfounding, snapped a finger and thumb beneath my nose. "I repeat it, monsieur. I repeat, with inexpressible regret, that you are quite demented." I had backed from him, far too bewildered to feel insulted by the taunting words and gesture, and it was at this instant that, as at a previous, somewhat similar crisis, the tall form of DeLotel filled the doorway. "Calmez-vous, mon maître," he remonstrated. "Calmez-vous. It is this heavy weather that surcharges the nerves, but to yield to your temperament in this manner, and with these antics, is unseemly. Calmez-vous. Thank heaven," he added in a lower tone. "It cannot last much longer now." Monsieur Vaignan looked at us wildly. "Forgive me," he murmured again. "Forgive me." A strange expression, a sort of leering, still half-impudent despair, flickered over his features, as, turning, he let DeLotel lead him unsteadily away. I stood motionless where I was a full minute. The whole scene had been incredible, and bedlam had flowered unashamed before my eyes. At length, dazedly, I walked from the house. Outside I recovered. That was, my immediate emotional disturbance gradually died down. But I felt exhausted, as if I had been through a fight or in a melee, and my fundamental apprehension and confusion were increased. It is a nightmare, I thought. A nightmare. That is why everyone appears mad, and why you yourself behave like a madman. All at once you will wake up, perhaps when Goderich comes. The air, as DeLotel had observed, was close and muggy. It was mild, but with a treacherous intimation of tenseness, of I did not quite know what. The fields stretched round me passively. Too passively, I fancied oddly, as if conspiring or abandoned to a gathering sly enchantment. They rolled in their meek rectangles of ochre, dun, and beige, up to unstirring foothills, dreaming a guileful dream. Crossing one of them, I remarked idly that the scarecrow I had noticed earlier from the salon window seemed to have altered its position slightly. Monsieur Vaignan, good heavens, sans nom, his, if you please, not mine. I wished him joy of them. Sans nom, ye gods! Who would invent such bogies, such farcically loathsome things, unless— I raised my eyes to the grey-baited sky and shivered. No, I was not, to word it temperately, much enamoured of this devil's nook, this baleful 12th or 13th century pocket of provincial France, where superstitions and obscene mythologies, instead of just remaining paintly decorative, had the unpleasant trick of springing suddenly alive and driving mad all those who brooded on them overlong. If only— My disjointed ruminations petered out. Once more I raised my eyes with a faint shudder. All about me as I walked, the hills, the waiting fields, kept quiet pace with me. I was aware— how shall I put it? Of a bland banking up, of a demure stealth, a kind of tiptoe ripening of something. My head ached, and I had an indescribably oppressive feeling. The chateau, from the spot where I had now come rather giddily to a halt, was visible, maybe a kilo off, but partially obscured by a dip and by a thin belt of trees. I would get back to it as quickly as I could, in case my disagreeable symptoms should increase. Slowly I proceeded, conscious upon my mental palate of some recrudescent flavour that was dimly nauseous and half familiar. I had covered perhaps a third of the distance of the chateau when a dog ran up behind me, whining. It was one of the 3 or 4 dogs of the house, an amiable enough little creature, mainly poodle, called Zizi. Dennis had been fond of it, and I supposed it still companioned him in his present gypsyish style of life, but now it appeared distressed or frightened, and slunk whimpering and cringing at my heels. We went on together, skirting a field of stubble. It was the field containing the useless scarecrow, and again, puzzled, I had the impression that the object had moved slightly, in the direction of the chateau. Hang it! I thought querulously, in a sort of mildly annoyed perplexity. This was preposterous, and I must previously have misjudged the confounded thing's position. Zizi, beside me, cowered closer and gave, very low, a series of curious, suppressed yelps. The day had grown overcast, and my headache was no better. I had a sense of something brewing, something making, a kind of dumbly guarded watchfulness and wakefulness in the dull air, the trees, the hilltops, and the whelming sky, as if they too were, like myself, alerted, and upon some strange and semi-animate qui-vive. The dog, while we passed opposite the middle of the field, darted for a moment from me, and through the hedge, venting 2 stiff little barks of actual terror or of a variety of canine scandal. Gradually, as we neared the house, my head ached less, yet a conviction of uneasy imminence, a presentiment of swiftly gathering evil, knocked still at my mind's door, and again, more fervently, I longed for Godrich. I entered the chateau, and there, on a tray in the hall, lay an answer to my prayer. Yes, said the telegraph, he could come on Tuesday. That was in 3 days' time. 4. This heartening news was confirmed in a letter from him the next morning, explaining that he would have joined me instantly had not his partner been somewhat indisposed and hardly capable till the promised Tuesday of shouldering the extra work. Well, it was more than I had had the right to hope that my friend should have been able to arrange to get away at all, and heaven knew I blessed him. During the weekend, however, my feeling of tension increased, and was appreciably heightened, as it happened, by my host's ill-humour. Monsieur Vaignan, after our recent row, had offered me a somewhat grudging apology for his rudeness, but now he was exasperated again upon a different score. While I had had, from Godrich, a cheering and reassuring letter, he had received, it seemed, a violently upsetting one. The aunt, he told me, with whom Le Petit had been staying, had written saying she was compelled to visit Tunisie on business, it might be for several months, and must accordingly send her brother-in-law's children home. "It is an excuse," he fumed. "Business! Pah! They cannot come here yet. Not yet." My sympathy for him, when I remembered the plight of my own boy, was not excessive, and privily I blamed no aunt for getting sick of young Marcel and Augustine. But the matter set my mind running, with a revival of curiosity, on the connection, or in the case of Denis, actual relationship, between our respective families. For it was through the sister of this same discredited and disobliging lady that it existed. She had been, before her marriage to Monsieur Vaignan, a Mademoiselle Drouard, and by a common ancestor 3 generations back, a cousin, though I do not think they knew each other, of my wife's. This train of thought led naturally to a reconsideration of the whole question of Monsieur Vaignan's conduct and attitude throughout, and here I was as far as ever from a satisfactory conclusion. He had blown hot and cold, and been by turns solicitous and callous, courteous and grossly impolite. He had been contrite enough, if it were that, to break off the holiday exchange arrangement, yet insufficiently honest to warn me plainly about Raoul. He had had the grace, later, to wire me twice after Denis had run away to France, but then, when I arrived for the retrieval of my truant, had given me no help. There was no making the man out. I had been puzzling alone upon the Saturday evening over these and allied problems, when I heard a confused noise of angry shouting. The sounds seemed to come from the direction of the stables, suggesting by their volume and persistence that several persons, possibly a dozen or so, were engaged in a violent fracas. But by the time I had gone out to look, just as the hubbub had rather suddenly subsided, the disputants must evidently have stopped their fight and scattered. Crossing the Basse-Cour, however, I saw a man limping painfully and holding a blood-stained rag to his face. I recognized him as a fellow I had noticed driving one of the wagons that carried hay or milk and butter from the laiterie, and might have asked him what the trouble was, had I not at that moment caught, from somewhere within, the shrilly furious tones of Monsieur Vaignan. As to this incident, it was again from Dorleau that I received enlightenment, incomplete though it was. His master, who made no allusion to the matter, having retired immediately after dinner, he, Dorleau, brought me my customary glass of lonely brandy in the library, and said, "That parcel of rascals from Saint-Aurvin were after Baptiste and your boy this afternoon, and nearly had them, too." "What?" I exclaimed, alarmed. "After my boy? What for? Is he all right?" The man replied, coldly, addressing the ceiling, it appeared, rather than me. "The young monsieur is entirely unharmed, since they were unable to catch him. But Baptiste, that one, he certainly got a scratch or two." "But why? Why should they be attacked?" Dorleau shrugged, spreading his hands. "People here, monsieur, are superstitious. They are believers in all kinds of nonsense, and possibly the young monsieur had been doing something quite inadvertently which caused them to suspect him, sans dire, most wrongfully, of dealing in such matters. I cannot tell. Enfin, the two of them, he and Baptiste, were pursued by this band of ignoramuses and ruffians into our very yard, where they found refuge. It is unfortunate," he added, as if meditatively, "that certain even of our own servants, too, should take sides with this rabble. Enough, it is no longer my affair, or properly my concern. I leave this place tomorrow." I was exceedingly disturbed, not only by Dorleau's story and its implications, but also, if to a less degree, by his announcement of departure. It would have been foolish to regard him as an ally, yet he had not been actively hostile, and latterly had constituted almost my only source of news concerning Denis. As to the tale itself, more lay behind it, obviously, than Dorleau would disclose, but of this I could guess at a good deal. Amongst the peasantry, Denis would not too unnaturally be a prime object of suspicion, and it was really a wonder he had evaded molestation, if he had, till now. The man Baptiste, surmisably, had been his friend or his associate, and fallen, consequently, under the same stigma. Evidently the business had attained the proportions of a feud, and Monsieur Vaignan's ranks within the chateau had been split. Dorleau, I fancied,
would not lack company upon the train tomorrow. While I was counting the hours to Godrich's arrival with a fresh sense of urgency, I renewed vainly my efforts to lessen Dennis's hostility. I no longer hoped now for a full reconciliation so speedily, but short of that I would have liked, before Godrich lent me what help he could, to be at all events on speaking terms with my own child. Twice I tried to talk with him through his locked door, receiving on the first occasion no reply, and on the second the response, "Oh, go away! I hate you!" And twice also I got within undignified hailing distance of him in the grounds, only to be humiliated by his almost offhandedly contemptuous flight. Obviously, at any time, I might probably have rallied Monsieur Vignon's odds and ends of still faithful retainers — a further couple had left with DeLotel in the morning — to round up my quarry, and then forced him as my prisoner to parley. But such trappings or waylayings would have been very much against the grain, and as I saw it then, have done more harm than good. What, I would wonder, could be his view of the position? How, in his own opinion, was he faring? Pretty evidently he had expected, or at least hoped, to find his odious playmate here, and had not Monsieur Vignon told me that he, Dennis, would do his best to get Raoul back? In that, however, so far as I could judge, he had been disappointed. What had become of the physical Raoul, of the physical aspect of him, I had no idea. Presumably, after my half-throttling of him, he had returned somehow to France, but had not yet, I trusted, reappeared in his old haunts. Upon this point I could have, to be sure, no certainty, but whoever or whatever the creature was, its headquarters seemed to lie on this side of the Channel, and the next step of minimum precaution was to transport Dennis to the other. Monday, and tomorrow Godrich would be here. Indeed, a letter from him, aux soins de Monsieur Vignon, had rather surprisingly preceded him already, arriving together with one for me from Jenny. The weather was still gloomy, rainless but boding, and again I strolled dejectedly around the nearer fields. The landscape, as before, was sere and sullen, but its mood, to my imagining, had subtly changed. The sense of stealthy ferment and evil quickening had departed, and the drab acres had an empty look, as if delivered or relieved of something. Loath to accuse myself of being over-fanciful, I stared about me, seeking for anything that might account more factually for this impression, but could find nothing. Merely the scarecrow I had noticed formerly had gone, having been removed and set up for whatever none too obvious reason, as I subsequently discovered, in another field considerably closer to the house. I wandered slowly back to the chateau. Help was at last at hand, for Godrich should be here tomorrow evening, yet my heart was curiously unlightened. The countryside, lowering and secret, with that discharged and voided aspect of an ominous fulfillment, seemed to wear a mien of hidden ridicule, of some kind of deceptive somnolence and inward mockery, as though it were laughing at me up its sleeve. Nonsense, I tried to think. What utter nonsense! With a derisive apt theatricality, a trio of stage-property bats, encouraged by the dusk, skimmed past me as I turned by the corner of a barn. And then, suddenly, I had a shock. "Hello, Daddy," said Dennis. He was there, in front of me, shyly smiling and addressing me in this form he had discarded for some years as babyish. His clothes were stained and torn, and his cheeks wan under their grime. I did not believe he had washed properly for days. But it was far less his ragamuffin air that horrified me than his manner. It was flat and almost bored, yet confident, casual and unconstrained in some utterly wrong way, as though he were so tired out with whatever he had been up to that he had forgotten even what it was. How could he else have carried it off with this weary, this to me actually hideous aplomb? He stood gazing at me in a sort of forlorn and rather vacant friendliness, as if nothing had happened, as if he were completely unconscious of my misery or his own. "Come in,"
I think I said to him. And talk things over, shall we?" "Yes," he replied absently. "All right. I'm hungry, too." He paused, then added, reconsideringly and as a careful qualification, "That is, you know, not really very." We had begun to walk on from the barn, and the fading light shone briefly on his face, discovering there a look that sickened me but is not easy to describe. It was at once wily and exhausted, an expression, so to speak, of supreme irrelevance or imperviousness to the situation, of a precocious unconcern and hard frivolity or falsity, a falsity all the worse for being undeliberate and still childish. My gorge rose as at something odious. Rage filled me, and to my dismay I found my fist clenched to strike him. It was with the greatest effort that I controlled the impulse. "Dennis," I heard myself saying. "Dennis!" My anger had turned suddenly to yearning, and I had him unresisting in my arms. He was light as a feather, limply yielding, and weighing nothing, almost nothing. I felt, while I strained him to me, as if he were liable at any instant to melt away from my embrace into thin air. At the chateau, when he entered, Monsieur Vaignan had just come into the hall, gaping at us as though quite confounded. I do not really know how the next few hours passed, what words were said, or what was done in them. I do know and remember that they were not happy or triumphant hours. Alas, far from that. A deep emotional conviction of impending sorrow or calamity persisted, and I could not banish it. Superficially, it was to the good that the pursuits, the trappings, and lassoings I had envisaged were dispensed with. Yet what had I instead? Not Dennis. That was the trouble. It was only the curious shell of him I had. He was a wandeling, almost a changeling, something that most horribly denied each trait and feature of the Dennis I recalled, and of which the contemplation could but be agonizing. None the less, as I say, this unexpected turn of events was a practical simplification. Presumably, Dennis would come quietly, and not have to be dragged home a prisoner. Godrich, when he arrived, would have nothing to do but go back with us again. And then? "Are you tired?" I believe I asked once. "After all the camping out?" He regarded me queerly, head cocked, with the suspicious, quasi-intelligent incomprehension the notion visited me dreadfully, of a parrot. A little. Yes, a little." That was all. But the manner, if not the matter of the reply, had remained vaguely hostile and violently unsatisfactory. His tone held a deplorable sort of cunning, or a fancied cunning, as if, despite his sudden yielding, he still had an ace hidden somewhere in the pack, or thought he had. What had prompted his surrender? Had he merely wearied of roughing it and craved the ordinary home comforts he had missed now for 3 weeks? Had his designs, whatever was their nature, been frustrated or miscarried, so that at last he had had to give them up? Or had he, possibly, decided that my reinforcement by Godrich, of whose coming, apart from servants' gossip, he could have got wind in any case from the letter in the hall, would be too much for him, and that he might as well cave in to me right away? I must wait to find out all that, for the time was not propitious yet, I felt, for direct catechizings. Fortunately, perhaps, for that evening at any rate, this question did not arise, as Dennis professed himself so drowsy that, as soon as he had had his tea and then a bath, he went to bed. Of Monsieur Vaignan, save for his startled apparition in the hall, I had seen nothing since lunch. I dined alone, and after a couple of pipes in the petit salon, was glad to get up to my room. Dennis and I reflected, had forgotten, or at least, perhaps on both sides, semi-deliberately, omitted to say good night to each other. I wondered whether he was yet awake, or, if his sleep were half as troubled as I feared, like in his father's case, what dreams would visit him. Next day I was in two minds about taking Dennis with me to the station to meet Goderich, deciding finally against it. I did not think he would slip off again, and if he did, it would only prove his capitulation no real capitulation after all. As to that, indeed, I still felt something disquietingly planned or spurious in it, but my misgivings did not include now any apprehensions of his renewed and literal bolting. Nothing much had happened during the morning. Monsieur Vaignan, encountering me just before lunch, congratulated me, with a deathly simper, on my improved entente with Dennis, and made no difficulties over lending me the car, which I was mightily relieved he did not propose to drive this time himself. Goderich would stay one night at the chateau, and tomorrow the three of us would return to England. I pictured my friend's surprise when he learned of the fresh development. In a sense, he would have had his journey for nothing, but I didn't think he would mind that. A wire yesterday evening might just have caught and stopped him, but actually Dennis's unexpected surrender had put everything else out of my head, and I was selfishly glad now that it had. At the station I had still 10 minutes to wait, and outside the yard entrance to the baggage office I noticed a wagon drawn up, and a long box being unloaded from it and then carried in to the clerk. The wagon I could recognize as from the chateau, and the fellow awkwardly shouldering the box was, I was pretty sure, that same Baptiste I had seen limping, with the blood-stained kerchief to his face, in the basse-cour 2 days ago. As he climbed again into his seat, the chef de gare himself came out to confer for a few moments with him, in an undertone. But here at last was Goderich's train. It had scarcely clanked puffing to a standstill before he leaped out and clasped my hand in his. "Well," he was saying, "it's rather like one's toothache fleeing on the dentist's doorstep. If I hadn't come for nothing, as you are so kind as to suggest, you and your young jackanapes would probably still be at loggerheads." We were approaching the chateau, and I wondered. Goderich's hearty vigour, his very tone of cheerful lightness, was a gust of health and hope from another world, and yet I doubted, and was even somehow shocked. "If we're not still at loggerheads as it is," I remember answering. "You will see for yourself presently." We drove under the porte cochere and alighted. Monsieur Vaignan was there to greet us, all politeness. A small, dim figure hung back, hugging the shadows. "Hello, scallywag," called Goderich. "Hi, come out of that." Dennis moved forwards undecidedly. His face again horrified me by its hollow wanness. Goderich commented. "Not altogether a walking advertisement of anything, I must say. That's the deserts of being AWOL. 19 days adrift, eh? But we won't clap him in the glass-house this time, Sergeant Major." Once more I gave a mental gasp. I did not know whether to admire or be scared out of my wits by Goderich's breeziness. Wasn't it, I misdoubted, a trifle overdone? It jolted me, I think, not so much through a fear of its effect on Dennis, as by appearing almost too temerarious a defiance of the evil gods. But Dennis did not seem to mind this joshing. He even smiled faintly, as Goderich persevered in his hardy badinage, and ate, under the friendly bombardment, a reasonably good tea. None the less I could divine, beneath his fun-poking, that Goderich was concerned. When Dennis had gone off, to see the horses fed, he said, with Zizi, my friend's expression became grave. "What do you make of this, Habgood?" he surprised me by inquiring. "I? Why, I want you to tell me." "Of course. But first I'd be interested in your opinions, so far as you have any. Do you, for instance, really—" He broke off. "Wait a bit. Are we likely to be disturbed here? Our perfect host isn't liable to butt in, is he?" "I shouldn't think so. He's completely haywire these days, and we probably won't see him again this evening." Suits me. And if— But at this moment, to falsify my prophecy, Monsieur Vaignan did butt in, insisting upon entertaining us with the most oddly vapid small talk until and throughout dinner, and it was only when he had at length proffered his excuses and retired that I and Godrich could continue our discussion. Dennis himself, as on the previous night, had gone early to his bed. "Well," Godrich resumed, "what is your feeling about the whole thing now? For example, and putting a conceivable crack-brained impersonation out of it, as I think we may, do you actually believe that the pernicious loon we both knew down in Hampshire is the same Privache whose grave you've said you saw near here last week?" It certainly sounds nonsense," I replied. "Nonsense? Yes, naturally it does. But even nonsense can be dynamic. In its proper realm, where its writ runs and it holds sway, it isn't nonsense, and it can often effectually intrude into a sphere beyond its own. It has become at least mentally real for Dennis, and also, up to a point, for you. I just wanted to know how real." "I tell you, I don't know. It simply doesn't add up." "All right, it doesn't. If it did, for instance, this damned Salidor could eventually be traced and be run in for something. But for what exactly? In what terms could you prefer a charge? I'd hate to see you trying. The notion would be quite absurd, which just shows you that it can't add up for us in any ordinary way. But the next obvious practical step, anyhow, is to get your boy as clear of it all as we can, and pray that later he'll, well, respond to treatment." "But what do you think, honestly, is—" I faltered. "I know what you're going to ask. Well, is it? Or again, is it? How can I tell? It was there, that precious Gaby was, and it appeared to be more or less passably a man, and for some revolting reason it wore mittens. Also, it had an arm which acted up pretty unorthodoxly. What I don't see is how a mere throttling, a semi-throttling, could have snuffed it out and kiboshed it, at all events temporarily, as it seems to have done. No doubt that rubbed in the fact that it wasn't too popular, and would be a deterrent to some extent, but—" Godrich, too, hesitated, then went on. "I don't fancy we can get much forwarder along these lines. It's easy enough to say the whole thing's farcical, and if you could feel that as well as say it, it would be fine. What about the poltergeist noises? Do they still go on?" "I was told so. I've not heard them here myself." "And the haunted room, where you're persuaded the original fee-faw-fum demised? How does that come into it? Did our host admit definitely that Privache No. 1 had died there?" "Definitely? No, indeed. He's never said anything definite or straightforward. When I did, as it were, challenge him to deny that the first Privache had died where I felt he had, he just behaved quite weirdly, was abominably rude, and accused me of going mad." For some while longer our talk continued without leading us to any more concrete conclusion than we had reached already, that our sole hope for Dennis lay in getting him away immediately, and that when this was done, it would be only in the nick of time. We had thought, Godrich and I, that we were bringing Dennis home, and that morning we treated our precious freight as if no precaution for its safety could be excessive. Dennis was, actually and in literal truth, so worn and wasted that such an attitude would have been natural in any case, and I think we both felt that, unless the greatest care were exercised, he might, as it were, collapse in our hands or be blown away by a puff. His eyes were lustreless and his skin dry, and his manner held some ingredient I could not define, at once apathetic and expectant, or perhaps apprehensive. The day had broken cloudily after, for me, a restless night. I had had dreams, but could not recall them clearly. Mostly they had been of absurdities, of Monsieur Vaignan addressing a meeting of puppets in the library, of d'Orleaux roller-skating somewhere overhead, and even of the ridiculous scarecrow, shifting from field to field in a continued march towards the house. But their persisting savour was oppressive, and I had woken from them with nerves jangled. Our train was to leave Foran at about 10:30, and we had risen, we realized, rather unnecessarily early. Dennis, glancing at us distraitly from under lowered brows, ate an extremely sketchy breakfast. Once he appeared lost in a kind of reverie, and then, arousing from it with a start, upset his chocolate bowl. The slight mishap caused him to open his mouth aghastly in an unuttered scream. This time we wouldn't need our host's car. I had arranged yesterday for a taxi to come out for us from Foran, and now I prayed it might be punctual. Our luggage was stacked in the hall. I had tipped the servants, and Monsieur Vaignan, dressing-gowned, had made a grisly mountebank descent to say good-bye. Bowing and stiffly shaking hands, he muttered something else that sounded like, "If it will let you." At last the three of us drove off. For a while my spirits lightened, and I breathed more freely. "Are you all right?" I asked Dennis. "Oh, yes." He was next to me and facing Godrich, gazing dreamily, or raptly, out of the window. His expression was remote, as though he were attending to something we could not see, or not appreciate. His hair, I noticed, had grown long and wanted cutting. Suddenly, from under his seat issued a low bark. Zizi! How he had managed it I did not know, but the little creature must have leaped in after Dennis, and we should now have to ask the station-master to restore him to his owner. This, on alighting from the taxi, we did, and presently the train drew in. Dennis, for a second or two as Godrich and I were about to board it, was not to be found, and my heart froze. But next moment he came scurrying from the direction of the consigne, and clambered in with us just in time. I was so thankful at retrieving him. A passion of yearning sympathy for my poor darling rose in me, and I pressed his arm. The train gathered speed, and I remember sighing in relief and thinking that every mile now was a mile further towards his safety. Actually, I had hardly expected or quite dared to hope we would ever do it, ever get away. I had feared all the while that something, though I couldn't guess how or what, would happen or put out a hand to halt us or detain us, some sort of accident or hitch, But my satisfaction ebbed and died. Dennis's manner suddenly alarmed me. He was distressed. I could not tell why. The scare—" He seemed to be trying unsuccessfully to say something, then changing to French, at length got out, "L'épouvantail, c'est donc—" He paused, and added with an urgency I could not understand, the one word, "Zizi!" Sure enough, to my annoyed confusion, the dog was there, and with us still, whether or not with Dennis's abetting I did not know. But it was not the dog's presence I was bothered over. It was the curious looks and bearing of my boy. Another train, which must be an express, was overtaking us, coming up rapidly upon a parallel track. Our own train, as if inspired to a race, increased its speed, and the express gained on us less swiftly. Zizi had burst in upon us, at first delightedly, from the corridor, wagging his tail, but now appeared strangely subdued. With a short bark of half-hearted challenge, he slunk cowering under the seat by Dennis. "What is it, Dennis? What's the matter?" I implored. Godrich had pulled out a brandy flask and held it to Dennis's lips. They moved slowly and bewilderedly. "L'épouvantail, the scarecrow, c'est—" Suddenly he broke from us, moaning, and dashed into the corridor. Both I and Godrich had grabbed at him ineffectually. The dog, as though torn between its fear and a kind of loyalty, had emerged from under the seat and stood whimpering in the doorway. Thrusting it aside with my boot, I followed Dennis. The express was quickly overhauling us. I could just see at the moment the front of its locomotive showing level with the corridor's end, then creeping foot by foot along our windows. "Dennis! Dennis!" I repeated. "What is it? What are you doing?" He was hunched oddly, staring out at the other train with a quite indescribable look of terror on his face. His eyes were round with fright, and his body was pressed desperately against the corridor's inner wall, as if, despite his fascinated interest, he were trying to get as far from the pursuing coaches as he could. What followed has an outré horror and grotesqueness which puts such a strain on ordinary credence that even I who witnessed it still find it hard, if not impossible at times, to reconcile with or accept as literal truth. I cannot in any way explain it, but I believe now that something then went hideously wrong, went wrong from Dennis's and Raoul's point of view, I mean, and that whatever sort of ghastly schemes and machinations may have been afoot were at the last moment bungled. What I did see, or what at all events I seemed to see, was the result, I feel, of some bizarre and odious miscarriage. I had caught Dennis's arm and shook it, but he paid no attention to me. Two men, on the farther side of him, stuck curious heads out of their compartment and gaped foolishly at us. Behind me, squeezed up in the narrow passage, Godrich was shouting over my shoulder, above the uproar of the trains, "Come on, young man, snap out of it! Come back!" His voice was cool, but he added in my ear, "For heaven's sake, get hold of him somehow." Dennis had wedged himself against the jamb of a half-open door, and it was now, as I was struggling in the cramped space to wrest him from it, that our own pace abruptly slackened, so that the express began to flash by our windows at a rush. I learned later that it was then that Godrich had pulled the communication cord. Meanwhile, I still could not drag Dennis free. I was aware that he was in some awful danger, but tugged at him in vain. As in a nightmare, I strained till the sweat stood on my forehead, praying that the dream would break. It never did, or has. For an instant I had looked out of the window. The guard's van of the express was just passing us. Something, a long box like a coffin, cocked lewdly up and protruded slowly from it, flew out of it towards us. The corridor was littered with shivered glass. The train had stopped with a violent jolt. People were running along the track, and already I caught from somewhere amazed exclamations. "Un épouvantail! It was in that box there, solely a scarecrow!" I turned again to Dennis, thinking I heard his call. "Zizi!" I fancied he had said. But what had happened to the dog I did not, then or later, know or care. My boy's face was seamed and wizened as that of an old man, and the starkest terror was graven on it. His body now was quite limp in my hands. Godrich and I carried him back to the compartment and laid him on a seat, and it was then I saw that, before his last cry, his hair, which had changed to elf locks, had gone white. Lucius Shepard. How the Wind Spoke at Madaket. Lucius Shepard burst onto the science fiction scene during 1984. If you looked the other way, you'd have missed his first appearance in print, Solitario's Eyes, 1983. But by the end of 1984, if you were involved anywhere in the fields of fantasy and science fiction, you couldn't have avoided stumbling over him. The product of one of the legendary Clarion Writers' workshops, summer of 1980, Shepard, now in his early 40s, regularly finds his stories nominated for the top awards, and almost as regularly winning them. He received the John W. Campbell Award as Best New Writer in 1985, and received the Nebula Award for R&R as Best Novella of 1986. But don't let all these science fiction titles fool you. Lucius Shepard is every bit as strong and exciting in the fields of fantasy and horror. He first came to my attention with a wonder-filled fantasy set in Nepal, The Night of White Ba'irab, 1984, followed closely by the memorable The Man Who Painted the Dragon Griot, 1984. One would do well to seek out his recent collection, The Jaguar Hunter, 1987, for more examples of his potency. In the meantime, here is his most powerful short horror novel to date. 1.
Softly at dawn, rustling dead leaves in the roof gutters, ticking the wires of the television antenna against the shingled wall, seething through the beech grasses, shifting the bare twigs of a hawthorn to claw at the tool shed door, playfully flipping a peg off the clothesline, snuffling the garbage and tattering the plastic bags, creating 1,000 nervous flutters, 1,000 more shivery whispers, then building, keening in the window cracks and rattling the panes, smacking down a sheet of plyboard that has been leaning against the woodpile, swelling to a pour off the open sea, its howl articulated by throats, streets, and teeth of vacant houses, until you begin to imagine a huge invisible animal throwing back its head and roaring, and the cottage is creaking like the timbers of an old ship. 2. Waking at first light, Peter Ramey lay abed a while and listened to the wind. Then, steeling himself against the cold, he threw off the covers, hurriedly pulling on jeans, tennis shoes, and a flannel shirt, and went into the front room to kindle a fire in the wood stove. Outside, the trees were silhouetted by a backdrop of slate clouds, but the sky wasn't yet bright enough to cast the shadow of the window frame across the picnic-style table. Beneath it, the other furniture, 3 chewed-up wicker chairs and a sofa bunk, hunched in their dark corners. The tinder caught, and soon the fire was snapping inside the stove. Still cold, Peter beat his arms against his shoulders and hopped from one foot to another, setting dishes and drawers to rattling. He was a pale, heavy-set man of 33, with ragged black hair and beard, so tall that he had to duck through the doors of the cottage, and because of his size he had never really settled into the place. He felt like a tramp who had appropriated a child's abandoned tree-house in which to spend the winter. The kitchen was an alcove off the front room, and after easing the chill, his face stinging with heat, he lit the gas stove and started breakfast. He cut a hole in a slice of bread, laid it in the frying pan, then cracked an egg and poured it into the hole. Usually he just opened cans and cereal boxes or heated frozen food, but Sarah Tappinger, his current lover, had taught him to fix eggs this way, and it made him feel like a competent bachelor to keep up the practice. He shoveled down the egg and bread, standing at the kitchen window, watching the gray-shingled houses across the street melt from the darkness, shadowy clumps resolving into thickets of bayberry and sheep's laurel, a picket line of Japanese pines beyond them. The wind had dropped, and it looked as if the clouds were going to hang around, which was fine by Peter. Since renting the cottage in Madaket 8 months before, he had learned that he thrived on bleakness, that the blustery, overcast days nourished his imagination. He had finished 1 novel here, and he planned to stay until the 2nd was done. And maybe a 3rd. What the hell? There wasn't much point in returning to California. He turned on the water to do the dishes, but the thought of L.A. had soured him on being competent. Screw it. Let the ants breed. He pulled on a sweater, stuffed a notebook in his pocket, and stepped out into the cold. As if it had been waiting for him, a blast of wind came swerving around the corner of the cottage and numbed his face. He tucked his chin onto his chest and set out walking, turning left on Tennessee Avenue, and heading toward Smith Point, past more gray-shingled houses with quarter-boards bearing cutesy names above their doors. Names like Sea Shanty and Tooth Acres, the vacation home of a New Jersey dentist. When he had arrived on Nantucket, he'd been amused by the fact that almost every structure on the island, even the Sears Roebuck store, had gray shingles, and he had written his ex-wife a long, humorous let's-be-friends letter telling about the shingles, about all the odd characters and quirkiness of the place. His ex-wife had not answered, and Peter couldn't blame her, not after what he had done. Solitude was the reason he gave for having moved to Madaket, but while this was superficially true, it would have been more accurate to say that he had been fleeing the ruins of his life. He had been idling along, content with his marriage, churning out scripts for a PBS children's show, when he had fallen obsessively in love with another woman, herself married. Plans and promises had been made, as a result of which he had left his wife. But then, in a sudden reversal of form, the woman, who had never expressed any sentiment other than boredom and resentment concerning her husband, had decided to honor her vows, leaving Peter alone and feeling both a damned fool and a villain. Desperate, he had fought for her, failed, tried to hate her, failed, and finally, hoping a change of geography would provoke a change of heart, hers or his, he had come to Madaket. That had been in September, directly after the exodus of the summer tourists. It was now May, and though the cold weather still lingered, the tourists were beginning to filter back, but no hearts had changed. 20 minutes of brisk walking brought him to the top of a dune overlooking Smith Point, a jut of sand extending 100 yards or so into the water, with 3 small islands strung out beyond it. The nearest of these had been separated from the point during a hurricane, and had it still been attached, it, in conjunction with Eel Point, some 3/4 of a mile distant, would have given the western end of the island the shape of a crab's claw. Far out at sea, a ray of sunlight pierced the overcast and dazzled the water beneath to such brilliance that it looked like a laving of fresh white paint. Seagulls made curving flights overhead, hovered and dropped scallops onto the gravelly shingle to break the shells, then swooped down to pluck the meat. Sad-voweled gusts of wind sprayed a fine grit through the air. Peter sat in the lee of a dune, choosing a spot from which he could see the ocean between stalks of the pale green beach grass, and opened his notebook. The words, "How the Wind Spoke at Madaket," were printed on the inside cover. He had no illusions that the publishers would keep the title. They would change it to The Keening, or The Huffing and Puffing, package it with a garish cover, and stick it next to Love's Tormenting Itch by Wanda LaFontaine on the grocery store racks. But none of that mattered as long as the words were good, and they were, though it hadn't gone well at first, not until he had started walking each morning to Smith Point and writing longhand. Then everything had snapped into focus. He had realized that it was his story he wanted to tell. The woman, his loneliness, his psychic flashes, the resolution of his character, all wrapped in the eerie metaphor of the wind. The writing had flowed so easily that it seemed the wind was collaborating on the book, whispering in his ear and guiding his hand across the page. He flipped the pages and noticed a paragraph that was a bit too formal, that he should break up and seed throughout the story. Sadler had spent much of his life in Los Angeles, where the sounds of nature were obscured, and to his mind the constancy of the wind was Nantucket's most remarkable feature. Morning, noon, and night it flowed across the island, giving him a sense of being a bottom dweller in an ocean of air, buffeted by currents that sprang from exotic quarters of the globe. He was a lonely soul, and the wind served to articulate his loneliness, to point up the immensity of the world in which he had become isolated. Over the months he had come to feel an affinity with it, to consider it a fellow traveler through emptiness and time. He half believed its vague, speech-like utterances to be exactly that, an oracular voice whose powers of speech were not yet fully developed, and from listening to them he derived an impression of impending strangeness. He did not discount the impression, because as far as he could recall he had received similar ones, and most had been borne out by reality. It was no great prophetic gift, no foreshadowings of earthquakes or assassinations. Rather, it was a low-grade psychic ability. Flashes of vision often accompanied by queasiness and headaches. Sometimes he could touch an object and know something about its owner. Sometimes he would glimpse the shape of an upcoming event. But these premonitions were never clear enough to do him any good, to prevent broken arms or, as he had lately discovered, emotional disaster. Still, he hearkened to them. And now he thought the wind might actually be trying to tell him something of his future, of a new factor about to complicate his existence. For whenever he staked himself out on the dune at Smith Point, he would feel gooseflesh pebbling his skin, nausea, an eddying sensation behind his forehead as if his thoughts were spinning out of control. Peter rested his head on his knees and took deep breaths until the spell had abated. It was happening more and more often, and while it was most likely a product of suggestibility,
a side effect of writing such a personal story. He couldn't shake the notion that he had become involved in some Twilight Zone irony, that the story was coming true as he wrote it. He hoped not. It wasn't going to be a very pleasant story. When the last of his nausea had passed, he took out a blue felt tip, turned to a clean page, and began to detail the unpleasantness. 2 hours and 15 pages later, hands stiff with cold, he heard a voice hailing him. Sarah Tappinger was struggling up the side of the dune from the blacktop, slipping in the soft sand. She was, he thought with a degree of self-satisfaction, a damned pretty woman. 30-ish, long auburn hair and nice cheekbones, endowed with what one of Peter's Islander acquaintances called big chest problems. That same acquaintance had congratulated him for having scored with Sarah, saying that she'd blue-balled half the men on the island after her divorce, and wasn't he the lucky son of a bitch? Peter supposed he was. Sarah was witty, bright, independent. She ran the local Montessori school, and they were compatible in every way. Yet it was not a towering passion. It was friendly, comfortable, and this Peter found alarming. Although being with her only glossed over his loneliness, he had come to depend on the relationship, and he was concerned that this signaled an overall reduction of his expectations, and that this in turn signaled the onset of middle age, a state for which he was unprepared. "Hi," she said, flinging herself down beside him and planting a kiss on his cheek. "Want to play?" "Why aren't you in school?" "It's Friday. I told you, remember? Parent-teacher conferences." She took his hand. "You're cold as ice. How long have you been here?" "Couple of hours." "You're insane." She laughed, delighted by his insanity. "I was watching you for a bit before I called. With your hair flying about, you looked like a mad Bolshevik hatching a plot." "Actually," he said, adopting a Russian accent, "I come here to make contact with our submarines." "Oh, what's up? An invasion?" "Not exactly. You see, in Russia we have many shortages. Grain, high technology, blue jeans. But the Russian soul can fly above such hardships. There is, however, a shortage of one commodity that we must solve immediately, and this is why I have lured you here." She pretended bewilderment. "You need school administrators?" No, it is more serious. I believe the American word for it is—" He caught her by the shoulders and pushed her down on the sand, pinning her beneath him. "Poontang. We cannot do without." Her smile faltered, then faded to a look of rapt anticipation. He kissed her. Through her coat he felt the softness of her breasts. The wind ruffled his hair, and he had the idea that it was leaning over his shoulder, spying on them. He broke off the kiss. He was queasy again, dizzy. "You're sweating," she said, dabbing at his brow with a gloved hand. "Is this one of those spells?" He nodded and lay back against the dune. "What do you see?" She continued to pat his brow dry, a concerned frown etching delicate lines at the corners of her mouth. "Nothing," he said. But he did see something. Something glinting behind a cloudy surface. Something that attracted him yet frightened him at the same time. Something he knew would soon fall to his hand. Though nobody realized it at the time, the first sign of trouble was the disappearance of Ellen Borchard, age 13, on the evening of Tuesday, May 19th, an event Peter had written into his book just prior to Sarah's visit on Friday morning. But it didn't really begin for him until Friday night, while drinking at the Atlantic Cafe in the village of Nantucket. He had gone there with Sarah for dinner, and since the restaurant section was filled to capacity, they had opted for drinks and sandwiches at the bar. They had hardly settled on their stool when Jerry Highsmith, a blond young man who conducted bicycle tours of the island, the self-proclaimed hunk of hunks was Sarah's description of him, latched onto Peter. He was a regular at the cafe and an aspiring writer, and he took every opportunity to get Peter's advice.
As always, Peter offered encouragement, but he secretly felt that anyone who liked to do their drinking at the Atlantic could have little to say to the reading public. It was a typical New England tourist trap, decorated with brass barometers and old life-preservers, and it catered to the young summer crowd, many of whom, evident by their Bahama tans, were packed around the bar. Soon Jerry moved off in pursuit of a redhead with a honeysuckle drawl, a member of his latest tour group, and his stool was taken by Mills Lindstrom, a retired fisherman and a neighbor of Peter's. "Damn wind out there's sharp enough to carve bone," said Mills by way of a greeting, and ordered a whiskey. He was a big red-faced man, stuffed into overalls and a Levi jacket. White curls spilled from under his cap, and a lacing of broken blood vessels webbed his cheeks. The lacing was more prominent than usual because Mills had a load on. "What are you doing here?" Peter was surprised that Mills would set foot in the cafe. It was in his conviction that tourism was a deadly pollution, and places like the Atlantic were its mutant growths. "Took the boat out today. First time in 2 months. Mills knocked back half his whiskey. "Thought I might set a few lines, but then I ran into that thing off Smith Point. Didn't feel like fishing any more." He emptied his glass and signaled for a refill. "Carl Keating told me it was forming out there a while back. Guess it slipped my mind." "What thing?" asked Peter. Mills sipped at his second whiskey. "Offshore pollution aggregate," he said grimly. "That's the fancy name, but basically it's a garbage dump. Must be pretty near a kilometer square of water covered in garbage. Oil slick, plastic bottles, driftwood. They collected slack points in the tides, but not usually so close to land. This one ain't more'n 15 miles off the point." Peter was intrigued. "You're talking about something like the Sargasso Sea, right?" "S'pose so, except these ain't so big, and there ain't no seaweed." "Are they permanent?" "This one's new, the one off Smith Point. But there's one about 30 miles off the vineyard that's been there for some years. Big storm will break it up, but it'll always come back." Mills patted his pockets, trying unsuccessfully to find his pipe. "Ocean's getting like a stagnant pond, getting to where a man throws in a line, and more'n likely he'll come up with an old boot instead of a fish. I remember 20 years ago when the mackerel was running, there'd be so many fish the water would look black for miles. Now you spot a patch of dark water, and you know some damn tanker's taking a shit." Sarah, who had been talking to a friend, put her arm around Peter's shoulder and asked what was up. After Peter had explained, she gave a dramatic shudder and said, "It sounds spooky to me." She affected a sepulchral tone. "Strange magnetic zones that lure sailors to their dooms." "Spooky?" Mills scoffed. "You got better sense than that, Sarah. Spooky." The more he considered the comment, the madder he became. He stood and made a flailing gesture that spilled the drink of a tanned college-age kid behind him. He ignored the kid's complaint and glared at Sarah. "Maybe you think this place is spooky. It's the same damn thing, a garbage dump, except here the garbage walks and talks." He turned his glare on the kid. "And thinks it owns the goddamn world." "Shit," said Peter, watching Mills shoulder his way through the crowd. "I was going to ask him to take me to see it." "Ask him tomorrow," said Sarah, "though I don't know why you'd want to see it." She grinned and held up her hands to ward off his explanation. "Sorry, I should realize that anyone who'll spend all day staring at seagulls would find a square kilometer of garbage downright erotic." He made a grab for her breasts. "I'll show you erotic." She laughed and caught his hand, and, her mood suddenly altered, brushed the knuckles against her lips. "Show me later," she said. They had a few more drinks, talked about Peter's work, about Sarah's, and discussed the idea of taking a weekend together in New York. Peter began to acquire a glow. It was partly the drinks, yet he realized that Sarah, too, was responsible. Though there had been other women since he had left his wife, he had scarcely noticed them. He had tried to be honest with them, had explained that he was in love with someone else, but he had learned that this was simply a sly form of dishonesty.
that when you went to bed with someone, no matter how frank you had been as to your emotional state, they would refuse to believe there was any impediment to commitment that their love could not overcome. And so, in effect, he had used those women. But he did notice Sarah. He did appreciate her, and he had not told her about the woman back in L.A. Once he had thought this a lie, but now he was beginning to suspect it was a sign that the passion was over. He had been in love for such a long time with a woman absent from him that perhaps he had grown to believe absence was a precondition for intensity, and perhaps it was causing him to overlook the birth of a far more realistic, yet equally intense passion closer at hand. He studied Sarah's face as she rambled on about New York. Beautiful. The kind of beauty that sneaks up on you, that you assumed was mere prettiness. But then, noticing her mouth was a bit too full, you decided that she was interestingly pretty. And then, noticing the energy of the face, how her eyes widened when she talked, how expressive her mouth was, you were led feature by feature to a perception of her beauty. Oh, he noticed her all right. The trouble was that during those months of loneliness— months? Christ, it had been over a year— he had become distanced from his emotions. He had set up surveillance systems inside his soul, and every time he started to twitch one way or the other, instead of completing the action, he analyzed it and thus aborted it. He doubted he would ever be able to lose himself again. Sarah glanced questioningly at someone behind him. Hugh Weldon, the chief of police. He nodded at them and settled onto the stool. "Sarah," he said. "Mr. Ramey. Glad I caught you." Weldon always struck Peter as the archetypal New Englander. Gaunt, weather-beaten, dour. His basic expression was so bleak you assumed his gray crew-cut to have been an act of penance. He was in his 50s, but had a habit of sucking at his teeth that made him seem 10 years older. Usually Peter found him amusing. However, on this occasion he experienced nausea and a sense of unease, feelings he recognized as the onset of a premonitory spell. After exchanging pleasantries with Sarah, Weldon turned to Peter. "Don't want you to go taking this wrong, Mr. Ramey, but I got to ask where you were last Tuesday evening, round 6 o'clock. The feelings were growing stronger, evolving into a sluggish panic that roiled inside Peter like the effects of a bad drug. "Tuesday," he said. "That's when the Borchard girl disappeared." "My God, Hugh," said Sarah testily. "What is this? Roust out the bearded stranger every time somebody's kid runs away? You know damn well that's what Ellen did. I'd run away myself if Ethan Borchard was my father." "Maybe." Weldon favored Peter with a neutral stare. "Did you happen to see Ellen last Tuesday, Mr. Ramey?" "I was home," said Peter, barely able to speak. Sweat was popping out on his forehead, all over his body, and he knew he must look as guilty as hell. But that didn't matter, because he could almost see what was going to happen. He was sitting somewhere, and just out of reach, below him, something glinted. "Then you must have seen her," said Weldon. "'Cording to witnesses, she was moping round your woodpile for pretty near an hour, wearing bright yellow. Be hard to miss that." "No," said Peter. He was reaching for that glint, and he knew it was going to be bad in any case, very bad, but it would be even worse if he touched it, and he couldn't stop himself. "Now that don't make sense," said Weldon from a long way off. "That cottage of yours is so small. It appears to me a man would just naturally catch sight of something like a girl standing by his woodpile while he was moving round. 6 o'clock's dinner time for most folks, and you got a nice view of the woodpile out your kitchen window." "I didn't see her." The spell was starting to fade, and Peter was terribly dizzy. "Don't see how that's possible." Weldon sucked at his teeth, and the glutinous sound caused Peter's stomach to do a slow flip-flop. "You ever stop to think, Hugh," said Sarah angrily, "that maybe he was otherwise occupied?" "You know something, Sarah. Why don't you say it plain?" "I was with him last Tuesday. He was moving around all right, but he wasn't looking out any window. Is that plain enough?"
Weldon sucked at his teeth again. "I expect it is. You sure about this?" Sarah gave a sarcastic laugh. "Want to see my hickey?" "No reason to be snitty, Sarah. I ain't doing this for pleasure." Weldon heaved to his feet and gazed down at Peter. "You're looking a bit peaked, Mr. Ramey. Hope it ain't something you ate." He held the stare a moment longer, then pushed off through the crowd. "God, Peter!" Sarah cupped his face in her hands. "You look awful." "Dizzy," he said, fumbling for his wallet. He tossed some bills on the counter. "Come on, I need some air." With Sarah guiding him, he made it through the front door and leaned on the hood of a parked car, head down, gulping in the cold air. Her arm around his shoulders was a good weight that helped steady him, and after a few seconds he began to feel stronger, able to lift his head. The street, with its cobblestones and newly budded trees and old-fashioned lamp-posts and tiny shops, looked like a prop for a model railroad. Wind prowled the sidewalks, spinning paper cups and fluttering awnings. A strong gust shivered him and brought a flashback of dizziness and vision. Once more he was reaching down toward that glint, only this time it was very close, so close that its energies were tingling his fingertips, pulling at him, and if he could just stretch out his hand another inch or two. Dizziness overwhelmed him. He caught himself on the hood of the car. His arm gave way, and he slumped forward, feeling the cold metal against his cheek. Sarah was calling to someone, asking for help, and he wanted to reassure her, to say he'd be all right in a minute, but the words clogged in his throat, and he continued lying there, watching the world tip and spin, until someone with arms stronger than Sarah's lifted him and said, "Hey, man, you better stop hitting the sauce, or I might be tempted to snake your old lady." Streetlight angled a rectangle of yellow glare across the foot of Sarah's bed, illuminating her stockinged legs and half of Peter's bulk beneath the covers. She lit a cigarette. Then, exasperated at having given into the habit again, she stubbed it out, turned on her side, and lay watching the rise and fall of Peter's chest. Dead to the world. Why, she wondered, was she such a sucker for the damaged ones? She laughed at herself. She knew the answer. She wanted to be the one to make them forget whatever had hurt them, usually another woman. A combination Florence Nightingale and sex therapist, that was her, and she could never resist a new challenge. Though Peter had not talked about it, she could tell some L.A. ghost owned half his heart. He had all the symptoms. Sudden silences, distracted stares, the way he jumped for the mailbox as soon as the postman came, and yet was always disappointed by what he had received. She believed that she owned the other half of his heart, but whenever he started to go with it, to forget the past and immerse himself in the here and now, the ghost would rear up, and he'd create a little distance. His approach to love-making, for instance. He'd come on soft and gentle, and then, just as they were on the verge of a new level of intimacy, he'd draw back, crack a joke or do something rough, like tackling her on the beach that morning, and she would feel cheap and sluttish. Sometimes she thought that the thing to do would be to tell him to get the hell out of her life, to come back and see her when his head was clear. But she knew she wouldn't. He owned more than half her heart. She eased off the bed, careful not to wake him, and slipped out of her clothes. A branch scraped at the window, startling her, and she held her blouse up to cover her breasts. Oh, right, a peeping Tom at a third-floor window. In New York, maybe, but not in Nantucket. She tossed the blouse into the laundry hamper and caught sight of herself in the full-length mirror affixed to the closet door. In the dim light, the reflection looked elongated and unfamiliar, and she had a feeling that Peter's ghost woman was watching her from across the continent, from another mirror. She could almost make her out. Tall, long-legged, a mournful expression. Sarah didn't need to see her to know the woman had been sad. It was the sad ones who were the real heartbreaks, and the men whose hearts they had broken were like fossil records of what the women were. They offered their sadness to be cured, Yet it wasn't a cure they wanted, only another reason for sadness. A spicy bit to mix in with the stew they had been stirring all their lives. Sarah moved closer to the mirror, and the illusion of the other woman was replaced by the confirmation of her own body. "That's what I'm going to do to you, lady," she whispered. "Blot you out." The words sounded empty. She turned back the bedspread and slid in beside Peter. He made a muffled noise, and she saw gleams of the streetlights in his eyes. "Sorry about earlier," he said. "No problem," she said brightly. "I got Bob Fraser and Jerry Highsmith to help bring you home. Do you remember?" "Vaguely. I'm surprised Jerry could tear himself away from his redhead. Sweet ginger." He lifted his arm so Sarah could burrow in against his shoulder. "I guess your reputation's ruined." "I don't know about that, but it's certainly getting more exotic all the time." He laughed. "Peter," she said. "Yeah?" "I'm worried about these spells of yours. That's what this was, wasn't it?" "Yeah." He was silent a moment. "I'm worried, too. I've been having them 2 and 3 times a day, and that's never happened before. But there's nothing I can do except try not to think about them." "Can you see what's going to happen?" "Not really, and there's no point in trying to figure it out. I can't ever use what I see. It just happens, whatever's going to, and then I understand that that was what the premonition was about. It's a pretty worthless gift." Sarah snuggled closer, throwing her leg across his hip. "Why don't we go to the Cape tomorrow?" "I was going to check out Mill's garbage dump." "Okay. We can do that in the morning and still catch the 3 o'clock boat. It might be good for you to get off the island for a day or so." "All right. Maybe that's not such a bad idea." Sarah shifted her leg and realized that he was erect. She eased her hand beneath the covers to touch him, and he turned so as to allow her better access. His breath quickened, and he kissed her. Gentle, treasuring kisses on her lips, her throat, her eyes, and his hips moved in counterpoint to the rhythm of her hand, slowly at first, becoming insistent, convulsive, until he was prodding against her thigh, and she had to take her hand away and let him slip between her legs, opening her. Her thoughts were dissolving into a medium of urgency, her consciousness being reduced to an awareness of heat and shadows. But when he lifted himself above her, that brief separation broke the spell, and she could suddenly hear the fretful sounds of the wind, could see the particulars of his face and the light fixture on the ceiling behind him. His features seemed to sharpen, to grow alert, and he opened his mouth to speak. She put a finger to his lips. "Please, Peter, no jokes. This is serious." She beamed the thoughts at him, and maybe they sank in. His face slackened, and as she guided him into place, he moaned, a despairing sound such as a ghost might make at the end of its earthly term. And then she was clawing at him, driving him deeper inside, and talking to him. Not words, just breathy noises, sighs and whispers, but having meanings that he would understand. 3. That same night, while Peter and Sarah were asleep, Sally McCall was driving her jeep along the blacktop that led to Smith Point. She was drunk, and not giving a good goddamn where she wandered, steering in a never-ending S, sending the headlights veering across low gorsy hills and gnarled hawthorns. With one hand she kept a chokehold on a pint of cherry brandy, her third of the evening. Sconset Sally, they called her. Crazy Sally. 74 years old and still able to shell scallops and row better than most men on the island. Wrapped in a couple of Salvation Army dresses, 2 moth-eaten sweaters, a tweed jacket gone at the elbows, and generally looking like a bag lady from hell. Brambles of white hair sticking out from under a battered fisherman's hat. Static fizzled on the radio, and Sally accompanied it with mutters, curses, and fitful bursts of song, all things that echoed the jumble of her thoughts.
She parked near the spot where the blacktop gave out, staggered from the jeep, and stumped through the soft sand to the top of a dune. There she swayed for a moment, dizzied by the pour of wind and the sweep of darkness, broken only by a few stars on the horizon. "Woo!" she screeched. The wind sucked up her yell and added it to its sound. She lurched forward, slipped, and went rolling down the face of the dune. Sand adhering to her tongue, spitting, she sat up and found that somehow she'd managed to hold on to the bottle, that the cap was still on even though she hadn't screwed it tight. A flicker of paranoia set her to jerking her head from side to side. She didn't want anybody spying on her, spreading more stories about old drunk Sally. The ones they told were bad enough. Half were lies, and the rest were slanted to make her seem loopy. Like the one about how she'd bought herself a mail-order husband, and he'd run off after 2 weeks, stowed away on a boat, scared to death of her, and she had come riding on horseback through Nantucket, hoping to bring him home. A swarthy little bump of a man, Italian, no English, and he hadn't known shit from shortcake in bed. Better to do yourself than fool with a pimple like him. All she'd wanted had been the goddamn trousers she'd dressed him in, and the tale-tellers had cast her as a desperate woman. Bastards. Bunch of goddamn... Sally's train of thought pulled into a tunnel, and she sat staring blankly at the dark. Damn cold it was, and windy a bit as well. She took a swig of brandy. When it hit bottom, she felt 10 degrees warmer. Another swig put her legs under her, and she started walking along the beach away from the point, searching for a nice lonesome spot where nobody was likely to happen by. That was what she wanted, just to sit and spit and feel the night on her skin. You couldn't hardly find such a place nowadays, what with all the summer trash floating in from the mainland, the Gucci-Poochie sissies and the little swish-tailed chick women eager to bend over and butter their behinds for the first $500 suit that showed interest. Probably some fat boy junior executive who couldn't get it up and would marry him just for the privilege of being humiliated every night. That train of thought went spiraling off, and Sally spiraled after it. She sat down with a thump. She gave out with a cackle, liked the sound of it, and cackled louder. She sipped at the brandy, wishing that she had brought another bottle, letting her thoughts subside into a crackle of half-formed images and memories that seemed to have been urged upon her by the thrashings and skitterings of the wind. As her eyes adjusted, she made out a couple of houses lumped against the lesser blackness of the sky. Vacant summer places. No, wait. Those were them whatchamacallums. Condominiums. What had that Ramey boy said about 'em? Iniums with a condom slipped over each. Prophylactic lives. He was a good boy, that Peter. The first person she'd met with the gift for dog's years, and it was strong in him, stronger than her gift, which wasn't good for much except for guessing the weather, and she was so old now that her bones could do that just as well. He told her how some people in California had blown up condominiums to protect the beauty of their coastline, and it had struck her as a fine idea. The thought of condominiums ringing the island caused her to tear up, and with a burst of drunken nostalgia she remembered what a wonder the sea had been when she was a girl. Clean, pure, rife with spirits. She'd been able to sense those spirits. Battering and crunching from somewhere off in the dunes. She staggered to her feet, cocking an ear. More sounds of breakage. She headed toward them, toward the condominiums. Might be some kids vandalizing the place. If so, she'd cheer 'em on. But as she climbed to the top of the nearest dune, the sounds died away. Then the wind picked up, not howling or roaring, but with a weird ululation, almost a melody, as if it were pouring through the holes of an enormous flute. The back of Sally's neck prickled, and a cold, slimy worm of fear wriggled the length of her spine. She was close enough to the condominiums to see their roof lines against the sky, but she could see nothing else. There was only the eerie music of the wind, repeating the same passage of 5 notes over and over. Then it, too, died. Sally took a slug of brandy, screwed up her courage, and started walking again. The beach grass swayed and tickled her hands, and the tickling spread goose-flesh up her arms. About 20 feet from the first condominium she stopped, her heart beat ragged. Fear was turning the brandy to a sour mess in her stomach. What was there to be afraid of, she asked herself. The wind? Shit. She had another slug of brandy and went forward. It was so dark she had to grope her way along the wall, and she was startled to find a hole smack in the middle of it. Bigger than a damn door it was, edged by broken boards and ripped shingles, like a giant fist had smashed it through. Her mouth was cottony, but she stepped inside. She rummaged in her pockets, dug out a box of kitchen matches, lit one, and cupped it with her hands until it burned steadily. The room was unfurnished, just carpeting and telephone fixtures and paint-spattered newspapers and rags. Sliding glass doors were inset into the opposite wall, but most of the glass had been blown out, crunching under her feet. As she drew near, an icicle-shaped piece hanging from the frame caught the glow of the match, and for a second was etched on the dark like a fiery tooth. The match scorched her fingers. She dropped it and lit another and moved into the next room. More holes, and a heaviness in the air, as if the house were holding its breath. Nerves, she thought. Goddamn old woman nerves. Maybe it had been kids, drunk and ramming a car into the walls. A breeze eeled from somewhere and puffed out the match. She lit a third one. The breeze extinguished it, too, and she realized that kids hadn't been responsible for the damage, because the breeze didn't blow away this time. It fluttered around her, lifting her dress, her hair, twining about her legs, patting and frisking her all over, and in the breeze was a feeling, a knowledge, that turned her bones to splinters of black ice. Something had come from the sea. Some evil thing, with the wind for a body, had smashed holes in the walls to play its foul, spine-chilling music. And it was surrounding her, toying with her, getting ready to whirl her off to hell and gone. It had a clammy, bitter smell, and that smell clung to her skin everywhere it touched. Sally backed into the first room, wanting to scream but only able to manage a feeble squawk. The wind flowed after her, lifting the newspapers and flapping them at her like crinkly white bats, matting them against her face and chest. Then she screamed. She dove for the hole in the wall and flung herself into a frenzied, heart-busting run, stumbling, falling, scrambling to her feet and waving her arms and yelling. Behind her, the wind gushed from the house, roaring, and she imagined it shaping itself into a towering figure, a black demon who was laughing at her, letting her think she might make it before swooping down and tearing her apart. She rolled down the face of the last dune, and, her breath sobbing, clawed at the door-handle of the jeep. She jiggled the key in the ignition, prayed until the engine turned over, and then, gears grinding, swerved off along the Nantucket Road. She was halfway to Sconset before she grew calm enough to think what to do. And the first thing she decided was to drive straight to Nantucket and tell Hugh Weldon, though God only knew what he'd do, or what he'd say. That scrawny flint of a man. Like as not he'd laugh in her face, and be off to share the latest Sconset Sally story with his cronies. No, she told herself, there weren't going to be any more stories about old Sally drunk as the moon and seeing ghosts and raving about the wind. They wouldn't believe her, so let 'em think kids had done it. A little sun of gleeful viciousness rose in her thoughts, burning away the shadows of her fear and heating her blood even quicker than would a jolt of cherry brandy. Let it happen, whatever was going to happen, and then she'd tell her story. Then she'd say, I would have told you sooner, but you would have called me crazy. Oh, no, she wouldn't be the butt of their jokes this time. Let 'em find out for themselves that some new devil had come from the sea. 4. Nils Lindstrom's boat was a Boston whaler, about 20 feet of blue squarish hull with a couple of bucket seats, a control pylon, and a 55-horsepower outboard racketing behind. Sarah had to sit on Peter's lap, and while he wouldn't have minded that in any case, in this case he appreciated the extra warmth. Though it was calm, the sea rolling in long swells, heavy clouds and a cold front had settled over the island. Farther out, the sun was breaking through, but all around them crumbling banks of whitish mist hung close to the water. The gloom couldn't dampen Peter's mood, however. He was anticipating a pleasant weekend with Sarah, and gave hardly a thought to their destination, carrying on a steady stream of chatter. Mills, on the other hand, was brooding and taciturn, and when they came in sight of the offshore pollution aggregate, a dirty brown stain spreading for hundreds of yards across the water, he pulled his pipe from beneath his rain gear and set to chomping the stem, as if to restrain impassioned speech. Peter borrowed Mill's binoculars and peered ahead. The surface of the aggregate was pocked by thousands of white objects. At this distance they looked like bones sticking up from thin soil. Streamers of mist were woven across it, and the edge was shifting sluggishly, an obscene cap sliding over the dome of a swell. It was a no-man's land, an ugly blot, and as they drew near, its ugliness increased. The most common of the white objects were Clorox bottles, such as fishermen used to mark the spread of their nets. There were also a great many fluorescent tubes, other plastic debris, torn pieces of netting and driftwood, all mired in a pale brown jelly of decayed oil products. There was a Golgotha of the inorganic world, a plain of ultimate spiritual malaise, of entropy triumphant, and perhaps, thought Peter, the entire earth would one day come to resemble it. The briny, bitter stench made his skin crawl. "God," said Sarah, as they began cruising along the edge. She opened her mouth to say more, but couldn't find the words. "I see why you felt like drinking last night," said Peter to Mills, who just shook his head and grunted. "Can we go into it?" asked Sarah. "All them torn nets'll foul the propeller." Mills stared at her askance. "Ain't it bad enough from out here?" "We can tip up the motor and row in," Peter suggested. "Come on, Mills. It'll be like landing on the moon." And indeed, as they rowed into the aggregate, cutting through the pale brown stuff, Peter felt that they had crossed some intangible border into uncharted territory. The air seemed heavier, full of suppressed energy, and the silence seemed deeper. The only sound was the slosh of the oars. Mills had told Peter that the thing would have roughly a spiral shape, due to the actions of opposing currents, and that intensified his feeling of having entered the unknown. He pictured them as characters in a fantasy novel, creeping across a great device inlaid on the floor of an abandoned temple. Debris bobbed against the hull. The brown glop had the consistency of jello that hadn't set properly, and when Peter dipped his hand into it, beads accumulated on his fingers. Some of the textures on the surface had a horrid, almost organic beauty. Bleached, worm-like tendrils of netting mired in the slick, reminding Peter of some animal's diseased spoor. Larval chips of wood matted on a bed of glistening cellophane. A blue plastic lid bearing a girl's sunbonneted face embedded in a spaghetti of styrofoam strips. They would point out such oddities to each other, but nobody was eager to talk. The desolation of the aggregate was oppressive, and not even a ray of sunlight fingering the boat, as if a searchlight were keeping track of them from the real world. Not even that could dispel the gloom. Then, about 200 yards in, Peter saw something shiny inside an opaque plastic container, reached down and picked it up. The instant he brought it on board, he realized that this was the object about which he had experienced the premonition, and he had the urge to throw it back. But he felt such a powerful attraction to it that instead he removed the lid and lifted out a pair of silver combs, the sort Spanish women wear in their hair. Touching them, he had a vivid mental image of a young woman's face, a pale, drawn face that might have been beautiful but was starved thin and worn by sorrows. Gabriella.
The name seeped into his consciousness the way a paw track frozen in the ground melts up from beneath the snow during a thaw. Gabriella Pasquale. His finger traced the design etched on the combs, and every curlicue conveyed a sense of her personality. Sadness, loneliness, and, most of all, terror. She'd been afraid for a very long time. Sarah asked to see the combs, took them, and his ghostly impression of Gabriella Pasquale's life flew apart like a creature of foam, leaving him disoriented. "They're beautiful," said Sarah, "and they must be really old." "Looks like Mexican work," said Mills. "Humph! What we got here?" He stretched out his oar, trying to snag something. He hauled the oar back in, and Sarah lifted the thing from the blade, a rag showing yellow streaks through its coating of slick. "It's a blouse." Sarah turned it in her hands, her nose wrinkling at having to touch the slick. She stopped turning it and stared at Peter. "Oh, God, it's Ellen Borchard's." Peter took it from her. Beneath the manufacturer's label was Ellen Borchard's name tag. He closed his eyes, hoping to read some impression, as he had with the silver combs. Nothing. His gift had deserted him. But he had a bad feeling that he knew exactly what had happened to the girl. "Better take that to Hugh Weldon," said Mills. "Might—" He broke off and stared out over the aggregate. At first Peter didn't see what had caught Mills's eye. Then he noticed that a wind had sprung up. A most peculiar wind. It was moving slowly around the boat, about 50 feet away, its path evident by the agitation of the debris over which it passed. It whispered and sighed, and with a sucking noise a couple of Clorox bottles popped out of the slick and spun into the air. Each time the wind made a complete circuit of the boat, it seemed to have grown a little stronger. "What the hell?" Mills's face was drained of color, the web of broken blood vessels on his cheeks showing like a bright red tattoo. Sarah's nails bit into Peter's arm, and he was overwhelmed by the knowledge that this wind was what he had been warned against. Panicked, he shook Sarah off, scrambled to the back of the boat, and tipped down the outboard motor. "The nets," Mills began. "Fuck the nets. Let's get out of here." The wind was keening, and the entire surface of the aggregate was starting to heave. Crouched in the stern, Peter was again struck by its resemblance to a graveyard with bones sticking out of the earth, only now all the bones were wiggling, working themselves loose. Some of the Clorox bottles were rolling sluggishly along, bouncing high when they hit an obstruction. The sight froze him for a moment, but as Mills fired the engine, he crawled back to his seat and pulled Sarah down with him. Mills turned the boat toward Madaket. The slick glubbed and smacked against the hull, and brown flecks splashed onto the windshield and oozed sideways. With each passing second, the wind grew stronger and louder, building to a howl that drowned out the motor. A fluorescent tube went twirling up beside them like a cheerleader's baton. Bottles and cellophane and splatters of oil slick flew at them from every direction. Sarah ducked her face into Peter's shoulder, and he held her tight, praying that the propeller wouldn't foul. Mills swerved the boat to avoid a piece of driftwood that sailed past the bow, and then they were into clear water, out of the wind, though they could still hear it raging, and running down the long slope of a swell. Relieved, Peter stroked Sarah's hair and let out a shuddering breath. But when he glanced behind them, all his relief went glimmering. Thousands upon thousands of Clorox bottles and fluorescent tubes and other debris were spinning in mid-air above the aggregate, an insane mobile poised against the gray sky, and just beyond the edge, narrow tracts of water were being lashed up, as if a windy knife were slicing back and forth across it, undecided whether or not to follow them home. Hugh Weldon had been out in Madaket investigating the vandalism of the condominiums, and after receiving the radio call, it had only taken him a few minutes to get to Peter's cottage. He sat beside Mills at the picnic table, listening to their story, and from the perspective of the sofa bunk, where Peter was sitting, his arm around Sarah, the chief presented an angular, mantis-like silhouette against the gray light from the window. The squabbling of the police radio outside seemed part of his persona, a radiation emanating from him. When they had finished, he stood, walked to the wood stove, lifted the lid, and spat inside it. The stove crackled and spat back a spark. "If it was just you two," he said to Peter and Sarah, "I'd run you in and find out what you've been smoking. But Mills here don't have the imagination for this kind of foolishness, so I guess I got to believe you." He set down the lid with a clank and squinted at Peter. "You said you wrote something about Ellen Borchard in your book. What?" Peter leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "She was down at Smith Point just after dark. She was angry at her parents, and she wanted to scare them. So she took off her blouse — she had extra clothes with her, because she was planning to run away — and was about to rip it up to make them think she'd been murdered, when the wind killed her." "Now how'd it do that?" asked Weldon. "In the book, the wind was a sort of elemental, cruel, capricious. It played with her, knocked her down, rolled her along the shingle. Then it would let her up and knock her down again. She was bleeding all over from the shell cuts and screaming. Finally it whirled her up and out to sea." Peter stared down at his hands. The inside of his head felt heavy, solid, as if his brains were made of mercury. "Jesus Christ," said Weldon. "What you got to say about that, Mills?" "It wasn't no normal wind," said Mills. "That's all I know." "Jesus Christ," repeated Weldon. He rubbed the back of his neck and peered at Peter. "I've been 20 years at this job, and I've heard some tall tales, but this, what did you say it was? An elemental?" "Yeah, but I don't really know for sure. Maybe if I could handle those combs again, I could learn more about it." "Peter—" Sarah put her hand on his arm. Her brow was furrowed. "Why don't we let Hugh deal with it?" Weldon was amused. "No, Sarah, you let Mr. Ramey see what he can do." He chuckled. "Maybe he can tell me how the Red Sox are going to do this year. Me and Mills can have another look at that mess off the point." Mills' neck seemed to retract into his shoulders. "I ain't going back out there, Hugh. And if you want my opinion, you better keep clear of it yourself." "Damn it, Mills!" Weldon smacked his hand against his hip. "I ain't gonna beg, but you sure as hell could save me some trouble. It'll take me an hour to get the Coast Guard boys off their duffs. Wait a minute." He turned to Peter. "Maybe you people were seeing things. There must have been all kinds of bad chemicals fuming up from that mess. Could be you breathed something in." Brakes squealed, a car door slammed, and seconds later the bedraggled figure of Sally McCall strode past the window and knocked on the door. "What in God's name does she want?" said Weldon. Peter opened the door, and Sally gave him a gap-toothed grin. "Mornin', Peter," she said. She was wearing a stained raincoat over her usual assortment of dresses and sweaters, and a gaily colored man's necktie for a scarf. "Is that skinny old fart Hugh Weldon inside?" "I ain't got time for your crap today, Sally," called Weldon. Sally pushed past Peter. "Mornin', Sarah. Mills?" "Here, one of your dogs just had a litter," said Mills. "Yep, 6 snarly little bastards." Sally wiped her nose with the back of her hand and checked it to see what had rubbed off. "You in the market?" "I might drop round and take a look," said Mills. "Dobermans or Shepards?" "Dobermans. Gonna be fierce." "What's on your mind, Sally?" said Weldon, stepping between them. "Got a confession to make." Weldon chuckled. "What did you do now? You sure as hell didn't burglarize no dress shop." A frown etched the wrinkles deeper on Sally's face. "You stupid son of a bitch," she said flatly.
I swear, God must have been running short of everything but horse shit when he made you. Listen, you all must have ground up your balls and used 'em for brains, Sally went on. Musta— Sally! Peter pushed them apart and took the old woman by the shoulders. A glaze faded from her eyes as she looked at him. At last she shrugged free of his grasp and patted down her hair, a peculiarly feminine gesture for someone so shapeless and careworn. I should have told you sooner, she said to Weldon, but I was sick of you laughing at me. Then I decided it might be important, and I'd have to risk listening to your jackass bray, so I'm telling you. She looked out the window. I know what done them condominiums. It was the wind. She snapped a hateful glance at Weldon. And I ain't crazy, neither. Peter felt weak in the knees. They were surrounded by trouble. It was in the air as it had been off Smith Point, yet stronger, as if he were becoming sensitized to the feeling. The wind? Said Weldon, acting dazed. That's right, said Sally defiantly. It punched holes in them damn buildings and was whistling through 'em like it was playing music. She glared at him. Don't you believe me? He believes you, said Peter. We think the wind killed Ellen Borchard. Now don't be spreading that around. We ain't sure. Weldon said it desperately, clinging to disbelief. Sally crossed the room to Peter. It's true about the Borchard girl, ain't it? I think so, he said. And that thing what killed her, it's here in Madaket. You feel it, don't you? He nodded. Yeah. Sally headed for the door. Where are you going? Asked Weldon. She mumbled and went outside. Peter saw her pacing back and forth in the yard. Crazy old bat, said Weldon. Maybe she is, said Mills. But you ought not to be treating her so harsh after all she's done. What's she done? Asked Peter. Sally used to live up in Madaket, said Mills. And whenever a ship would run up on Dry Shoals, or one of the others, she'd make for the wreck in that old lobster boat of hers. Most times she'd beat the Coast Guard to 'em. Must have saved 50 or 60 souls over the years, sailing out in the worst kind of weather. Mills, said Weldon emphatically, run me out to that garbage dump of yours. Mills stood and hitched up his pants. Ain't you been listening, Hugh? Peter and Sally say that thing's round here somewhere. Weldon was a frustrated man. He sucked at his teeth, and his face worked. He picked up the container holding the combs, glanced at Peter, then set the container down. You want me to see what I can learn from those? Asked Peter. Weldon shrugged. Can't hurt nothing, I guess. He stared out the window as if unconcerned with the issue. Peter took the container and sat down next to Sarah. Wait, she said. I don't understand. If this thing is nearby, shouldn't we get away from here? Nobody answered. The plastic container was cold, and when Peter pried off the lid, the cold welled out at him, intense, aching cold, as if he had opened the door to a meat locker. Sally burst into the room and pointed at the container. What's that? Some old combs, said Peter. They didn't feel like this when I found them. Not as strong. Feel like what? Asked Weldon. Every new mystery seemed to be unnerving him further, and Peter suspected that if the mysteries weren't cleared up soon, the chief would start disbelieving them on purely practical grounds. Sally came over to Peter and looked into the container. Gimme one, she said, extending a grimy hand. Weldon and Mills moved up behind her, like two old soldiers flanking their mad queen. Reluctantly, Peter picked up one of the combs. Its coldness flowed into his arm, his head, and for a moment he was in the midst of a storm-tossed sea, terrified, waves crashing over the bows of a fishing boat, and the wind singing around him. He dropped the comb. His hands were trembling, and his heart was doing a jig against his chest wall.
"Oh, shit," he said to no one in particular. "I don't know if I want to do this." Sarah gave Sally her seat beside Peter, and as they handled the combs, setting them down every minute or so to report what they had learned, she chewed her nails and fretted. She could relate to Hugh Weldon's frustration. It was awful just to sit and watch. Each time Peter and Sally handled the combs, their respiration grew shallow and their eyes rolled back, and when they laid them aside, they appeared drained and frightened. "Gabriela Pascual was from Miami," said Peter. "I can't tell exactly when all this happened, but it was years ago, because in my image of her, her clothes look a little old-fashioned, maybe 10 or 15 years back, something like that. Anyway, there was trouble for her on shore, some emotional entanglement, and her brother didn't want to leave her alone, so he took her along on a fishing voyage. He was a commercial fisherman." "She had the gift," Sally chimed in. "That's why there's so much of her in the combs. That and because she killed herself and died holding 'em." "Why'd she kill herself?" asked Weldon. "Fear," said Peter. "Loneliness. Crazy as it sounds, the wind was holding her prisoner. I think she cracked up from being alone on a drifting boat with only this thing, the elemental, for company." "Alone?" said Weldon. "What happened to her brother?" "He died." Sally's voice was shaky. "The wind came down and killed 'em all, except this Gabriela. It wanted her." As the story unfolded, gusts of wind began to shudder the cottage, and Sarah tried to remain unconcerned as to whether or not they were natural phenomena. She turned her eyes from the window, away from the heaving trees and bushes, and concentrated on what was being said. But that in itself was so eerie that she couldn't keep from jumping whenever the panes rattled. "Gabriela Pascual," said Peter, "had been frequently seasick during the cruise. She had been frightened of the crew, most of whom considered her bad luck and possessed by a feeling of imminent disaster. And, Sally added, that premonition had been borne out. One cloudless, calm day, the elemental had swept down and killed everyone except Gabriela. It had whirled the crew and her brother into the air, smashed them against bulkheads, dropped them onto the decks. She had expected to die as well, but it had seemed interested in her. It had caressed her and played with her, knocking her down and rolling her about. And at night it had poured through the passageways and broken windows, making a chilling music that, as the days passed and the ship drifted north, she came to half understand. "She didn't think of it as a spirit," said Peter. "There wasn't anything mystical about it to her mind. It struck her as being kind of a—" "An animal," interrupted Sally. "A big, stupid animal. Vicious it was, but not evil. At least it didn't feel evil to her." Gabriela, Peter went on, had never been sure what it wanted of her. Perhaps her presence had been all. Most of the time it had left her alone. Then suddenly it would spring up out of a calm to juggle splinters of glass or chase her about. Once the ship had drifted near to shore, and when she had attempted to jump over the side, the elemental had battered her and driven her below decks. Though at first it had controlled the drift of the ship, gradually it lost interest in her, and on several occasions the ship almost foundered. Finally, no longer caring to prolong the inevitable, she had cut her wrists and died clutching the container holding her most valued possessions, her grandmother's silver combs, with the wind howling in her ears. Peter leaned back against the wall, his eyes shut, and Sally sighed and patted her breast. For a long moment no one spoke. "Wonder why it's hanging round that garbage out there," said Mills. "Maybe no reason," said Peter dully. "Or maybe it's attracted to slack points in the tides, to some condition of the air." "I don't get it," said Weldon. "What the hell is it? It can't be no animal." "Why not?" Peter stood, swayed, then righted himself. What's wind, anyway? Charged ions, vacating air masses. Who's to say that some stable form of ions couldn't approximate a life? Could be there's one of these at the heart of every storm, and they've always been mistaken for spirits, giving an anthropomorphic character. Like Ariel. He laughed disconsolately. It's no breezy sprite, that's for sure. Sally's eyes looked unnaturally bright, like watery jewels lodged in her weathered face. The sea breeds 'em, she said firmly, as if that were explanation enough of anything strange. Peter's book was right, said Sarah. It's an elemental. That's what you're describing, anyway. A violent, inhuman creature, part spirit and part animal. She laughed, and the laugh edged a bit high, bordering on the hysteric. It's hard to believe. Right, said Weldon. Damned hard. I got an old crazy woman and a man I don't know from Adam telling me— Listen, said Mills. He walked to the door and swung it open. It took Sarah a second to fix on the sound, but then she realized that the wind had died, had gone from heavy gusts to trifling breezes in an instant, and further away, coming from the sea, or nearer, maybe as close as Tennessee Avenue, she heard a roaring. 5. A few moments earlier, Jerry Highsmith had been both earning his living and looking forward to a night of exotic pleasures in the arms of Ginger McCurdy. He was standing in front of one of the houses on Tennessee Avenue, its quarterboard reading "A Habitat," and a collection of old harpoons and whalebones mounted on either side of the door. His bicycle leaned against a rail fence behind him, and ranged around him, straddling their bikes, dolled up in pastel-hued jogging suits and sweat clothes, were 26 members of the Peach State Ramblers Bicycle Club. 10 men, 16 women. The women were all in good shape, but most were in their 30s, a bit long in the tooth for Jerry's taste. Ginger, on the other hand, was prime, 23 or 24, with red hair down to her ass and a body that wouldn't quit. She had peeled off her sweats and was blooming out a halter and shorts cut so high that each time she dismounted you could see right up to the pearly gates, and she knew what she was doing. Every jiggle of those twin jaloubis was aimed at his crotch. She had pressed to the front of the group and was attending to his spiel about the bullshit whaling days. Oh, yeah, Ginger was ready. A couple of lobsters, a little wine, a stroll along the waterfront, and then, by God, he'd pump her so full of the Nantucket experience that she'd breach like a snow-white hill. Thar she fucking blows. Now, y'all, he began. They tittered. They liked him, mocking their accent. He grinned abashedly, as if he hadn't known what he was doing. Must be catching, he said. Now, you people probably haven't had a chance to visit the Whaling Museum, have you? A chorus of no's. Well, then, I'll give you a course in harpooning. He pointed at the wall of the "A Habitat." That top one with the single barb sticking off the side, that's the kind most commonly used during the whaling era. The shafts of ash. That was the preferred wood. It stands up to the weather. He stared pointedly at Ginger. And it won't bend under pressure. Ginger tried to constrain a smile. Now that one, he continued, keeping an eye on her, the one with the arrow point and no barbs, that was favored by some whalers. They said it allowed for deeper penetration. What about the one with 2 barbs? Asked someone. Jerry peered over heads and saw that the questioner was his second choice, Miss Selina Persons, a nice 30-ish brunette, flat-chested but with killer legs. Despite the fact that he was obviously after Ginger, she hadn't lost interest. Who knows? A double-header might be a possibility. That was used toward the end of the whaling era, he said. But generally 2-barbed harpoons weren't considered as effective as single-barbed ones. I don't know why exactly. Must have just been stubbornness on the whalers' part. Resistance to change. They knew the old single barb could give satisfaction. Miss Persons met his gaze with the glimmer of a smile. "Course," Jerry continued, addressing all the ramblers, "now the shaft's tipped with a charge that explodes inside the whale." He winked at Ginger and added sotto voce, "Must be a rush." She covered her mouth with her hand. "Okay, folks." Jerry swung his bike away from the fence. "Mount up and we'll be off to the next thrilling attraction." Laughing and chattering, the ramblers started to mount, but just then a powerful gust of wind swept down Tennessee Avenue, causing squeals and blowing away hats. Several of the riders overbalanced and fell, and several more nearly did. Ginger stumbled forward and clung to Jerry, giving him chest-to-chest massage. "Nice catch," she said, doing a little writhe as she stepped away. "Nice toss," he replied. She smiled, but the smile faded and was replaced by a bewildered look. "What's that?" Jerry turned. About 20 yards away, a column of whirling leaves had formed above the blacktop. It was slender, only a few feet high, and though he had never seen anything similar, it alarmed him no more than had the freakish gust of wind. Within seconds, however, the column had grown to a height of 15 feet. Twigs and gravel and branches were being sucked into it, and it sounded like a miniature tornado. Someone screamed. Ginger clung to him in genuine fright. There was a rank smell in the air, and a pressure was building in Jerry's ears. He couldn't be sure, because the column was spinning so rapidly, but it seemed to be assuming a roughly human shape, a dark green figure made of plant litter and stones. His mouth had gone dry, and he restrained an urge to throw Ginger aside and run. "Come on!" he shouted. A couple of the ramblers managed to mount their bicycles, but the wind had grown stronger, roaring, and had sent them wobbling and crashing into the weeds. The rest huddled together, their hair whipping about, and stared at the great druid thing that was taking shape and swaying above them, as tall as the treetops. Shingles were popping off the sides of the houses, sailing up and being absorbed by the figure, and as Jerry tried to outvoice the wind, yelling at the ramblers to lie flat, he saw the whalebones and harpoons ripped from the wall of the habitat. The windows of the house exploded outward. One man clutched the bloody flap of his cheek, which had been sliced open by a shard of glass. A woman grabbed the back of her knee and crumpled. Jerry shouted a final warning and pulled Ginger down with him into the roadside ditch. She squirmed and struggled in a panic, but he forced her head down and held tight. The figure had risen much higher than the trees, and though it was still swaying, its form had stabilized somewhat. It had a face now, a graveyard smile of gray shingles and 2 circular patches of stones for eyes, a terrible blank gaze that seemed responsible for the increasing air pressure. Jerry's heart boomed in his inner ear, and his blood felt like sludge. The figure kept swelling, up and up. The roar was resolving into an oscillating hum that shivered the ground. Stones and leaves were beginning to spray out of it. Jerry knew what was going to happen, and he couldn't keep from watching. Amid a flurry of leaves, he saw one of the harpoons flit through the air, impaling a woman who had been trying to stand. The force of the blow drove her out of Jerry's field of vision. Then the great figure exploded. Jerry squeezed his eyes shut. Twigs and balls of dirt and gravel stung him. Ginger leaped sideways and collapsed atop him, clawing at his hip. He waited for something worse to happen, but nothing did. "You okay?" he asked, pushing Ginger away by the shoulders. She wasn't okay. A splintered inch of whalebone stuck out from the center of her forehead. Shrieking with revulsion, Jerry wriggled from beneath her and came to his hands and knees. A moan. One of the men was crawling toward him, his face a mask of blood, a ragged hole where his right eye had been. His good eye looked glazed like a doll's. Horrified, not knowing what to do, Jerry scrambled to his feet and backed away. All the harpoons he saw had found targets. Most of the ramblers lay unmoving, their blood smeared over the blacktop. The rest were sitting up, dazed and bleeding. Jerry's heel struck something, and he spun about.
The quarterboard of the Habitat had nailed Miss Selina Persons, vampire-style, to the roadside dirt. The board had been driven so deep into the ground that only the letter A was showing above the mired ruin of her jogging suit, as if she were an exhibit. Jerry began to tremble, and tears started from his eyes. A breeze ruffled his hair. Somebody wailed, shocking him from his daze. He should call the hospital, the police. But where was a phone? Most of the houses were empty, waiting for summer tenants, and the phones wouldn't be working. Somebody must have seen what had happened, though. He should just do what he could until help arrived. Gathering himself, he walked toward the man whose eye was missing, but before he had gone more than a few paces, a fierce gust of wind struck him in the back and knocked him flat. This time the roaring was all around him, the pressure so intense that it seemed a white-hot needle had pierced him from ear to ear. He shut his eyes and clamped both hands to his ears, trying to smother the pain. Then he felt himself lifted. He couldn't believe it at first. Even when he opened his eyes and saw that he was being borne aloft, revolving in a slow circle, it made no sense. He couldn't hear, and the quiet added to his sense of unreality. Further adding to it, a riderless bicycle pedaled past. The air was full of sticks and leaves and pebbles, a threadbare curtain between him and the world, and he imagined himself rising in the gorge of that hideous dark figure. Ginger McCurdy was flying about 20 feet overhead, her red hair streaming, arms floating languidly as if in a dance. She was revolving faster than he, and he realized that his rate of spin was increasing as he rose. He saw what was going to happen. You went higher and higher, faster and faster, until you were spewed out, shot out over the village. His mind rebelled at the prospect of death, and he tried to swim back down the wind, flailing, kicking, bursting with fear. But as he whirled higher, twisting and turning, it became hard to breathe, to think, and he was too dizzy to be afraid any longer. Another woman sailed by a few feet away. Her mouth was open, her face contorted. Blood dripped from her scalp. She clawed at him, and he reached out to her, not knowing why he bothered. Their hands just missed touching. Thoughts were coming one at a time. Maybe he'd land in the water. Miraculous survivor of freak tornado. Maybe he'd fly across the island and settle gently in a Nantucket treetop. A broken leg, a bruise or two. They'd set up drinks for him in the Atlantic Cafe. Maybe Connie Keating would finally come across, would finally recognize the miraculous potential of Jerry Highsmith. Maybe. He was tumbling now, limbs jerking about, and he gave up thinking. Flash glimpses of the gapped houses below, of the other dancers on the wind, moving with spasmodic abandon. Suddenly, as he was bent backwards by a violent updraft, there was a wrenching pain inside him, a grating, then a vital dislocation that delivered him from pain. Oh, Christ Jesus! Oh, God! Dazzles exploded behind his eyes. Something bright blue flopped past him, and he died. 6. After the column of leaves and branches looming up from Tennessee Avenue had vanished, after the roaring had died, Hugh Weldon sprinted for his squad car with Peter and Sarah at his heels. He frowned as they piled in, but made no objection, and this Peter thought was probably a sign that he had stopped trying to rationalize events, that he accepted the wind as a force to which normal procedures did not apply. He switched on the siren, and they sped off. But less than 50 yards from the cottage, he slammed on the brakes. A woman was hanging in a hawthorn tree beside the road. An old-fashioned harpoon plunged through her chest. There was no point in checking to see if she was alive. All her major bones were quite obviously broken, and she was painted with blood head to foot, making her look like a horrid African doll set out as a warning to trespassers. Weldon got on the radio. "Body out in Madaket," he said. "Send a wagon." "You might need more than one," said Sarah. She pointed to 3 dabs of color further up the road. She was very pale, and she squeezed Peter's hand so hard that she left white imprints on his skin. Over the next 25 minutes they found 18 bodies.
broken, mutilated, several pierced by harpoons or fragments of bone. Peter would not have believed that the human form could be reduced to such grotesque statements, and though he was horrified, nauseated, he became increasingly numbed by what he saw. Odd thoughts flocked to his brain, most persistent among them being that the violence had been done partly for his benefit. It was a sick, nasty idea, and he tried to dismiss it, but after a while he began to consider it in light of other thoughts that had lately been striking him out of the blue. The manuscript of How the Wind Spoke at Madaket, for instance. As improbable as it sounded, it was hard to escape the conclusion that the wind had been seeding all this in his brain. He didn't want to believe it, yet there it was, as believable as anything else that had happened. And given that, was his latest thought any less believable? He was beginning to understand the progression of events, to understand it with the same sudden clarity that had helped him solve the problems of his book, and he wished very much that he could have obeyed his premonition and not touched the combs. Until then, the elemental had not been sure of him. It had been nosing around him like, as Sally described it, a big, stupid animal, sensing something familiar about him but unable to remember what. And when he had found the combs, when he had opened the container, there must have been some kind of circuit closed. A flashpoint sparked between his power and Gabriella Pasquale's, and the elemental had made the connection. He recalled how excited it had seemed, darting back and forth beyond the borders of the aggregate. As they turned back onto Tennessee Avenue, where a small group of townsfolk were covering bodies with blankets, Weldon got on the radio again, interrupting Peter's chain of logic. "Where the hell are them ambulances?" he snapped. "Sent 'em a half-hour ago," came the reply. "Should have been there by now." Weldon cast a grim look at Peter and Sarah. "Try 'em on the radio," he told the operator. A few minutes later, the report came that none of the ambulances were answering their radios. Weldon told his people to stay put, that he'd check it out himself. As they turned off Tennessee Avenue onto the Nantucket Road, the sun broke through the overcast, flooding the landscape in a thin yellow light and warming the interior of the car. The light seemed to be illuminating Peter's weaknesses, making him realize how tense he was, how his muscles ached with the poisons of adrenaline and fatigue. Sarah leaned against him. Her eyes closed, and the pressure of her body acted to shore him up, to give him a burst of vitality. Weldon kept the speed at 30, glancing left and right, but nothing was out of the ordinary. Deserted streets, houses with blank-looking windows. Many of the homes in Madaket were vacant, and the occupants of many of the rest were away at work or off on errands. About 2 miles out of town, as they crested a low rise just beyond the dump, they spotted the ambulances. Weldon pulled onto the shoulder, letting the engine idle and staring at the sight. 4 ambulances were strewn across the blacktop, forming an effective roadblock 100 feet away. One had been flipped over on its roof like a dead white bug. Another had crashed into a light pole and was swathed in electrical lines, whose broken ends were sticking in through the driver's window, humping and writhing and sparking. The other 2 had been smashed together and were burning. Transparent licks of flame warped the air above their blackened husks. But the wrecked ambulances were not the reason that Weldon had stopped so far away, why they sat silent and hopeless. To the right of the road was a field of bleached weeds and grasses, an Andrew Wyeth field glowing yellow in the pale sun, figured by a few stunted oaks and extending to a hill overlooking the sea, where 3 gray houses were posed against a faded blue sky. Though only fitful breezes played about the squad car, the field was registering the passage of heavy winds. The grasses were rippling, eddying, bending and swaying in contrary directions, as if thousands of low-slung animals were scampering through them to and fro, and this rippling was so constant, so furious, it seemed that the shadows of the clouds passing overhead were standing still, and the land was flowing away. The sound of the wind was a mournful, whistling rush. Peter was entranced.
The scene had a fey power that weighed upon him, and he had trouble catching his breath.
"Let's go," said Sarah tremulously. "Let's—"
She stared past Peter, a look of fearful comprehension forming on her face. The wind had begun to roar. Less than 30 feet away, a patch of grass had been flattened, and a man wearing an orderly's uniform was being lifted into the air, revolving slowly. His head flopped at a ridiculous straw-man angle, and the front of his tunic was drenched with blood. The car shuddered in the turbulence. Sarah shrieked and clutched at Peter. Weldon tried to jam the gearshift into reverse, missed, and the car stalled. He twisted the key in the ignition. The engine sputtered, dieseled, and went dead. The orderly continued to rise, assuming a vertical position. He spun faster and faster, blurring like an ice skater doing a fancy finish, and at the same time drifted closer to the car. Sarah was screaming, and Peter wished he could scream, could do something to release the tightness in his chest. The engine caught, but before Weldon could put the car in gear, the wind subsided and the orderly fell under the hood. Drops of blood sprinkled the windshield. He lay spread-eagled for a moment, his dead eyes staring at them. Then, with the obscene sluggishness of a snail retracting its foot, he slumped down onto the road, leaving a red smear across the white metal. Weldon rested his head on the wheel, taking deep breaths. Peter cradled Sarah in his arms. After a second, Weldon leaned back, picked up the radio mic, and thumbed the switch open. "Jack," he said, "this is Hugh. You copy?"
"Loud and clear, Chief."
"We got us a problem out in Madaket." Weldon swallowed hard and gave a little twitch of his head. "I want you to set up a roadblock about 5 miles from town, no closer, and don't let nobody through, you understand?"
"What's happening out there, Chief? Alice Cuddy called in and said something about a freak wind, but the phone went dead and I couldn't get her back."
"Yeah, we had us some wind." Weldon exchanged a glance with Peter. "But the main problem's a chemical spill. It's under control for now, but you keep everybody away. Madaket's in quarantine."
"You need some help?"
"I need you to do what I told you. Get on the horn and call everyone living between the roadblock and Madaket. Tell them to head for Nantucket as quick as they can. Put the word on the radio, too."
"What about folks coming from Madaket? Do I let 'em through?"
"Won't be nobody coming that way," said Weldon. Silence.
"Chief, you okay?"
"Hell yes."
Weldon switched off. "Why didn't you tell them?" asked Peter.
"Don't want 'em thinking I'm crazy and coming out to check on me," said Weldon. "Ain't no point in them dying, too."
He shifted into reverse.
"I'm going to tell everyone to get in their cellars and wait this damn thing out. Maybe we can figure out something to do. But first I'll take you home and let Sarah get some rest."
"I'm all right," she said, lifting her head from Peter's chest. "You'll feel better after a rest," he said, forcing her head back down. It was an act of tenderness, but also he did not want her to catch sight of the field. Dappled with cloud shadow, glowing palely, some quality of light different from that which shone upon the squad car. It seemed at a strange distance from the road, a view into an alternate universe where things were familiar yet not quite the same. The grasses were rippling more furiously than ever, and every so often a column of yellow stalks would whirl high into the air and scatter, as if an enormous child were running through the field, ripping up handfuls of them to celebrate his exuberance. "I'm not sleepy," Sarah complained. She still hadn't regained her color, and one of her eyelids had developed a tic. Peter sat beside her on the bed. "There's nothing you can do, so why not rest?" "What are you going to do?" "I thought I'd have another go at the combs." The idea distressed her. He started to explain why he had to, but instead bent and kissed her on the forehead. "I love you," he said. The words slipped out so easily that he was amazed. It had been a very long time since he had spoken them to anyone other than a memory. "You don't have to tell me that just because things look bad," she said, frowning. "Maybe that's why I'm telling you now," he said. "But I don't believe it's a lie." She gave a dispirited laugh. "You don't sound very confident." He thought it over. "I was in love with someone once," he said, "and that relationship colored my view of love. I guess I believed that it always had to happen the same way, a nuclear strike. But I'm beginning to understand it can be different, that you can build toward the sound and the fury." "It's nice to hear," she said, and then after a pause, "But you're still in love with her, aren't you?" "I still think about her, but—" He shook his head. "I'm trying to put it behind me, and maybe I'm succeeding. I had a dream about her this morning." She arched an eyebrow. "Oh?" "It wasn't a sweet dream," he said. "She was telling me how she'd cemented over her feelings for me. All that's left, she said, is this little hard place on my breast. And she told me that sometimes it moved around, twitched, and she showed me. I could see the damn thing jumping underneath her blouse, and when I touched it, she wanted me to. It was unbelievably hard, like a pebble lodged beneath her skin, a heartstone. That was all that was left of us, just this piece of hardness. It pissed me off so much that I threw her on the floor. Then I woke up." He scratched his beard, embarrassed by confession. "It was the first time I've ever had a violent thought about her." Sarah stared at him, expressionless. "I don't know if it's meaningful," he said lamely, "but it seemed so." She remained silent. Her stare made him feel guilty for having had the dream, sorry that he had mentioned it. "I don't dream about her very much," he said. "It's not important," she said. "Well," he stood. "Try and get some sleep, okay?" She reached for his hand. "Peter?" "Yeah?" "I love you. But you knew that, right?" It hurt him to see how hesitantly she said it, because he knew that he was to blame for her hesitancy. He bent down and kissed her again. "Sleep," he said. "We'll talk about it later." He closed the door behind him gently. Mills was sitting at the table, gazing out at Sconset Sally, who was pacing the yard, her lips moving, waving her arms, as if arguing with an invisible playmate. "That old gal sure has gone down these last years," said Mills. "Used to be sharp as a tack, but she's acting pretty crazy now." "Can't blame her," said Peter, sitting down across from Mills. "I'm feeling pretty crazy myself." "So," Mills tamped tobacco into the bowl of his pipe, "you got a line on what this thing is?" "Maybe it's the devil." Peter leaned against the wall. "I don't really know, but I'm starting to think that Gabriela Pascual was right about it being an animal." Mills chomped on the stem of his pipe and fished in his pocket for a lighter. "How's that?" "Like I said, I don't really know for sure, but I've been getting more and more sensitized to it ever since I found the combs. At least it seems that way, as if the connection between us were growing stronger." Peter spotted a book of matches tucked under his sugar bowl and slid them across to Mills. "I'm beginning to have insights about it. When we were out on the road just now, I felt that it was exhibiting an animal trait, staking out territory, protecting it from invaders. Look who it's attacked. Ambulances, bicyclists, people who were entering its territory. It attacked us when we visited the aggregate." "But it didn't kill us," said Mills. The logical response to Mill's statement surfaced from Peter's thoughts, but he didn't want to admit to it and shunted it aside. "Maybe I'm wrong," he said. "Well, if it is an animal, then it can take a hook. All we got to do is find its mouth." Mills grunted laughter, lit his pipe, and puffed bluish smoke. "After you've been out on the water a couple of weeks, you can feel when something strange is hard by, even if you can't see it. I ain't no psychic, but seems to me I brushed past this thing once or twice." Peter glanced up at him. Though Mills was a typical barroom creature, an old salt with a supply of exotic tales, every now and then Peter could sense a kind of specific gravity about him, the kind that accrues to those who have spent time in the solitudes. "You don't seem afraid," he said. "Oh, don't I?" Mills chuckled. "I'm afraid. I'm just too old to be running round in circles about it." The door flew open and Sally came in. "Hot in here," she said. She went to the stove and laid a finger against it. "Humph! Must be all this shit I'm wearing." She plumped herself down beside Mills, squirmed into a comfortable position, and squinted at Peter. "Goddamn wind won't have me," she said. "It wants you." Peter was startled. "What do you mean?" Sally pursed her lips as if she had tasted something sour. "It would take me if you wasn't here, but you're too strong. I can't figure a way round that." "Leave the boy alone," said Mills. "Can't." Sally glowered at him. "He's got to do it." "You know what she's talking about?" asked Mills. "Hell, yes, he knows. And if he don't, all he's got to do is go talk to it. You understand me, boy? It wants you." An icy fluid squirted down Peter's spine. "Like Gabriella," he said. "Is that what you mean?" "Go on," said Sally. "Talk to it." She pointed a bony finger at the door. "Just take a stand out there, and it'll come to you." Behind the cottage, walled off by the spread of 2 Japanese pines and a tool shed, was a field that the previous tenant had used for a garden. Peter had let it go to seed, and the entire plot was choked with weeds and litter. Gas cans, rusty nails, a plastic toy truck, the decaying hide of a softball, cardboard scraps, this and more resting upon a mat of desiccated vines. It reminded him of the aggregate, and thus seemed an appropriate place to stand and commune with the wind, if such a communion weren't the product of Sconset Sally's imagination, which Peter hoped it was. The afternoon was waning, and it had grown colder. Silver blares of wintry sunlight edged the blackish-gray clouds scudding overhead, and the wind was a steady pour off the sea. He could detect no presence in it, and he was beginning to feel foolish, thinking about going back inside, when a bitter-smelling breeze rippled across his face. He stiffened. Again he felt it. It was acting independent of the offshore wind, touching delicate fingers to his lips, his eyes, fondling him the way a blind man would in trying to know your shape in his brain. It feathered his hair and pried under the pocket flaps of his army jacket like a pet mouse searching for cheese. It frittered with his shoelaces and stroked him between the legs, shriveling his groin and sending a chill washing through his body. He did not quite understand how the wind spoke to him, yet he had an image of the process as being similar to how a cat will rub against your hand and transmit a static charge. The charge was actual, a mild stinging and popping. Somehow it was translated into knowledge, doubtless by means of his gift. The knowledge was personified, and he was aware that his conceptions were human renderings of inhuman impulses, but at the same time he was certain that they were basically accurate. Most of all, it was lonely. It was the only one of its kind, or if there were others, it had never encountered them. Peter felt no sympathy for its loneliness, because it felt no sympathy for him. It wanted him not as a friend or companion, but as a witness to its power. It would enjoy preening for him, showing off, rubbing against his sensitivity to it and deriving some unfathomable pleasure. It was very powerful. Though its touch was light, its vitality was undeniable, and it was even stronger over water. The land weakened it, and it was eager to return to the sea with Peter in tow. Gliding together through the wild canyons of the waves, into a chaos of booming darkness and salt spray, traveling the most profound of all deserts, the sky above the sea, and testing its strength against the lesser powers of the storms, seizing flying fish and juggling them like silver blades, gathering nests of floating treasures and playing for weeks with the bodies of the drowned. Always at play. Or perhaps play was not the right word. Always employed in expressing the capricious violence that was its essential quality. Gabriella Pasquale might not have been exact in calling it an animal, but what else could you call it? It was of nature, not of some netherworld. It was ego without thought, power without morality, and it looked upon Peter as a man might look upon a clever toy, something to be cherished for a while, then neglected, then forgotten, then lost. Sarah waked at twilight from a dream of suffocation. She sat bolt upright, covered with sweat, her chest heaving. After a moment she calmed herself and swung her legs onto the floor and sat staring into space. In the half-light, the dark grain of the boards looked like a pattern of animal faces emerging from the wall. Out the window she could see shivering bushes and banks of running clouds. Still feeling sluggish, she went into the front room, intending to wash her face, but the bathroom door was locked, and Sconset Sally cawed at her from inside. Mills was snoozing on the sofa bunk, and Hugh Weldon was sitting at the table, sipping a cup of coffee. A cigarette smoldered in the saucer, and that struck her as funny. She had known Hugh all her life and had never seen him smoke. "Where's Peter?" she asked. "Out back," he said moodily. "Bunch of damn foolishness, if you ask me." "What is?" He gave a snort of laughter. "Sally says he's talking to the goddamn wind." Sarah felt as if her heart had constricted. "What do you mean?" "Beats the hell out of me," said Weldon. "Just more of Sally's nonsense." But when their eyes met, she could sense his hopelessness and fear. She broke for the door. Weldon grabbed at her arm, but she shook free and headed for the Japanese pines back of the cottage. She brushed aside the branches and stopped short, suddenly afraid. The bending and swaying of the weeds revealed a slow circular passage of wind, as if the belly of a great beast were dragging across them, and at the center of the field stood Peter. His eyes were closed, his mouth open, and strands of hair were floating above his head like the hair of a drowned man. The sight stabbed into her, and forgetting her fear, she ran toward him, calling his name. She had covered half the distance between them when a blast of wind smashed her to the ground. Stunned and disoriented, she tried to get to her feet, but the wind smacked her flat again, pressing her into the damp earth. As had happened out on the aggregate, garbage was rising from the weeds. Scraps of plastic, rusty nails, a yellowed newspaper, rags, and, directly overhead, a large chunk of kindling. She was still dazed, yet she saw with peculiar clarity how the bottom of the chunk was splintered and flecked with whitish mold. It was quivering, as if the hand that held it were barely able to restrain its fury. And then, as she realized it was about to plunge down, to jab out her eyes and pulp her skull, Peter dived on top of her. His weight knocked the breath out of her, but she heard the piece of kindling thunk against the back of his head. She sucked in air and pushed at him, rolling him away, and came to her knees. He was dead pale. "Is he all right?" It was Mills, lumbering across the field. Behind him, Weldon had hold of Sconset Sally, who was struggling to escape. Mills had come perhaps a third of the way, when the garbage, which had fallen back into the weeds, once more was lifted into the air, swirling, jiggling, and, as the wind produced one of its powerful gusts, hurtling toward him. For a second he was surrounded by storms of cardboard and plastic. Then this fell away, and he took a staggering step forward. A number of dark dots speckled his face. Sarah thought at first they were clots of dirt. Then blood seeped out around them. They were rusty nail heads, piercing his brow, his cheeks, pinning his upper lip to his gum. He gave no cry. His eyes bulged, his knees buckled. He did an ungainly pirouette and pitched into the weeds. Sarah watched dully as the wind fluttered about Hugh Weldon and Sally, belling their clothes. It passed beyond them, lashing the pine boughs and vanishing. She spotted the hump of Mill's belly through the weeds. A tear seemed to be carving a cold groove in his cheek. She hiccuped and thought what a pathetic reaction to death that was. Another hiccup, and another. She couldn't stop. Each successive spasm made her weaker, more unsteady, as if she were spitting up tiny fragments of her soul. 7. As darkness fell, the wind poured through the streets of the village, playing its tricks with the living, the inanimate, and the dead. It was indiscriminate, the ultimate free spirit doing its thing, and yet one might have ascribed a touch of frustration to its actions. Over Warren's Landing it crumpled a seagull into a bloody rag, and near the mouth of Hither Creek it scattered field mice into the air. It sent a spare tire rolling down the middle of Tennessee Avenue, and skied shingles from the roof of the A Habitat. For a while it flowed about aimlessly. Then, increasing to tornado force, it uprooted a Japanese pine, just yanked it from the ground, dangling huge black root balls, and chucked it like a spear through the side of a house across the street. It repeated the process with 2 oaks and a hawthorn. Finally it began to blast holes in the walls of the houses and snatch the wriggling creatures inside. It blew off old Julia Stackpole's cellar door and sailed it down into the shelves full of preserves behind which she was hiding. It gathered the broken glass into a hurricane of knives that slashed her arms, her face, and, most pertinently, her throat. It found even older George Coffin, who wasn't about to hide because in his opinion Hugh Weldon was a damned fool, standing in his kitchen, having just stepped back in after lighting his barbecue. It swept up the coals and hurled them at him with uncanny accuracy. Over the space of a half-hour it killed 21 people and flung their bodies onto their lawns, leaving them to bleed pale in the accumulating dusk. Its fury apparently abated, it dissipated to a breeze, and, zipping through shrubs and pine boughs, it fled back to the cottage, where something it now wanted was waiting in the yard. 8. Sconset Sally sat on the woodpile, sucking at a bottle of beer that she'd taken from Peter's refrigerator. She was mad as a wet hen, because she had a plan, a good plan, and that brainless wonder Hugh Weldon wouldn't hear it, wouldn't listen to a damn word she said. Stuck on being a hero, he was. The sky had deepened to indigo, and a big lopsided silver moon was leering at her from over the roof of the cottage. She didn't like its eye on her, and she spat toward it. The elemental caught the gob of spit and spun it around high in the air, making it glisten oyster-like. Fool thing. Half monster, half a walloping invisible dog. It reminded her of that outsized old male of hers, Rommel. One second he'd be going for the mailman's throat, and the next he'd be on his back and waggling his paws, begging for a treat. She screwed her bottle into the grass so it wouldn't spill and picked up a stick of kindling. "Here," she said, and shied the stick. "Fetch!" The elemental caught the stick and juggled it for a few seconds, then let it fall at her feet. Sally chuckled. "Me and you might get along," she told the air, "'cause neither one of us gives a shit." The beer bottle lifted from the grass. She made a grab for it and missed. "God damn it!" she yelled. "Bring that back!" The bottle sailed to a height of about 20 feet and tipped over. The beer spilled out, collected in half a dozen large drops that, one by one, exploded into spray, showering her. Sputtering, she jumped to her feet and started to wipe her face, but the elemental knocked her back down. A trickle of fear welled up inside her. The bottle still hovered above her. After a second it plopped into the grass, and the elemental curled around her, fidgeting with her hair, her collar, slithering inside her raincoat. Then abruptly, as if something else had attracted its attention, it was gone. She saw the grass flatten as it passed over, moving toward the street. She propped herself against the woodpile and finished wiping her face. She spotted Hugh Weldon through the window, pacing, and her anger was rekindled. Thought he was so goddamn masterful, did he? He didn't know piss about the elemental, and there he was laughing at her plan. Well, screw him. He'd find out soon enough that his plan wouldn't work, that hers was the reasonable one, the surefire one. A little scary, maybe, but surefire all the same. 9. It had come full dark by the time Peter regained consciousness. He moved his head, and the throbbing nearly caused him to black out. He lay still, getting his bearings. Moonlight spilled through the bedroom window, and Sarah was leaning beside it, her blouse glowing a phosphorescent white. From the tilt of her head he judged that she was listening to something, and he soon distinguished an unusual pattern to the wind. 5 notes followed by a glissando, which led to a repetition of the passage. It was a heavy, angry music, an ominous hook that might have been intended to signal the approach of a villain. Shortly thereafter the pattern broke into 1,000 skirling notes, as if the wind were being forced through the open stops of a chorus of flutes. Then another passage, this of 7 notes, more rapid but equally ominous. A chill, helpless feeling stole over Peter, like the drawing of a morgue sheet. That breathy music was being played for him. It was swelling in volume, as if, and he was certain this was the case, the elemental were heralding his awakening, was once again sure of his presence. It was impatient, and it would not wait for him much longer. Each note drilled that message home. The thought of being alone with her on the open sea terrified him. Yet he had no choice. There was no way to fight it, and it would simply keep on killing until he obeyed. If it weren't for the others, he would refuse to go. He would rather die here than submit to that harrowing, unnatural relationship. Or was it unnatural? It occurred to him that the history of the wind and Gabriela Pascual had a great deal in common with the histories of many human relationships. Desiring, obtaining, neglecting, forgetting. It might be that the elemental was some sort of core existence, that at the heart of every relationship lay a howling emptiness, a chaotic music. "Sarah," he said, wanting to deny it. The moonlight seemed to wrap around her as she turned. She came to sit beside him. "How are you feeling?" "Woozy." He gestured toward the window. "How long's that been going on?" "It just started," she said. "It's punched holes in a lot of the houses. Hugh and Sally were out a while ago. More people are dead." She brushed a lock of hair from his forehead. But what?" "We have a plan." The wind was playing eerie triplets, an agitated whistling that set Peter's teeth on edge. "It better be a doozy," he said. "Actually, it's Hugh's plan," she said. "He noticed something out in the field. The instant you touched me, the wind withdrew from us. If it hadn't, if it had hurled that piece of wood at you instead of letting it drop, you would have died. And it didn't want that. At least that's what Sally says." "She's right. Did she tell you what it does want?" "Yes." She looked away, and her eyes caught the moonlight. They were teary. "Anyway, we think it was confused, that when we're close together it can't tell us apart. And since it doesn't want to hurt you or Sally, Hugh and I are safe as long as we maintain proximity. If Mills had just stayed where he was—"
Mills?
She told him. After a moment, still seeing Mills' nail-studded face in his mind's eye, he asked, "What's the plan?" "I'm going to ride in the jeep with Sally, and you're going with Hugh. We'll drive toward Nantucket, and when we reach the dump, you know that dirt road there that leads off into the moors?"
"The one that leads to Altar Rock? Yeah."
"At that point you'll jump into the jeep with us, and we'll head for Altar Rock. Hugh will keep going toward Nantucket. Since it seems to be trying to isolate this end of the island, he figures it'll come after him, and we might be able to get beyond its range, and with both of us heading in different directions, we might be able to confuse it enough so that it won't react quickly, and he'll be able to escape too." She said all this in a rush that reminded Peter of the way a teenager would try to convince her parents to let her stay out late, blurting out the good reasons before they had time to raise any objections. "You might be right about it not being able to tell us apart when we're close to each other," he said. "God knows how it senses things, and that seems plausible. But the rest is stupid. We don't know whether its territoriality is limited to this end of the island. And what if it does lose track of me and Sally? What's it going to do then? Just blow away? Somehow I doubt it. It might head for Nantucket and do what it's done here." "Sally says she has a backup plan." "Christ, Sarah!" Gingerly he eased up into a sitting position. "Sally's nuts. She doesn't have a clue." "Well, what choice do we have?" Her voice broke. "You can't go with it." "You think I want to? Jesus." The bedroom door opened, and Weldon appeared, silhouetted in a blur of orange light that hurt Peter's eyes. "Ready to travel?" said Weldon. Sconset Sally was at his rear, muttering, humming, producing a human static. Peter swung his legs off the bed. "This is nuts, Weldon." He stood and steadied himself on Sarah's shoulder. "You're just going to get killed." He gestured toward the window and the constant music of the wind. "Do you think you can outrun that in a squad car?" "Maybe this plan ain't worth a shit," Weldon began. "You got that right," said Peter. "If you want to confuse the elemental, why not split me and Sally up? One goes with you, the other with Sarah. That way, at least, there's some logic to this." "Way I figure it," said Weldon, hitching up his pants, "it ain't your job to be risking yourself. It's mine. If Sally, say, goes with me, you're right, that'd confuse it. But so might this. Seems to me it's as eager to keep us normal people in line as it is to run off with freaks like you and Sally." "What? Shut up!" Weldon eased a step closer. "Now, if my way don't work, you try it yours. And if that don't do it, then you can go for a cruise with the damn thing. But we don't have no guarantees it's going to let anybody live, no matter what you do." "No, but—" "No buts about it. This is my bailiwick, and we're going to do what I say. If it don't work, well, then you can do what you have to. But till that happens—" "Till that happens, you're going to keep on making an ass of yourself," said Peter. "Right? Man, all day you've been looking for a way to assert your fucking authority. You don't have any authority in this situation. Don't you understand?" Weldon went jaw to jaw with him. "Okay," he said. "You go on out there, Mr. Ramey. Go ahead. Just march on out there. You can use Mill's boat. Or if you want something bigger, how about Sally's?" He snapped a glance back at Sally. "That okay with you, Sally?" She continued muttering, humming, and nodded her head. "See?" Weldon turned to Peter. "She don't mind. So you go ahead. You draw that son of a bitch away from us if you can." He hitched up his pants and exhaled. His breath smelled like a coffee cup full of cigarette butts. "But if it was me, I'd be about ready to try anything else." Peter's legs felt rooted to the floor. He realized that he had been using anger to muffle fear, and he did not know if he could muster up the courage to take a walk out into the wind, to sail away into the terror and nothingness that Gabriella Pasquale had faced. Sarah slipped her hand through his arm. "Please, Peter," she said. "It can't hurt to try." Weldon backed off a step. "Nobody's blaming you for being scared, Mr. Ramey," he said. "I'm scared myself, but this is the only way I can figure to do my job." "You're going to die." Peter had trouble swallowing. "I can't let you do that." "You ain't got nothing to say about it," said Weldon, "'cause you've got no more authority than me. Unless you can tell that thing to leave us be. Can you?" Sarah's fingers tightened on Peter's arm, but relaxed when he said, "No." "Then we'll do her my way." Weldon rubbed his hands together in what seemed to Peter hearty anticipation. "Got your keys, Sally?" "Yeah," she said, exasperated. She moved close to Peter and put a bird-claw hand on his wrist. "Don't worry, Peter. This don't work. I got something up my sleeve. We'll pull a fast one on that devil." She cackled and gave a little whistle, like a parrot chortling over a piece of fruit. As they drove slowly along the streets of Madaket, the wind sang through the ruined houses, playing passages that sounded mournful and questioning, as if it were puzzled by the movements of the jeep and the squad car. The light of a three-quarter moon illuminated the destruction. Gaping holes in the wall, denuded bushes, toppled trees. One of the houses had been given a surprised look, an O of a mouth where the door had been, flanked by two shattered windows. Litter covered the lawns, flapping paperbacks, clothing, furniture, food, toys, and bodies. In the silvery light their flesh was as pale as Swiss cheese, the wounds dark. They didn't seem real. They might have been a part of a gruesome environment created by an avant-garde sculptor. A carving knife skittered along the blacktop, and for a moment Peter thought it would jump into the air and hurtle toward him. He glanced over at Weldon to see how he was taking it all. Wooden Indian profile, eyes on the road. Peter envied him his pose of duty. He wished he had such a role to play, something that would brace him up, because every shift in the wind made him feel frail and rattled. They turned onto the Nantucket Road, and Weldon straightened in his seat. He checked the rearview mirror, keeping an eye on Sally and Sarah, and held the speed at 25. "Okay," he said as they neared the dump and the road to Altar Rock. "I ain't going to come to a full stop, so when I give the word, you move it." "All right," said Peter. He took hold of the door handle and let out a calming breath. "Good luck." "Yeah." Weldon sucked at his teeth. "Same to you." The speed indicator dropped to 15, to 10, to 5, and the moonlit landscape inched past. "Go!" shouted Weldon. Peter went. He heard the squad car squeal off as he sprinted toward the jeep. Sarah helped haul him into the back, and then they were veering onto the dirt road. Peter grabbed the frame of Sarah's seat, bouncing up and down. The thickets that covered the moors grew close to the road, and branches whipped the sides of the jeep. Sally was hunched over the wheel, driving like a maniac. She sent them skipping over potholes, swerving around tight corners, grinding up the little hills. There was no time to think, only to hold on and be afraid, to await the inevitable appearance of the elemental. Fear was a metallic taste in Peter's mouth. It was in the white gleam of Sarah's eyes as she glanced back at him, and the smears of moonlight that coursed along the hood. It was in every breath he took, every trembling shadow he saw. But by the time they reached Altar Rock, after 15 minutes or so, he had begun to hope, to half believe that Weldon's plan had worked. The rock was almost dead center of the island, its highest point. It was a barren hill atop which stood a stone where the Indians had once conducted human sacrifices, a bit of history that did no good whatsoever for Peter's nerves. From the crest you could see for miles over the moors, and the rumpled pattern of depressions and small hills had the look of a sea that had been magically transformed to leaves during a moment of fury. The thickets, bayberry and such, were dusted to a silvery green by the moonlight, and the wind blew steadily, giving no evidence of unnatural forces. Sarah and Peter climbed from the jeep, followed after a second by Sally. Peter's legs were shaky, and he leaned against the hood. Sarah leaned back beside him, her hip touching his. He caught the scent of her hair. Sally peered toward Madaket. She was still muttering, and Peter made out some of the words. "Stupid. Never would listen to me. Never would. Son of a bitch. Keep it to my goddamn self." Sarah nudged him. "What do you think?" "All we can do is wait," he said. "We're going to be all right," she said firmly. She rubbed the heel of her right hand against the knuckles of her left. It seemed the kind of childish gesture intended to ensure good luck, and it inspired him to tenderness. He pulled her into an embrace. Standing there, gazing past her head over the moors, he had an image of them as being the standard lovers on the cover of a paperback, clinging together on a lonely hill, with all probability spread out around them. A corny way of looking at things, yet he felt the truth of it, the dizzying immersion that a paperback lover was supposed to feel. It was not as clear a feeling as he had once had, but perhaps clarity was no longer possible for him. Perhaps all his past clarity had simply been an instance of faulty perception, a flash of immaturity, an adolescent misunderstanding of what was possible. But whether or not that was the case, self-analysis would not solve his confusion. That sort of thinking blinded you to the world, made you disinclined to take risks. It was similar to what happened to academics, how they became so committed to their theories that they began to reject facts to the contrary, to grow conservative in their judgments and deny the inexplicable, the magical. If there was magic in the world, and he knew there was, you could only approach it by abandoning the constraints of logic and lessons learned. For more than a year he had forgotten this, and had constructed defenses against magic. Now, in a single night, they had been blasted away. And at a terrible cost, he had been made capable of risking himself again, of hoping. Then he noticed something that wasted hope. Another voice had been added to the natural flow of wind from the ocean, and in every direction, as far as the eye could see, the moon-silvered thickets were rippling, betraying the presence of far more wind than was evident atop the hill. He pushed Sarah away. She followed his gaze and put a hand to her mouth. The immensity of the elementals stunned Peter. They might have been standing on a crag in the midst of a troubled sea, one that receded into an interstellar dark. For the first time, despite his fear, he had an apprehension of the elemental's beauty, of the precision and intricacy of its power. One moment it could be a tendril of breeze, capable of delicate manipulations, and the next it could become an entity the size of a city. Leaves and branches, like flecks of black space, were streaming up from the thickets, forming into columns. 6 of them, at regular intervals about Altar Rock, maybe 100 yards away. The sound of the wind evolved into a roar as they thickened and grew higher, and they grew swiftly. Within seconds, the tops of the columns were lost in darkness. They did not have the squat, conical shapes of tornadoes, nor did they twist and jab down their tails. They merely swayed, slender and graceful and menacing. In the moonlight their whirling was almost undetectable, and they looked to be made of shining ebony, like 6 enormous savages poised to attack. They began moving toward the hill. Splintered bushes exploded upward from their bases, and the roaring swelled into a dissonant chord, the sound of 100 harmonicas being blown at once, only much, much louder. The sight of Sconset Sally scuttling for the jeep waked Peter from his daze. He pushed Sarah into the rear seat and climbed in beside Sally. Though the engine was running, it was drowned out by the wind. Sally drove even less cautiously than before. The island was crisscrossed by narrow dirt roads, and it seemed to Peter that they almost crashed on every one of them, skidding sideways through a flurry of bushes, flying over the crests of hills, diving down steep slopes. The thickets grew too high in most places for him to see much, but the fury of the wind was all around them, and once, as they passed a place where the bushes had been burned off, he caught a glimpse of an ebony column about 50 yards away. It was traveling alongside them, he realized, harrowing them, running them to and fro. Peter lost track of where they were, and he could not believe that Sally had any better idea. She was trying to do the impossible, to drive out of the wind, which was everywhere, and her lips were drawn back in a grimace of fear. Suddenly, they had just turned east. She slammed on the brakes. Sarah flew halfway into the front seat, and if Peter had not been braced, he might have gone through the windshield. Further along the road, one of the columns had taken a stand, blocking their path. It looked like God, he thought, an ebony tower reaching from the earth to the sky, spraying clouds of dust and plant litter from its bottom, and it was moving toward them. Slowly, a few feet per second, but definitely on the move. The jeep was shaking, and the roar seemed to be coming from the ground beneath them, from the air, from Peter's body, as if the atoms of things were all grinding together. Frozen-faced, Sally wrangled with the gearshift. Sarah screamed, and Peter too screamed, as the windshield was sucked out of its frame and whirled off. He braced himself against the dash, but his arms were weak, and with a rush of shame he felt his bladder go. The column was less than 100 feet away, a great spinning pillar of darkness. He could see how the material inside it aligned itself into tightly packed rings, like the segments of a worm. The air was syrupy, hard to breathe. And then, miraculously, they were swerving away from it, away from the roaring, backing along the road. They turned a corner, and Sally got the jeep going forward. She sent them grinding up a largish hill, and braked, and let her head drop onto the steering wheel in an attitude of despair. They were once again at Altar Rock, and Hugh Weldon was waiting for them. He was sitting with his head propped against the boulder that gave the place its name. His eyes were filled with shadows. His mouth was open, and his chest rose and fell, labored breathing, as if he had just run a long way. There was no sign of the squad car. Peter tried to call to him, but his tongue was stuck to his palate, and all that came out was a strangled grunt. He tried again. "Weldon!" Sarah started to sob, and Sally gasped. Peter didn't know what had frightened them, and didn't care. For him the process of thought had been thinned down to following one track at a time. He climbed from the jeep and went over to the chief. "Weldon," he said again. Weldon sighed. "What happened?" Peter knelt beside him and put a hand on his shoulder. He heard a hiss and felt a tremor pass through the body. Weldon's right eye began to bulge. Peter lost his balance and sat back hard. Then the eye popped out and dropped into the dust. With a high-pitched whistling, wind and blood sprayed from the empty socket. Peter fell backwards, scrabbling at the dirt in an effort to put distance between himself and Weldon. The corpse toppled onto its side, its head vibrating as the wind continued to pour out, boiling up dust beneath the socket. There was a dark smear marking the spot on the boulder where the head had rested. Until his heart rate slowed, Peter lay staring at the moon, as bright and distant as a wish. He heard the roaring of the wind from all sides, and realized that it was growing louder, but he didn't want to admit to it. Finally, though, he got to his feet and gazed out across the moors. It was as if he were standing at the center of an unimaginably large temple, one forested with dozens upon dozens of shiny black pillars rising from a dark green floor. The nearest of them were about 100 yards away, and those were unmoving. But as Peter watched, others farther off began to slew back and forth, gliding in and out of the stationary ones like dancing cobras. There was a fear in the air, a pulse of heat and energy, and this, as much as the alienness of the sight, was what transfixed him and held him immobile. He found that he had gone beyond fear. You could no more hide from the elemental than you could from God. It would lead him onto the sea to die, and its power was so compelling that he almost acknowledged its right to do this. He climbed into the jeep. Sarah looked beaten. Sally touched his leg with a palsied hand. "You can use my boat," she said. On the way back to Madaket, Sarah sat with her hands clasped in her lap, outwardly calm but inwardly turbulent. Thoughts fired across her brain so quickly that they left only partial impressions, and those were seared away by lightning strokes of terror. She wanted to say something to Peter, but words seemed inadequate to all she was feeling. At one point she decided to go with him, but the decision sparked a sudden resentment. He didn't love her. Why should she sacrifice herself for him? Then, realizing that he was sacrificing himself for her, that he did love her, or that at least this was an act of love, she decided that if she went, it would make his act meaningless. That decision caused her to question whether or not she was using his sacrifice to obscure her true reason for staying behind, her fear. And what about the quality of her feelings for him? Were they so uncertain that fear could undermine them? In a blaze of irrationality, she saw that he was pressuring her to go with him, to prove her love, something she had never asked him to do. What right did he have? With half her mind she understood the unreasonableness of these thoughts, yet she couldn't stop thinking them. She felt all her emotions winnowing, leaving her hollow, like Hugh Weldon, with only the wind inside him, propping him up, giving him the semblance of life. The grotesqueness of the image caused her to shrink further inside herself, and she just sat there, growing dim and empty, saying nothing. "Bark up," said Sally out of the blue, and patted Peter's leg. "We got one thing left to try." And then, with what seemed to Sarah an irrational good cheer, she added, "But if that don't work, the boat's got fish and tackle and a couple of cases of cherry brandy on board. I was too damn drunk to unload 'em yesterday. Cherry brandy be better'n water for where you're headed." Peter gave no reply. As they entered the village, the elemental chased beside them, whirling up debris, scattering leaves, tossing things high into the air. Playing, thought Sarah. It was playing, frisking along like a happy pup, like a petulant child who's gotten his way and now was all smiles. She was overwhelmed with hatred for it, and she dug her nails into the seat cushion, wishing she had a way to hurt it. Then, as they passed Julia Stackpole's house, the corpse of Julia Stackpole sat up. Its bloody head hung down, its frail arms flapping. The entire body appeared to be vibrating, and with a horrid, disjointed motion, amid a swirling of papers and trash, it went rolling over and over and came to rest against a broken chair. Sarah shrank back into a corner of the seat, her breath ragged and shallow. A thin cloud swept free of the moon, and the light measurably brightened, making the gray of the houses seem gauzy and immaterial. The holes in their sides looked real enough, black, cavernous, as if the walls and doors and windows had only been a facade concealing emptiness. Sally parked next to a boathouse a couple of 100 yards north of Smith Point, a rickety wooden structure the size of a garage. Beyond it, a stretch of calm backwater was figured by a blaze of moonlight. "You're gonna have to row out to the boat," Sally told Peter. "Oars are in here." She unlocked the door and flicked on a light. The inside of the place was as dilapidated as Sally herself. Raw boards, spider webs spanning between paint cans and busted lobster traps, a jumble of 2x4s. Sally went stumping around, mumbling and kicking things, searching for the oars, Her footsteps set the light bulb dangling from the roof to swaying, and the light slopped back and forth over the walls like dirty yellow water. Sarah's legs were leaden. It was hard to move, and she thought maybe this was because there weren't any moves left. Peter took a few steps toward the center of the boathouse and stopped, looking lost. His hands twitched at his sides. She had the idea that his expression mirrored her own, slack, spiritless, with bruised crescents under his eyes. She moved then. The dam that had been holding back her emotions burst, and her arms were around him, and she was telling him that she couldn't let him go alone, telling him half-sentences, phrases that didn't connect. "Sarah," he said. "Jesus." He held her very tightly. The next second, though, she heard a dull thonk, and he sagged against her, almost knocking her down, and slumped to the floor. Brandishing a 2x4, Sally bent to him and struck again. "What are you doing?" Sarah screamed it, and began to wrestle with Sally. Their arms locked. They waltzed around and around for a matter of seconds, the light bulb jiggling madly. Sally sputtered and fumed. Spittle glistened on her lips. Finally, with a snarl, she shoved Sarah away. Sarah staggered back, tripped over Peter, and fell sprawling beside him. "Listen!" Sally cocked her head and pointed to the roof with the 2x4. "God damn it! It's working!" Sarah came warily to her feet. "What are you talking about?" Sally picked up her fisherman's hat, which had fallen off during the struggle, and squashed it down onto her head. "The wind, God damn it! I told that stupid son of a bitch Hugh Weldon, but oh no, he never listened to nobody." The wind was rising and fading in volume, doing so with such a regular rhythm that Sarah had the impression of a creature made of wind, running frantically back and forth. Something splintered in the distance. "I don't understand," said Sarah. "Unconscious is like dead to it," said Sally. She gestured at Peter with the board. "I knew it was so, 'cause after it did for Mills, it came for me. It touched me up all over, and I could tell it'd have me then. But that stupid bastard wouldn't listen. Had to do things his goddamn way." "It would have you?" Sarah glanced down at Peter, who was unstirring, bleeding from the scalp. "You mean instead of Peter?" "Course that's what I mean." Sally frowned. "Don't make no sense him going. Young man with all his future ahead. Now me—" She yanked at the lapel of her raincoat as if intending to throw herself away. "What I got to lose? A couple of years of being alone? I ain't eager for it, you understand, but it don't make sense any other way. Tried to tell Hugh that, but he was stuck on being a goddamn hero." Her bird-bright eyes glittered in the webbed flesh, and Sarah had a perception of her that she had not had since childhood. The zany old spirit, half mad but with one eye fixed on some corner of creation that nobody else could see. She remembered all the stories. Sally trying to signal the moon with a hurricane lamp. Sally rowing through a nor'easter to pluck 6 sailors off Whale Shoals. Sally passing out dead drunk at the ceremony the Coast Guard had given in her honor. Sally loosing her dogs on the then junior senator from Massachusetts when he had come to present her a medal. Crazy Sally. She suddenly seemed valuable to Sarah. "You can't," she began, but broke off and stared at Peter. "Can't not," said Sally, and clucked her tongue. "You see, somebody looks after my dogs." Sarah nodded. "And you better check on Peter," said Sally. "See if I hit him too hard." Sarah started to comply, but was struck by a thought. "Won't it know better this time? Peter was knocked out before. Won't it have learned?" "I suppose it can learn," said Sally, "but it's real stupid, and I don't think it's figured this out." She gestured at Peter. "Go ahead. See if he's all right." The hairs on Sarah's neck prickled as she knelt beside Peter. and she was later to reflect that in the back of her mind she had known what was about to happen. But even so, she was startled by the blow. 10. It wasn't until late the next afternoon that the doctors allowed Peter to have visitors other than the police. He was still suffering from dizziness and blurred vision, and mentally speaking, he alternated between periods of relief and depression, seeing in his mind's eye the mutilated bodies, the whirling black pillars, tensing as the wind prowled along the hospital walls. In general, he felt walled off from emotion. But when Sarah came into the room, those walls crumbled. He drew her down beside him and buried his face in her hair. They lay for a long time without speaking, and it was Sarah who finally broke the silence. "Do they believe you?" she asked. "I don't think they believe me." "They don't have much choice," he said. "I just think they don't want to believe it." After a moment she said, "Are you going away?" He pulled back from her. She had never looked more beautiful. Her eyes were wide, her mouth drawn thin, and the strain of all that had happened to them seemed to have carved an unnecessary ounce of fullness from her face. "That depends on whether or not you'll go with me," he said. "I don't want to stay. Whenever the wind changes pitch, every nerve in my body signals an air raid. But I won't leave you. I want to marry you." Her reaction was not what he had expected. She closed her eyes and kissed him on the forehead, a motherly, understanding kiss. Then she settled back on the pillow, gazing calmly at him. "That was a proposal," he said. "Didn't you catch it?" "Marriage?" She seemed perplexed by the idea. "Why not? We're qualified." He grinned. "We both have concussions." "I don't know," she said. "I love you, Peter, but—" "But you don't trust me?" "Maybe that's part of it," she said, annoyed. "I don't know." "Look." He smoothed down her hair. "Do you know what really happened in the boathouse last night?" "I'm not sure what you mean." "I'll tell you. What happened was that an old woman gave her life so you and I could have a chance at something." She started to speak, but he cut her off. "That's the bones of it. I admit the reality's a bit more murky. God knows why Sally did what she did. Maybe saving lives was a reflex of her madness. Maybe she was tired of living. Maybe it just seemed a good idea at the time. And as for us, we haven't exactly been Romeo and Juliet. I've been confused, and I've confused you. And aside from whatever problems we might have as a couple, we have a lot to forget. Until you came in, I was feeling shell-shocked, and that's a feeling that's probably going to last for a while. But like I said, the heart of the matter is that Sally died to give us a chance. No matter what her motives, what our circumstance, that's what happened. And we'd be fools to let that chance slip away." He traced the line of her cheekbone with a finger. "I love you. I've loved you for a long time and tried to deny it, to hold on to a dead issue. But that's all over." "We can't make this sort of decision now," she murmured. "Why not?" "You said it yourself. You're shell-shocked. So am I. And I don't know how I feel about everything." "Everything? You mean me?" She made a non-committal noise, closed her eyes, and after a moment she said, "I need time to think." In Peter's experience, when women said they needed time to think, nothing good ever came of it. "Jesus," he said angrily. "Is this how it has to be between people? One approaches, the other avoids, and then they switch roles, like insects whose mating instincts have been screwed up by pollution? He registered what he had said and had a flash feeling of horror. "Come on, Sarah. We're past that kind of dance, aren't we? It doesn't have to be marriage, but let's commit to something. Maybe we'll make a mess of it. Maybe we'll end up boring each other. But let's try. It might not be any effort at all." He put his arms around her, brought her tight against him, and was immersed in a cocoon of heat and weakness. He loved her, he realized, with an intensity that he had not believed he could recapture. His mouth had been smarter than his brain for once. Either that or he had talked himself into it. The reasons didn't matter. "For Christ's sake," he said, "marry me. Live with me. Do something with me." She was silent. Her left hand moved gently over his hair, light, distracted touches, tucking a curl behind his ear, toying with his beard, smoothing his mustache, as if she were making him presentable. He remembered how that other long-ago woman had become increasingly silent and distracted and gentle in the days before she had dumped him. "Damn it," he said with a growing sense of helplessness. "Answer me." 11. On the second night out, Sconset Sally caught sight of a winking red light off her port bow. Some ship's riding light. It brought a tear to her eye, making her think of home. But she wiped the tear away with the back of her hand and had another slug of cherry brandy. The cramped wheelhouse of the lobster boat was cozy and relatively warm. Beyond, the moonlit plain of the sea was rising in light swells. Even if you didn't have nowhere good to go, she thought, wheels and keels and wings gave a boost to your spirit. She laughed. Especially if you had a supply of cherry brandy. She had another slug. A breeze curled around her arm and tugged at the neck of the bottle. "God damn it!" she squawked. "Get away!" She batted at the air as if she could shoo away the elemental, and hugged the bottle to her breast. Wind uncoiled a length of rope on the deck behind her, and then she could hear it moaning about the hull. She staggered to the wheelhouse door. "Woo!" she sang, mocking it. "Don't be making your god-awful noises at me, you sorry bastard! Go kill another goddamn fish if you want something to do. Just leave me alone to my drinking." Waves surged up to the port side, big ones like black teeth. Sally almost dropped the bottle in her surprise. Then she saw they weren't really waves, but shapes of water made by the elemental. "You're losing your touch, asshole!" she shouted. "I seen better than that in the movies." She slumped down beside the door, clutching the bottle. The word movies conjured flashes of old films she'd seen, and she started singing songs from them. She did Singin' in the Rain and Blue Moon and Love Me Tender. She knocked back swallows of brandy in between the verses, and when she felt primed enough, she launched into her favorite. "The sound that you hear," she bawled, "is the sound of Sally. A joy to be heard for 1,000 years." She belched. "The hills are alive with the sound of Sally." She couldn't recall the next line, and that ended the concert. The wind built to a howl around her, and her thoughts sank into a place where there were only dim urges and nerves fizzling and blood whining in her ears. Gradually she surfaced from it and found that her mood had become one of regret. Not about anything specific, just general regrets. General regrets. She pictured him as an old fogey with a white walrus mustache and a Gilbert and Sullivan uniform, epaulets the size of skateboards. She couldn't get the picture out of her head, and she wondered if it stood for something important. If it did, she couldn't make it come clear. Like that line of her favorite song, it had leaked out through one of her cracks. Life had leaked out the same way, and all she could remember of it was a muddle of lonely nights and sick dogs and scallop shells and half-drowned sailors. Nothing important sticking up from the muddle. No monument to accomplishment or romance. Ha! She'd never met the man who could do what men said they could. The most reasonable men she'd known were those shipwrecked sailors, and their eyes big and dark as if they'd seen into some terrible bottomland that had sheared away their pride and stupidity. Her mind began to whirl, trying to get a fix on life, to pin it down like a dead butterfly and know its patterns. And soon she realized that she was literally whirling. Slowly, but getting faster and faster. She hauled herself up and clung to the wheelhouse door and peered over the side. The lobster boat was spinning around and around on the lip of a bowl of black water several hundred yards across. A whirlpool. Moonlight struck a glaze down its slopes, but didn't reach the bottom. Its roaring, heart-stopping power scared her, made her giddy and faint. But after a moment she banished fear. So this was death. It just opened up and swallowed you whole. All right, that was fine by her. She slumped against the wheelhouse and drank deeply of the cherry brandy, listening to the wind and the singing of her blood as she went down, not giving a damn. It sure beat puking up life a gob at a time in some hospital room. She kept slurping away at the brandy, guzzling it, wanting to be as looped as possible when the time came. But the time didn't come, and before too long she noticed that the boat had stopped spinning. The wind had quieted, and the sea was calm. A breeze coiled about her neck, slithered down her breast, and began curling around her legs, flipping the hem of her dress. "You bastard," she said soddenly, too drunk to move. The elemental swirled around her knees, belling the dress, and touched her between the legs. It tickled, and she swatted at it ineffectually, as if it were one of the dogs snooting at her. But a second later it prodded her there again, a little harder than before, rubbing back and forth. She felt a quiver of arousal. It startled her so that she went rolling across the deck, somehow keeping her bottle upright. That quiver stuck with her, though, and for an instant a red craving dominated the broken mosaic of her thoughts. Cackling and scratching herself, she staggered to her feet and leaned on the rail. The elemental was about 50 yards off the port bow, shaping itself a waterspout, a moon-struck column of blackness from the placid surface of the sea. "Hey!" she shouted, wobbling along the rail. "You come on back here! I'll teach you a new trick!" The waterspout grew higher, a glistening black serpent that whooshed and sucked the boat toward it. But it didn't bother Sally. A devilish joy was in her, and her mind crackled with lightnings of pure craziness. She thought she had figured out something. Maybe nobody had ever taken a real interest in the elemental, and maybe that was why it eventually lost interest in them. Well, sir, she had an interest in it. Damn thing couldn't be any more stupid than some of her Dobermans. Snooted like one, for sure. She'd teach it to roll over and beg, and who knows what else. "Fetch me that fish," she'd tell it. "Blow me over to Hyannis and smash the liquor store window and bring me 6 bottles of brandy." She'd show it who was boss. It could be one day she'd sail into the harbor at Nantucket with the thing on a leash. Sconset Sally and her pet Storm, scourge of the 7 seas. The boat was beginning to tip and slew sideways in the pull of the waterspout, but Sally scarcely noticed. "Hey!" she shouted again and chuckled. "Maybe we can work things out. Maybe we're meant for each other." She tripped over a warp in the planking, and the arm holding the bottle flailed above her head. Moonlight seemed to stream down into the bottle, igniting the brandy so that it glowed like a magic elixir, a dark red ruby flashing from her hand. Her maniacal laugh went sky-high. "You come on back here!" she screeched at the elemental, exulting in the wild frequencies of her life, at the thought of herself in league with this idiot god, and unmindful of her true circumstance, of the thundering around her and the tiny boat slipping toward the foaming base of the waterspout.
Come back here, damn it! We're two of a kind. We're birds of a feather. I'll sing you to sleep each night. You'll serve me my supper. I'll be your old cracked bride, and we'll have a hell of a honeymoon while it lasts.
Acknowledgements. Introductory material and this arrangement copyright 1988 by Mike Ashley. The Monkey by Stephen King, copyright 1980 by Stephen King. Reprinted by permission of Kirby Macaulay on behalf of the author. There's a Long, Long Trail A-Winding by Russell Kirk. Copyright 1976 by Russell Kirk. Reprinted by permission of Kirby Macaulay on behalf of the author. The Damned by Algernon Blackwood. Copyright 1914 by Algernon Blackwood. Reprinted by permission of A.P. Watt Limited on behalf of Sheila Reeves. Fenn-Griffin by David Case. Copyright 1971 by David Case. Reprinted by permission of the author and the author's agent, London Management and Representation Limited. The Rope in the Rafters by Oliver Onions. Copyright 1935 by George Oliver. Reprinted by permission of A.P. Watt Limited on behalf of William and Arthur Oliver. Nadelman's God by T.E.D. Klein. Copyright 1985 by T.E.D. Klein. Reprinted by permission of the author and the author's agents Leslie Gardner, UK, and Kirby Macaulay, USA. The Feasting Dead by John Metcalfe. Copyright 1954 by Arkham House. How the Wind Spoke at Madaket by Lucius Shepard. Copyright 1985 by Davis Publications Incorporated for Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine, April 1985. Reprinted by permission of Uwe Lucerka on behalf of the author. End of the Mammoth Book of Short Horror Novels, edited by Mike Ashley. Narrated by James DeLotel, in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, June 1990. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Carroll and Graff Publishers, Incorporated, 260 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York, 10001.
End of book.